Lost in this moment again.
I'm a DJ boy, going to Dcentral, making NFT, I'm a DeFi, being crypto poor but JPay rich.
Hello, hello, good morning, Dcentral. How are we feeling today? Let's make some noise. That's what I thought, that's what I thought. We're so excited to have you here today at Dcentral. We have an amazing program for you. We're going through DAOs. We're going through stable coins, through metaverse, through Web3, and ultimately through NFTs. So let me introduce myself. My name is Bianca Starr, and I am positioning myself to be the premier entertainer for NFT education through news, events, and onboarding. And I am the founder of NFT Time, a platform that provides just that through consulting, strategy, and content creation. Well, you're going to have a lot of time to see me throughout the day. So let me introduce Dcentral Austin. We were in Miami first, but we heard a rumor that they do a big down here in Texas. So we said, let's rise to the challenge. So please, please join me in the honor of introducing the co-founder of Dcentral, Mr. Michael Quinn.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? You guys excited? Excellent, excellent. So yeah, the kind of like the beginning of Dcentral, I'll kind of do a little quick journey of like how we started and why we're doing this as well. So the first portion of it was during COVID. We actually created DeFi Summit to kind of bring together educators and people that were going to be able to, stage fright, sorry, be able to kind of teach everyone about it because there was no information about decentralized finance. And then afterwards we kicked off and the event was great. We had 300 speakers and even including a lot of big hitters. So and then we said, hey, what's the next topic that people don't understand? NFTs. So we created also NFTCon where we gathered all the different artists, all the different Web3 creators and was able to create an event to where everyone has an opportunity to speak about themselves. And then we also wanted to tie everything together. So when we did Miami, the purpose of it was to kind of create a fun environment because we've been to so many conferences where it's like suits, ties, and it's not gonna lie boring, right? We wanted to create something more fun, something that's gonna give a lasting impact. If you go to a conference and you go to like a seminar or you go to like a festival, in 2 years, which one would you remember? And for students, they're more likely gonna remember something that's fun for them. So we wanted to help educators be able to educate, but at the same time, also have fun while doing it. Learning can be fun. So with Austin, we wanted to also incorporate that same feeling of making it fun, making it entertaining. We have a riding, mechanical bull outside for you guys to kind of play with, but also talk about the hard-hitting topics that we need to. So with all the speakers today, everyone that's going to be in attendance, I hope you guys are able to learn a lot of information. A lot of them are going to be at the booth, so please, stop by and reach out to them, ask them questions. It's not going to be on Telegram or Twitter where you send them a DM and they take forever, but some founders are able to be here and you're able to talk to them and ask those hard-hitting questions. So with that as well, Dcentral is going to be today and tomorrow, and we also have 2 stages. This one's going to be our Dell Hall. We also have the Rollins Theater downstairs. And for anyone that's trying to, a little bit newer and wants to learn how to kind of onboard, we also have a Web3 activation room downstairs that will teach you how to create a MetaMask, how to set up everything, so that you guys can be able to jump from Web 2 to Web 3. We're also across from the Google building, so I know that they're hearing this right now. The thing is, we want to kind of get everyone together in one place, and it's kind of the perfect time. Web 3 summer. And also with kind of like our shirts and everything, JPEG rich, crypto poor, it's kind of a play on saying, hey, look, it's not always going to be about seriousness, but at the same time, still kind of bring in together the Web3 community because we're all across. No matter if you're from Brazil, if you're from Nigeria, from Taiwan, everyone's coming in from all around the world, and especially the speakers as well, so that hopefully you guys are able to kind of be able to get different perspectives as well. So once again, welcome to Dcentral Austin, guys.
I am back again. You're going to see a lot of me today. And as Bianca Starr, I have a lot of sayings. And one of the sayings that I like to express is that there are 3 most valuable currencies in the world are as follows. Number 3, financial. Things monetary, things you trade with, fiat, Bitcoin, financial. Number 2, social, right? Your social currency, who you know, how you leverage those relationships, how you create those relationships, right? And number 1, privacy. Yes, you can transact in privacy. Yes, there is value to privacy, even though there is a limited amount that we may have right now, there is still value to privacy. So, that being said, let me introduce our opening ceremony keynote. We have representing Secret Network, Guy Ziskind.
Hey everyone, good morning. My name is Guy Ziskind, founder of Secret, CEO of Secret Labs. Very excited to be again in Austin. This is my 2nd time, and it's an amazing city, so always a good excuse. Now, if you don't know me or don't know Secret Network, Let me just give you a very, very brief introduction about like what it is, why we're doing it, why we're excited about it. So Secret is a layer 1 blockchain, part of the Cosmos family of blockchains, part of the Cosmos ecosystem. It has a full smart contract capability, but that's not what sets Secret apart. Even though Secret was the first fully permissionless smart contract platform in Cosmos, there are now quite a few, both in Cosmos and outside, that are doing smart contracts. But in Secret, smart contracts are not just smart. Like the name suggests, they're also a secret. So essentially, Secret Network is really the only platform out there that allows you to execute privacy-preserving smart contracts. Which, you know, if you don't know, and I'm sure you do, but like smart contracts essentially are Web3 applications. Web3 applications, like any application, they have users interacting with them, basically supplying inputs. They have some kind of state, which is like the application's database, and they have outputs. In a regular blockchain, all of this is public. Everyone can see it. But on Secret Network, all of that is encrypted even when things are being done, even when things are being computed and transactions are being validated. Now, if you're a geek like me, this should already get you excited because Secret is actually the first ever open, decentralized computer that allows you to compute over encrypted data. But we didn't build Secret just to be a science project, even though it started that way. Secret started for my research. I was a grad student at MIT about almost a decade ago, and basically came up with that idea in a series of papers and then my grad thesis. But that's not where we ended, and that's not why we're here today. We're here today because we do think that this is an important pillar for Web3. Now, Web3, as the name suggests, is supposed to be an evolution of what Web2 is, you know. Big surprise. So it's supposed to be a better kind of internet. And the reason we're building Secret is because, you know, if we want to build a better kind of internet, then it needs to do better than what Web 2 does. I think that's why all of us are here today in some form or another. Doesn't matter if you're building NFTs, DeFi, gaming, or, you know, a new banking system. But Web 3, everyone today, Web 3, in my opinion, has 3 pillars. First pillar was, let's solve money and trust. And that was pretty well resolved. Now everyone's focused on scalability, which is uber important, super important. There's roll-ups, app chains, faster consensus engines. There are so many techniques to solve scalability. We're not there yet, but we will get there in, let's say, 2 to 5 years. But once that's solved, our vision is that, and we're already starting to see that, is that people will start to kind of feel and understand that, okay, we have a scalable, open Web3 system, but it doesn't have privacy. Because as most people in this room who've dealt with blockchain know, everything on a blockchain is public. And that is actually worse than Web 2. In Web 2, the paradigm, which is horrible in my opinion, and I'm guessing in your opinion as well, is that there's a very small number of big corporations and big companies that hoard all of our data, that take control over our data, that don't secure our data properly because that often leaks and the results are disastrous. And Web3 really has to do better. So after we solved money and trust, after we solved scalability, people are going to wake up and understand that unless we solve for privacy, this whole Web3 movement is going to be pretty limited. And that's not where we want to end up, and that's our motivation for building Secret as the first privacy-preserving Web3 platform. Now, just a small side note so that everyone kind of know, you know, it's no excuse. Like most people here are probably builders or traders or artists, but we're all kind of like in the same ecosystem. And the past few months haven't really been great in terms of like market conditions and all that, not just in crypto, but macro conditions. But if I can speak personally as a veteran, I've dedicated my career since 2013 to this space. And this is like the third cycle I'm seeing. So this is the time to win. This is the time where builders kind of like step up and do more and build more. And if you're here, you're probably one of those builders. So we as Secret, we actually have a huge, huge party here. We have about 50 to 100 people in this conference. So it's a surprise to me. It's amazing for me. I'm meeting so many of those people for the first time myself. And we have our booth. There are several other booths for top projects that are building on Secret, like Jackal, Alter, Shade, and a few others. And if like this message resonates with you, come speak to us. Come tell us. Come hear what we're building. Tell us what you're building. Tell us how we can work together to build a better Web3. And just in general, enjoy this conference, enjoy this week. I think it's going to be just like a lot of fun. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Guy. You validated one of Bianca's sayings, so I feel good about myself. I feel like I'm doing good here. I'm doing good on this earth, so thank you so much, Guy. We're really excited about having Secret Network here, and we're also excited about having our other opening ceremony keynote. We are in a very interesting time right now. There's rumors of inflation, there is inflation, there's more inflation, inflation, and all of the things that go along with it. So how do you protect against that, right? How do you become a person who has the ability to protect themselves against the outside influences? Well, we have a representative from Laguna here to explain just that. Please welcome to the stage, Stefan Rust.
Thank you. Welcome, Texas. I thought I would acclimatize and take on the local culture. Good morning, everybody. It's 9:45. Everybody had coffee. How you all feeling today? Yeah? There you go. Despite inflation, we're still here, we're still building, and despite the down market, we're still creating. So awesome, and great for you to turn up and still want to build and work. So thank you all for being here and taking your time, your days out. My name is Stefan Rust, and whilst I have the same name as a really amazing programming language, I'm here to talk to you about Laguna. At Laguna, we're building an inflation-protected DeFi ecosystem. The product that we use for identifying the price evolution of consumer goods is a product that we launched at Dcentral, actually, in December last year, called Trueflation.com. And we calculate across 10 million items from multiple data sources in real time from all different online aggregation sources and companies and websites, the price evolution across those 10 million items. And we put that on-chain for any developer to work with and build out DeFi products. And that's what we've launched. We're proudly promoting that. We've just updated that. And inflation is not 8%, it's actually 12% based on Trueflation.com data. So we're excited about that. We've also launched Nuon as a soft launch. Nuon is an inflation-protected stablecoin. So you will be making sure that your stablecoin that stays stable is a flat coin and is going to be pegged to the consumer items that you have in there. And lastly, on top of Laguna, we've also got Trusted Node. Trusted Node is a node operator, and basically what we want is to enable everybody to participate in the rewards that they deserve with the coins that they love. And that's sort of the whole objective. That's why we're excited to be here. We have a booth, number 3. Check it out. Come and see all the products that we've got inside the ecosystem. And there'll be some other interesting products coming out that are going to further protect inflation and protect you against the depreciating value of your fiat currencies. So thank you all for being here. Welcome to see you. Come to our booth, and I'll be giving a quick presentation later on at about 12:30, I think it is. So thank you. Look forward to seeing you all then.
I love when I see products that are so relevant to what's happening in the times and so relevant to how we can really have sovereignty and really create financial freedom for ourselves. As I said, I'm positioning myself to be the premier entertainer for NFT education. When I first found out about NFT technology, I was like, because I thought it was the coolest thing ever. What an elegant solution to a somewhat complex problem. The first thing I said when I found out about NFTs was literally, I am an NFT. I am an NFT. I didn't even know what it meant, but I was like, I am an NFT. And then as time went by, I came up with my own definition of NFT. And what I call an NFT is the tokenization of a unique digital asset. And I was like, yeah, I am an NFT. That being said, please, we have another opening ceremony keynote. The big GUI is about to come to the stage representing Telos, so please give him a hand.
Howdy gang, how y'all doing? Oh, come on, give me a Texas welcome here. Come on, how y'all doing? Giddy up, yeah, right on. Well, I'm so happy to be here. What a fantastic event. This is my first time in the States too, so what a great welcome. I'm just gonna quickly kind of give you the rundown on Telos here. We are a fantastic layer one. We have both the native and EVM tokens. So that said, I am the NFT curator for the ecosystem. And we are feverishly trying to get out there and show that we are just as competitive as any other network that you can build your NFTs on, as well as we've got 1,000 incentives coming out the door right now. So right now we have what is called Mission NFT hosted on our platform, where there are going to be 5 winners who are going to walk away with 25,000 Telos, and an additional project's going to walk away with 50,000 Telos. So no small change, and a really great head start for anybody starting their NFT career. So maybe you might be wondering, why am I going to build on Telos for my NFTs explicitly? So there's a lot of really smoking features that we've got here. We have the fastest EVM in the market with the receipts to prove it. I really would love for anybody here to come up on the mezzanine and talk to us about it. It's one of the best features we have. As well as we're the greenest chain. I mean, that means a lot for some people. And then I think on top of that, we're really committed to the ESG principles out there in the world. So I really invite any of you to come up, say hello, let me know what your interests are. I know there's lots of NFT creators, builders, all y'all in the house, so I'm really looking forward to talking to you, connecting, and letting you know why you should come over here and do all your building. So I want to thank everybody so much for your time, and I'll see you soon.
When I said that I am an NFT, and I said that I am the tokenization of a unique digital asset, I thought to myself, well, if I am the tokenization of a unique digital asset, right, and I exist, where will I exist and like have fun, right? Where will I exist and maybe have some virtual experiences, some over-the-top experiences? Where is this world that can be created to maybe mimic what we don't have IRL in virtual? And then that word, that beautiful word, that was repurposed by a different company, I'm not going to name them, but that word metaverse came. And it was like, wow, this metaverse thing can be so many different things. There's so many different definitions. And to have innovators in the space right now who hold true values of integrity and sovereignty and financial freedom to be the ones who are building that metaverse, how lucky are we? That being said, let me introduce our next panel covering the metaverse and how maybe, just maybe, it can be better than what we have right now. So please join me in welcoming to the stage our moderator, who will introduce the other speakers on the panel, Miss Anastasia.
Hello, Texas! Well, in my metaverse, I wake up around 11 a.m., but okay. My name is Anastasia Drinevskaya. I'm creative director at Cointelegraph and chief executive officer at Cointelegraph Communications. And today, we are going to talk about the metaverse and how it possibly could rebuild society, but better. And I have the most amazing speakers today. How lucky am I? So I'm always scared to mix up the names, so I will read a bit. So Robert Grant, founder and chief executive officer of Crown Sterling. Please applause. Preston Wu, CFO of Taffy and Daz 3D. Ariel Abellino, chief marketing officer and executive producer for Strange Clan and 3D Vision. And William Idrissi, also well known as like William Bear, founder Neverse.org. So, guys, the first thing we are going to talk right now is your experience, of course. So could you please share it with us a bit in a nutshell? So, Robert.
Sure. So I spent most of my career in the healthcare field, but I've always been into mathematics. And while I was in healthcare, I launched products like Botox and Juvederm. I was president of Allergan, which is a big pharmaceutical company, and then became CEO of Bausch & Lomb Surgical and did intraocular lenses and things like that. But in the last 10 years, I've been very much into math and written a book called Philomath on mathematics, and particularly associated as well with cryptography. And so that's what I do. I'm the CEO of Crown Sterling.
Cool. So, Preston?
Sure. So I'm Preston Wu. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer and Chief Financial Officer of Taffy and Daz 3D. I started my career in investment banking, but after that, after doing like an analyst stint and thinking that was kind of boring, I went into tech and have been doing tech for the last 20 years. Most recently, I joined Taffy and Daz about a year and a half ago. We do avatars, interoperable content, and we moved into NFTs, which has been fantastic.
My name is Ariel Abellino, which Anastasia told you guys. My past has mostly been in marketing. I've been marketing things from films and Kickstarter launches, and then got into e-commerce for a while. And with Passage, we did a lot of 3D development and worked with a 3D team, and that kind of turned into us looking at especially when it came to, when we got into 2020 and virtual events started to become more and more a question as far as how do we have people actually meet together in a space, but have it feel way more real. That question started to become one that we were really interested in answering. So that's where kind of we've come with Passage, and kind of introducing that into the conversation of metaverse has been amazing.
Hey, yeah. So I'm William Bear. I was a full stack software engineer that really enjoyed coding and building new things and solving problems. I quickly started my own dev shop in San Francisco, and a lot of our clients started asking about blockchain and metaverse technologies to be deployed for them. And when our clients were doing really well, we decided to start building some of these products and features for our own things. So we reached out first to Near Protocol, and we built the Nearverse.org with them. And it's a full-on metaverse that has gates to Minecraft, has portals into a Unity-style metaverse, and all of those things. And now we're also going to be working with Harmony. We're building out the Blueverse with them, and we're in talks with some other layer ones. And that's kind of our go-to-market, is to apply the metaverse technologies that we have from the video game industry to these layer one blockchains in a way that it can showcase their whole ecosystem really well.
Thank you, guys. So as you can see, we have a perfect team to discuss. And the first question is, what is the metaverse? Like, in my opinion, there is two ways to explain this. And first one is digitalization of our lives. And this means that we already in the metaverse. We have cell phones, we have internet, Apple Watches, and all this stuff. And the second way is if we are connected to computers, and we are trying to live our separate second or third or fourth life. So what is metaverse for you? How you understand this?
I think you could make an argument that we're probably living in a metaverse. And I'm not actually joking in a way, because the entire universe around us is writ with mathematics, and all of it is based on right triangles, and that's exactly what metaverses are built upon as well. And I think that I do a lot of work. I also teach at Northwestern Business School in the Executive MBA program, and I think the biggest challenge a lot of leaders face is knowing themselves. So you could imagine creation of metaverses in a way to help us to learn and become self-aware of who we are, the different aspects of self. You could even apply this concept to different timelines and different histories, and be able to imagine that the world we live in might actually be a simulation. So when we think of it in those terms, the metaverse becomes very exciting, because it's like that moment when the AI becomes sentient. When we start to transcend ourselves and understand that we're in sort of a game, and the context of the world being around us like a metaverse, and then we're creating new metaverses, actually is just sort of like a fractal self-similar replication of the same concepts. It's just a different way of looking at it. I saw a very interesting video with Keanu Reeves lately, and after the latest installment of The Matrix, the last one, and he said he was talking with this woman, and this woman was saying, why did you want to do The Matrix? He said, well, because I really strongly believe that there's a difference between reality and illusion. And she said, why does it matter? And he said, well, because I want to know the truth. And she said, but if it's indistinguishable from reality, if the illusion is that real, then why does it matter? And she asked that question 3 times until he finally said, okay, I get it.
Well, I'm not sure that we are real anymore. Preston?
So I definitely think there's a good chance we live in a simulation, because I see things breaking all the time in this world. But
the last 2 years has said that
exactly,
to us, hasn't it?
Exactly. So from my perspective, my company, we do avatars and digital identity across different games and apps. So if you think of like avatars in Zoom, if you think of avatars in Unreal or in Unity, or even on your mobile devices, we do that. So in my mind, it's not about one metaverse. I think we're in many different metaverses, and I think we interact in it in different ways depending on the context. There's a lot more I can go on that, but I'll hand it over to my illustrious peers.
Oh, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. This guy's
my
great.
swole peers.
This guy's great at giving compliments. I love this.
Totally.
So I agree with that, and I love the idea that, one, we start talking about more than one metaverse, because I think that there's a problem with trying to say, hey, we're going to pick the winner. This is the person who, or this is the metaverse that we think is going to be the metaverse. I think that's the wrong conversation to have. I think that kind of like what you're saying is that we're looking for an extension of the physical world, into this digital world. So I think that one of the most interesting things about the conversation around the metaverse is, what is this going to look like for how we look at ownership digitally? Because everything that we've done over the last, essentially going into the internet, has been this evolution of us trying to productize, digital items. And so when you look at your Audible account, you think in your mind that you own each of those books that are in your Audible account. But do you? Because you can't give them to a friend like you can your physical book. You can't sell them if you wanted to. You can't destroy them if you wanted to. So the question is, do you actually own that, or does Audible own that, and then they just let you have access to it sometimes?
And in which reality exactly you have this access?
Yeah. So I think the conversation is really interesting around what do you own and how do we take the physical benefits of ownership and start to translate them into the metaverse and into the digital objects that we're kind of building right now.
Yeah, when it comes to empowering communities, especially in the digital form, I think metaverses is a great medium to do so. I think, honestly, one of the first things that's going to occur with metaverses is going to take a lot of the communication that we have to do in our daily lives through the metaverse. And that will open us up to work from home and be with our families more, because you'll be able to debrief your boss in the metaverse. It will help us be able to travel more, because we'll be a more nomadic lifestyle because of that. And I think that's probably going to be the first foyer. And then after that, it's going to evolve and grow even more and more into the entertainment side and all these other benefits that it can add to the users. I think digital communities being connected through the medium of the metaverse is very exciting because it gets their attention. And then I think with blockchain, we can make those connections legitimate through the use cases of smart contracts. And when people are able to be organized on that level, the same level as the largest Fortune 500 companies, right? When your Reddit groups are now that organized because of the smart contracts that they have, I'd be really excited to see the types of goals that they want to accomplish and the skills that they use and deploy to get there.
Well, and if we are talking about how metaverse could rebuild society, the next question will be like, you care about metaverse, I care about metaverse. Why should anyone else care about metaverse? How to make metaverse more accessible for other people? Your opinion, William.
So I think that a lot of people are going to care about the metaverse because of three things my dad told me. When starting a company or trying to get a new vision out, you need to be able to get people's attention, conversation, and then agreement, right? Agreement's the greatest thing that humans have to give. They can agree that your currency is legitimate, that your flag is real, that your company is valuable, all of these different things. And I think that the metaverse will be a very easy way to get people's attention. It's very colorful, it's very bright, we can put a lot of different bells and whistles into this, and then that can lead to a medium in which people can have a conversation that ultimately the blockchain can lock them in with some agreement. Right? And I think that the first movers there are going to form agreements that help power their vision to the next level, and everyone else is going to see that, get some FOMO, and they're going to come rushing in. So I honestly think it's going to be an exciting shift into the digital foyer being a part of our communities, but not necessarily replacing all of our communities in society.
Errol?
Yeah, so I think it's been interesting to see how much adoption has happened with NFTs and gaming, and there's a lot of interest from people who aren't very technically minded. And when DeFi became a thing, you had a lot of people who were more technically minded, and you had the financially minded crowd, but you still had a relatively niche crowd. Then you had this massive wave of people come in because it was something that they could reach for and understand. So I think that when we kind of transition from just building infrastructure, which is what a lot of the attention has been spent on, and start moving towards actually building like consumer-facing products. And you were talking about virtual work. I think that when we look at the metaverse, we really haven't talked about what the use cases are in very much detail. That's certainly not been the headliner of the conversation, but Zoom was the headliner of the conversation in 2020. And so I think that the metaverse is kind of like a rational answer to that, or a rational follow-up, I should say, to that conversation. We saw a lot of benefits from being able to work remotely from each other. So now the question is, well, is there a way that we can somehow bridge the gap between the benefits that we saw with the physical interactions and the benefits that we saw in this more digital, flexible space? So I think that starting to answer real human problems like remote work and the very global situation that we have right now, I think that's what's going to hook it.
Sure. So the question was how to make the metaverse more accessible. And to me, like where I stand right now, that question's almost like, how do we make oxygen more accessible? It's like we're living in it right now. I mean, with the pandemic and with Zoom coming on board, like, one of the benefits, I mean, it was a, bad experience overall, but one of the benefits of the pandemic is it accelerated our entrance into the metaverse by probably like 10 years. So we do have the remote work. The number one use of internet is gaming, where that whole generation of that gaming culture and that generation, they're used to buying digital goods, interacting in that level of metaverse. And the next stage, I think, just to the points that have been talked about before, is just making it more consumer facing, which I think a large majority of us in this conference right now are in the process of building. So super excited. I think we're in the process of making it super accessible.
I see it as two different aspects. They're somewhat related, but first and foremost, it's going to come down to this trend that we've seen. In the beginning of the whole blockchain field and industry, it was all about proof of work. It really started out on proof of work, and then it went to proof of stake. And that's kind of the zone we're in now, but we're now transitioning to a whole new era, which is going to be about proof of self. I have 4 fake Telegram accounts right now. Drives me insane. The last one decided to change the last letter of my name, right? And then blocked me so I can't even see it.
You have to check twice.
You have to check many times, right? So I think the next big issue that's going to be an impediment to people adopting metaverse is we need to be able to protect our identity and ourselves. Our digital lives are an extension of our actual lives, right? And so we need to be able to have data sovereignty, true data sovereignty. And the way that that's going to be accomplished is going to be through innovative quantum-resistant cryptography, which is what we do. We're a layer 1 blockchain that utilizes quantum-resistant cryptography called one-time pad, and we've innovated that. And secondly, I think the thing that's going to make it very accessible and why it's going to be super attractive is going to be that you can create a world that is truly indistinguishable from reality. And I don't think we're that far away from that. And one of the companies that I have in our portfolio is called Cyber. And Cyber is an intraocular lens that does everything that your iPhone does, but it's implanted inside your eye. Everything your iPhone does, implanted inside your eye. It's a really crazy cool technology for augmented reality, for virtual reality. And it will be able, it has a camera embedded within it too. It can actually record your life. So your memories, all of your experiences could be passed on to your children or even to your next substrate, biological substrate, if you decide you want to clone yourself or something. But none of that's going to be possible unless we can actually achieve this issue of true reality, making it truly indistinguishable from reality so that those experiences also could be NFT'd. Maybe I want to live Ashton Kutcher's life. And if I'm going to go into a virtual world, it truly needs to be incredibly indistinguishable from reality. So the way that that's going to have to happen is going to be, without putting too much burden on energy, right? Within the world, 20% of the world's energy today is already going to data storage. The way I think that's going to be made possible, in addition to cryptography that is rock solid and you can protect yourself, is going to be compression, mathematical compression. And so that's the substrate upon which I think the metaverses will eventually be built. Where can we get the highest level of efficiency, the highest degree of compression ratio? And I'm not talking about lossy, I'm talking about true lossless compression that's mathematical. And that's what we do. We're innovating in both of those areas so we can work with companies like all the other ones here on this panel, both cryptographically, with one-time pad encryption. We already have a mathematical compression for the keys. And then secondly, with their compressions to make those, help make them create worlds that are indistinguishable from reality.
You know what? You literally took my next question and answered it.
Okay.
Well, but like if just imagine, we're already in metaverse, everyone already adopted, and we are trying to secure users' identity. Should we have the same identity, or we can have a million others' identity? And how we can prove this, and should we? And in this aspect, could metaverse be dangerous? Preston?
Sure. So if the question is, should we have one identity or many identities?
Yeah, like there are several questions in one. Like,
so I'll address that one. So my company, we do avatars and virtual identity, and we see three types of avatars that people create. One, it is the one just like yourself, like, hey, that's the one I want to project in a professional manner. It looks kind of like me. The second type of avatar is what you think your real self is. So if you happen to be potentially constrained by a physical limitation, you don't perceive yourself as like physically appearing a certain way, we see people do that. And so they're like, hey, this is how I view myself. In, you know, maybe I'm diminutive, maybe I'm shorter, and I view myself as like a 6'4" like basketball player. That's how we see some people project themselves. And the third, which I just want to say, like, and this is relevant to the metaverse, it's like let's not be constrained by reality. Let's have some creativity and imagination. This is when it gets pretty interesting and people create fantastical, virtual identities for themselves. And that's where I think the metaverse is heading. I think that when we talk about the metaverse not being indistinguishable, I also want to think of, hey, let's get out there and let's be creative with our lives, and let's do something pretty interesting. So those are the, think beyond ogres or the different characters that we wish we could be. And so I think there's a couple elements to that question, but I think we should have the avatar that we want to have depending on what we're doing.
Don't hate on ogres.
Yeah. First thing that popped in my head.
By the way, I'm the 6'6" basketball player.
Exactly.
That sounds just like me too. Yeah. Should I?
So yes, of course.
All right, because I really like that answer. Because one of the things I hear Robert and Preston saying is that one, identity is incredibly important when you start to say, how does my present identity translate into the digital? One of the things I see is the need for choice for what you are exposing. So I think that ultimately you need to have something that is this is let's say it's the NFT that holds the identity and all of the different forms of that identity. But you should be able to expose, what element of it you want, where you want, because we're not saying it's one metaverse, we are saying it's many metaverses. And perhaps they're unified and interoperable with each other. We're built in Cosmos, so that's really important. All my Cosmos people are like, yeah. So there we go. So being able to decide what you show in whatever context you're in is incredibly important, and have the ability to be able to pull that back. Right now, we do have people expressing themselves differently on the internet, but the second they've expressed something, it can't take it back. The second it's out there, you can't take it back. And so having the ability to be able to, and I'm sure the Secret Network guys are like, yes, this is awesome. Because that's 100% the avenue where if you have the ability to show something, you should also have the ability to truly own the information that you're showing and be able to pull it back as you want.
Yeah, I think identities in the metaverse is going to be amazing. I love the idea that we can have multiple usernames on Twitter and have different kinds of feeds for different kinds of niches. I also want to say this from a real perspective, being a minority in America, being able to have a pseudonym or an anonymous kind of presence where my ideas are the only thing that's judged, right, is kind of refreshing of a way to have a community. But ultimately, I think that money is the API for humans, and I think that the same way that Web3 has identities tied to your wallet, the money that you have and the history of her actions will be your identity, right? So when you have an NFT or when you have a wallet that's connected to your avatar, people will be able to see, oh, he bought the RFKT clone early on, or he was able to get a really cool DressX fashion thing on it. And that's gonna be like, I think it's gonna be a switch from right now where we're worried about being exploited by our data to where we're proud of our data and we wanna show what our wallet did before your wallet did, right? Like, and all of these things. And I think, yeah, there's going to be, on the flip side, a lot of scams, a lot of people impersonating other people. I definitely have impersonators online. Please hear my voice before engaging in any business. But I think that's okay. The internet's a big place, and people get smarter, and we're going to have to combat alongside these tools that are helping us.
Well, guys, as you can see, in a good company, time really flew. And I see that our virtual bomb will explode it in 1.5 minutes. So the last question, if you, in a nutshell, can give an advice for next generation about the metaverse, what it would be?
I would say let's make sure we build it as efficiently as we possibly can so that it doesn't have to take too many resources here on our planet of our real metaverse, if there's such a thing as a real metaverse. And I think we need to have mechanisms economically within these structures as well. I like this idea of the API for humans as being money. But I also believe that if we can protect our experiences, our memories, all of our data in a way like a quantum VPN, like is what we also make, basically you can encrypt all of it so that the other companies can't access it. And data is already the most valuable asset in the world. And I believe it's the first mechanism as a possible chance of having a universal basic income. And if we can build that into metaverses as a concept as well, that would be pretty cool.
I will take your advice, okay. Preston?
I think there's like 5 seconds, so I'll just say like, less FUD and let's fucking go.
Woo! It's hard to follow up both of those. That was really good. I would say focus on making real products, because I think that if we're just trying to be out there and make a bunch of different things that we think are hyped, don't do that. Make real products and actually focus on who is that end user going to be for the product, because at that point you are actually making something real versus just making something that is because everybody else is making it.
I know when you guys see all the entrepreneurs in the space, it's a little bit overwhelming. You think that other people are building something more complex than what you can get involved with. But I would say in a world where robots are trying to take on more human responsibilities, try to be even more human, right? Try to be as creative, as artistic, as uniquely thinking as you can, because that's going to be further down the line before robots will be able to emulate that. And I think that's a little future focused. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. You are incredible because you are trying to change the world. Thank you, and thank you for the audience who came to listen to us. Thank you. We are finished.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, 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 wow. What a density of information we just got there. So many things to take in, so many things to soak in. We had the perception of ownership versus actual ownership. We had proof of self. That's a fun concept. We had there's a multitude of metaverses that can exist and come together in an ecosystem that actually enable and empower each one of the individual metaverses. We have become more human and less robot. And we had some really futuristic, high-tech thinking about an insert in your eye, recording your memories. Wow, wow, wow. Are we talking innovation here at Dcentral? And by the way, let me mention, please go ahead and follow for updates on Dcentral, the official Twitter, that is at DcentralCon. Also on Instagram under the same name. And if you feel so inclined, you can follow me on Twitter, Bianca Star, BIJANCASTAR. Metaverse, metaverse, metaverse. We'll definitely come back to that topic, but now we're going to shift focus. This is a little bit They said 2020 was the year, the DeFi summer. Everything went crazy, crazy yields, crazy yield farming. All of the things happened. That is when the inception of the idea for Dcentral came to be. Previously, DeFi Summit. But what is the current state of DeFi? Is it alive or does it need resuscitation? We will find that out in our next panel, which is moderated by Mr. Tom Crown. So please welcome them to the stage.
This is on. It's on. Yo! What's up, Dcentral Austin? Good to be here. We have 3 of the top most humble experts on the decentralized finance space. Very exciting. So I think a good way to start this is, what is DeFi? And Taiki, do you want to open us up here? Awesome.
So DeFi stands for decentralized finance, and the simplest way to explain it is, people are trying to create financial products on chain via the use of smart contracts. I think that the easiest example is, if you deposit fiat to a bank, right, your money to a bank, you earn, what is it, like 0.5%? And the bank will lend it out to borrowers via businesses, credit card lenders, and they'll maybe charge 10%, and they'll take a cut off that, right? But through DeFi, you essentially cut out the middleman. So the number one money market, the borrowing lending protocol, is Aave, and you can deposit Bitcoin, Ether, stablecoins, earn yield on it, and anyone in the world can permissionlessly borrow assets from you. And if you're lending out your assets, then you can earn pretty decent yield, and you can also borrow money without asking anyone. So if I wanted to borrow money from a bank, then I have to fill out forms, maybe get on a phone calls or whatever. But through Aave, I can just borrow assets. And money markets allow for very, very different various yield strategies. A simple one is, like, let's say, Bitcoin. It's really hard to earn Bitcoin right now, or earn yield on Bitcoin right now. So you can borrow stablecoins and then earn, maybe pay 2% to borrow stablecoins and earn 8% through DeFi protocols. So those are various DeFi strategies. And I think a lot of people are attracted to DeFi because of those high yields. And obviously those yields have gone down because most yield is paid out in the native token. So on the way up, the fundamentals of DeFi, totally amazing, right? It's like, oh my God, like DeFi is the best thing ever. On the way down, fundamentals suck because the yields suck. But you can find value in protocols that are actually creating value, generating revenue, and I think that's where the most of the opportunities are right now.
I think like adding on what is DeFi, and maybe I'll introduce myself because I think we only went one by one. I'm Dreamer, president at Kingdom Studios. We develop DeFi Kingdoms. I have about 10 years in traditional banking, investment banking. And so I was a part of one of the larger institutions, I won't name, I guess, on this stage. And I saw how we've been doing banking and finance the same way for a very long time. Every bit of innovation wasn't necessarily to help the broad population, but to cater to and service the broad population, but help a very small centralized group. So one of the main things that drew me away from that life to this life was the dream of sharing the love, sharing the innovation, and advancing on that utility in terms of decentralized services like DeFi, decentralized finance. So what else can you do? I think there are many protocols out there looking to solve for lending, looking to solve for financial assets and derivatives. It's a very hard thing to do. However, with smart contracts and the technology we have, it's very possible, and it's been ignored for a really long time. So in the future, if DeFi were to continue to get support and evolve, and many things really have to happen in order to have that mass adoption, I could see all of the services that you can imagine through traditional banks, through investment banks and others being offered through the blockchain, through DeFi, which if you think about all the money that is backing many of the services there, converting to blockchain-based services, the potential there is unlimited in terms of what farmers or investors or participants could benefit from.
Yeah, we got our fourth panelist. It's a surprise panelist, Jazir.
Howdy.
Well, we just started, and we're kind of just going through what is DeFi, and we had two weigh in. If you want to weigh in, and Grant kind of weigh in with how you would describe DeFi or what it is. Just very basic right now.
Yeah, look, I think DeFi is a really great way for people to get access to promising projects that otherwise would take until essentially IPO to become accessible for public investors. So you see a lot of volatility in the upward and downward direction, but if you look at the way that equities performed in the 80s and 90s, like there was a lot more gains to be made. Ultimately, it's because you could access these assets that represented like real value accrual, and I think DeFi is the first sort of asset class we've seen in decades that allows the common person to see some of these gains that have been otherwise kept for the private markets.
And to add on to that a little bit, I'm Grant, by the way. I work at CADEX. It's a decentralized exchange on Cadena. DeFi also really pushes forward this idea of like self-sovereignty and being able to like reclaim, what you're doing with your finances and your data, and cutting out sort of like traditional finance and stopping, or not stopping, but working to really move away from this like middleman mentality where you're lending out money to a bank to essentially only receive like a very small slice of the pie. And DeFi is one of the first exercises in actually being able to claim that whole slice for yourself based on the assets like you provide and you choose to act with.
So like if we expanded on that, even just trading assets from one account to another, traditionally, you have to put in the request. Somebody has to review it. Somebody's got to click a button to accept it. You're waiting hours for confirmation, then days for settlement. Just to move money, it's a whole headache. And you're probably paying dozens, if not hundreds of people in that process.
And it's to move money that you already own, that like it's your funds. You should be able to decide what to do with them, how they move, and everything there. So.
But if I know your wallet and I have money to give you, I send it to you, and as fast as the blockchain can service it, you have it. So that's one way. All of the money that is being paid to service that traditionally can now be shared, right? It's not being consumed. When you think about lending, to go through a whole underwriting process and have it be limited by a centralized group to say how much you can or cannot receive, it may or may not be related to the actual risk of the lending. It's related to your history, it's related to the institution and the underlying assets. But many like algorithmically driven or decentralized lending protocols are solving for that in a completely different way. So when you say removing the middleman, I think in something as simple as moving assets or borrowing money, you really are simplifying it with technology that could end up being much more reliable in the end.
Also, like traditional lending doesn't take into account a person's, their home life, the circumstances they've grown up in, and it's really not an equitable system. It doesn't look to assess how that person has, what has impacted them or affected them in their life to maybe enable them or prevent them from gaining access to loans or other financial tools. So DeFi really just says like, okay, like what can you do on chain with the assets you have on chain? Like it's all you, like do what you want.
Yeah, and most loans in DeFi are over collateralized because you're lending money to people that like you don't really know, right? So you have to deposit $10,000 worth of Bitcoin if you want to borrow, let's say, $5,000 worth of stable coins. But I think in the future, I think DeFi isn't dead, but it's just really new, and there has to be more innovation. And I know Vitalik wrote this paper recently called like soulbound tokens. It's kind of like building an on-chain credit score. So of course, if you're lending to a new wallet with like no transaction history, then yeah, maybe that person has to deposit X dollars of collateral to borrow Y dollars worth of stable coins and whatnot. But if I have thousands of transactions on chain on my wallet, then maybe I have a credit score, a certain credit score, where I can take on under collateralized loans. I think those types of products have to be built out in order for DeFi to really serve the masses, because right now most DeFi products are only made for people that actually have money, just because transaction fees on Ethereum are very high, and there are alternative L1s that do offer lower fees. But I think most people are attracted to DeFi for the gains, and right now the gains are hard to be had because the market is down. But if you can see through the noise and actually look for products that are generating value, then I think those are products that you should farm, tokens that you should farm, and yeah, I think that's the best way to navigate the markets right now.
Yeah, I actually personally had the problem, the access to financial tools. I couldn't get a mortgage. My bank told me I could. I went through the process and they said, oh no, you're self-employed, you need 2 years income returned. I don't know. I ended up not being able to get a mortgage, and that has definitely put me on to DeFi, giving these options to kind of blindly, to anyone, very equal. I dig it. You touched on it a little bit. This can be our second topic. So is DeFi dead, or are we just trimming the fat? What do you guys think?
There's no way DeFi is dead. I mean, there's still 150 billion in TVL across all assets, or all platforms. I do, however, think this is a bit of a reckoning. I remember for Sif Chain, when we raised, we started in, I think, August of 2020, and our pitch slide said like 5 billion in TVL, and then 10 billion and 15, and we had to keep updating it as we were raising. So this is the first time that that number has started sliding down, and it's also the first time that people are seeing what are otherwise DeFi stalwarts kind of not being as impactful either in terms of revenue or token price. But it does seem like this industry cycles every 2 to 3 years in terms of what the top names are. And if you thought you had alpha and you registered for a few programs or whatever, it's time for you to either reevaluate or cycle to potentially a new set of assets or new chains or new whatever. But no, DeFi is here to stay.
Yeah, I think in order to answer that question, you have to look at the driver. So we know what the environment is today. We see the prices, we see the APYs, we see how things have adjusted, but what's caused this? Is it an idiosyncratic driver related only to crypto and DeFi? Or is it something much bigger, and what we are seeing is more of a byproduct? You look at the macroeconomic landscape, you look at regulation, you look at COVID and everything that's happening there. You look at inflation, unemployment rate, you follow the stock market, and you start seeing correlations with Bitcoin and low cap tech stocks. And if we see how all of that is performing in the world, we follow the fear greed index and see that we're at extreme fear. This is not unique to crypto, but we're feeling the pains even more. If you think of a traditional large cap stock, is down 5%, and then you look at the tech sector, then you look at small cap tech, and then you look at Bitcoin, and then you look at altcoins, there is correlation. And I don't think that there's any driver that has hinted that the innovation move of DeFi is anywhere near dead. It is a very, very strong test. And we've seen a Lehman Brothers-like event in the last month, and I won't name what, but what happened with traditional finance when that happened? What happened after 2008? People learned, people innovated, people adjusted, regulation adjusted, and then we got a stronger, better system, depending on your own view. As a result, I think that's going to be very similar with decentralized finance. We have to improve our risk management. We have to find ways to adjust so that maybe we aren't as linked to the whole world, but currently we are.
Yeah, you brought up a really good point about correlation. I feel like crypto historically has been uncorrelated with traditional asset classes, but as this most recent, maybe 2020 to 2022 rise has come about, we've seen a lot of traditional capital entering, but treating it like it is another fintech project or another startup. And it would be good to see DeFi products, number one, try to diversify more, look at things like commodities, look at things like, novel sort of crypto economic value generators that won't exist in fintech to become more uncorrelated. But then I think at the same time, understanding these markets requires more sophistication than just put your money here and farm. I like to often tell people, most DEXs earn their yield through liquidity mining. And that's an interesting space, but like it's not trade volume. Understanding differences like that and knowing sort of where's the yield coming from so that you are not yourself the yield, I think that's going to kind of cut out some investors and then bring in new investors that have a deeper sophistication.
Yeah, I think just to expand on that, the type of tokens that are available, I mean, you mentioned commodities. If we think about traditional assets, assets flow from one type of, I guess, asset to another, right? You have equity that is representing a higher volatility, therefore a higher return than your traditional bonds. You have commodities like gold that people see as a safe haven asset. You have different currencies that follow what governments are doing, if the overall inflation relative to GDP and unemployment. But we don't have as much of that dynamic in DeFi, in crypto yet, but we can. We have the ability to. I think when I was working at the bank, I was actually onboarding large institutional hedge funds to trade Bitcoin-based futures. And when we started that whole like due diligence process, the number one reason they wanted to is because they saw crypto as a safe haven asset. That would hint that it isn't highly correlated with equities. And people were looking to run to crypto when things were in trouble with fiat currencies, equities, and other. But as we pointed out, in the last year to two, it's actually shifted to be very different. So back to the question, what innovation needs to occur, what adjustments need to be made to have it be more decentralized, more detached, more unpegged from traditional assets.
Yeah, and one thing that's really hard is like how to value these crypto tokens, because I know some funds try to use traditional finance methods to value, projects based on cash flow, but you can't really do that because, let's say there's a price to earnings ratio of 10, but what percentage of those earnings are subsidized by token emissions, and most of the time it's like projects are emitting more tokens than they're actually taking in revenue. So just because people have a really hard time valuing tokens. Like I do this full time, and I can't even value these tokens, right? I'm just kind of guessing at this point. So when people don't know how to value tokens, then on the risk spectrum, when people want to take a risk off, people will just like dump the DeFi tokens first. And I think that's what's contributing to like this negative sentiment in DeFi of like, oh, is farming dead? Farming doesn't work anymore. But I beg to differ. I think there are lots of opportunities via farming. But you have to look a lot harder now than, like, let's say 6 months ago.
I think that's important. I don't know how many people might be unfamiliar with farming, but essentially the reward you're getting is that token. So being able to value the project the token represents is super important. I know you joked you're kind of guessing, but what do you do? What has been successful to value? You might look at a nice APY, you might see a community, but where do you get scared, or where do you get more comfortable with a project or an overall token?
Yeah, I think it comes down to like product market fit. If you're launching a fork of something that already exists on 5 chains, I'm less inclined to check out that project. But like when I discovered DeFi Kingdoms, I was like, oh, it's like pretty new, it's pretty innovative. So I nibbled with it, right? I allocated like small percent of the portfolio. And one project I really like right now is I don't mean to shill this thing, but I'm just giving an example of like GMX. It's a perpetual trading protocol, and it's actually like making money. You can actually track how much money is the protocol making, like how many fees it's generating. So I think actual metrics matter a lot more now, because in a bull market, like people will just buy things that are going up, and it's like kind of fun. It's kind of fun. But in these moments, you really have to figure out, okay, like does this team have like actual like money in their treasury? I know a lot of projects that like ran out of money because they never diversified their treasury in the bull market. So a lot of projects are either rugging or just like leaving outright. So what I look for is, does the team have at least 1 year in runway? Where's the like money coming from? Like what's the TVL, and like what is the trend, right? Like is it built on a particular L1? Does it have product market fit? Things like that like matter a lot, especially because I'm risking my own capital, right, staking it in these protocols, earning these tokens. So I really have to feel safe about like, will this team rug or something like that.
I really hear what you're saying about, or empathize with what you're saying about like the treasury aspect of things. But on top of that, you also need to say like, okay, well, is there a treasury and is there a DAO that's effectively managing that treasury? Having a treasury that's just sitting there with like $30 million in it that people are, you know, like, and that's like the shilling point of the project where it's like, oh, we have this like huge treasury and it's like, this is what the protocol is all about, is doing cool treasury stuff, investing in other projects. But are the people who are operating that treasury informed with what they're doing and how they're actually deploying those assets? That needs to really be taken into account as well, because like the underlying like fundamentals of the project could be sound, but as soon as you start to like decentralize and have the treasury be run by a DAO, I think that needs to be highly scrutinized as well. You need to really make sure that the projects you're investing in like are effectively managed at all levels.
Yeah, and I saw like a governance proposal today and yesterday of like DAOs like running out of money. So there's like a proposal for Lido to sell like 10,000 ETH in their treasury so they can have 2 years of runway to pay 50 people. And I think Tribe, Faye, they had a proposal to like sell off like a bunch of governance tokens that they hold, other project governance tokens, like not, yeah. So, I think most devs are working on their project and they're like less concerned with, I guess, like treasury management. But when prices start going down, it's like, oh, it's like everyone looks around, it's like, oh wait, like we kind of need money. So,
yeah, for sure.
And that adds extra sell pressure across the board. And one day it'll turn around. I don't know when that time is. We're all, like no one knows. No one has a crystal ball. But in the meantime, I just think it's best to hold assets you have a conviction in. And if there's ways to earn organic yield, that's like the best way to go about it. Nice.
Nice. Nice. Very nice. So what needs to come next in DeFi? We touched on it a little bit, but what needs to be built? What is the future? What do you guys see?
I think, I said a few times innovation, and I don't want to like overuse that or like oversimplify it either, because it's hard to think of something new that will work, that people will like, that they'll put their money at risk for. So you can't just sit around and be like, why aren't anybody innovating? Because everybody's trying. It's just you see 90% of what's worked, and maybe you try 10% to do something different. One thing that DeFi Kingdoms, I think, has been recognized for doing something different is taking DeFi, something as simple as a DEX, making it look and feel like a game, so that people don't understand. People who do not understand like the fundamentals of DeFi, liquidity farming, staking LP tokens, can start to understand it with simple things like, okay, it's not a DEX, it's a garden, and you don't have to stake a token. You plant seeds, and the plant seeds grow fruit. That starts identifying a little bit of innovation, but also lowering barrier to entry. It makes it a little bit easier to understand. So you can do that through education. I know Coinbase Wallet is looking at not only onboarding a lot of users, but giving you access to what things are. I think a lot of people hop in the Discord and Telegram and just get destroyed and run away because it's the wild, wild west. So definitely better on-ramps, better education, and I would say better user experience, whether that's through gamification, whether that's through making it simpler to use or understand, or protecting people to not get ripped off, rugged, or tricked. It's a big one.
Just like this idea of like abstracting away these complexities is absolutely the next step that like DeFi and I think crypto as a whole is going to be moving towards. The traditional way to like tell people about projects, I remember when I was like getting started doing stuff in crypto, everyone would just be like, oh, like read this white paper or read this like very highly complex technical article, which like, sure, cool, totally doable, but for most people, I would say that that's just not necessarily that achievable of a thing. Like not everyone is doing crypto or doing DeFi full time. So for these people to come in and then be sort of like force-fed like hyper-technical concepts and have either the expectation is that they have like a CS or econ background or something like that is just going to turn off a lot of people. So this idea, like what DeFi Kingdoms is doing, where you're essentially like taking a DEX and turning it into something like very highly palatable and also enjoyable to use, amazing. It's just incredible. And that's absolutely the next step for DeFi and for crypto.
And if we think of traditional banking again, how did that work? Were they going around saying what they're doing in the background? Well, no, maybe that was one of the bad parts of it, but they made it very clear what they're selling. I think we need real world application. We need more real world application so that people can say, I need a loan. Should I go to my bank or should I go on the blockchain? I want a credit card. I want to buy an option. Should I go to a traditional broker or should I find something on the blockchain? And I don't think we have that mass understanding of the availability, how you even onboard, where you go from there, how you offboard. And that's going to really set the stage, I think, in the next phase of DeFi.
Yeah, I think two things that come to mind for me, one would be education. So I know, hey, look, like this is complicated math or it's complicated engineering. It's nice to make things simple, but the innovation's happening ultimately at the tech and econ side. And I think if you want to understand risk, it's important that either you do get the serious background or at least you find an educator who can explain it to you. We all do know this after things like a Terra crash or these various other platforms that have risk, like just because they explain it well or there's a lot of evangelization doesn't mean that like it's safe for people to necessarily put capital behind them. And I think the other side is more on the sort of legal/organizational bit. I know as you guys are talking about like, hey, you know, how do DAOs manage treasuries and, you know, so on, I feel like we have this mix of these like companies essentially that have all this ridiculous red tape to try and stay in DeFi, and you have these people who are just anonymous, you have no idea what they're doing, kind of voting on whatever. Ideally, there would be a little bit more trust and flexibility to kind of merge those two worlds. And I think that's really where like legal, like, you know, people like LexPunk or whatever, like, or the groups I should say like LexPunk, like that's where they innovate. And it's kind of necessary so you can have, you know, the quality of corporate governance with the, let's say, ingenuity of DeFi.
Definitely. That's like another amazing point. I mean, there needs to be this delineation between like the actual like structure behind the DAO, like from the legal side, and then like a software engineering company. It becomes like a major issue when like let's say there's like a US-based software engineering company that's offering the project, like, and they also are dealing with like token issuance. That gets into like having to deal with securities and securities law. And if you're a US-based company that's issuing a token, there's just so much more you have to do there. So you can actually like transfer ownership to another entity to actually deal with the token and have that be a legal representation of the DAO. That removes a lot of the risk for, you know, one, the company itself, but also it enables the holders to have like true governance power over that legal entity. And this is what we're starting to do at CADX, where we have this, you know, bifurcated legal structure where we have like our US-based engineering company, you know, a association that handles the DAO and token issuance, and then basically all of the funds in the treasury. And that actually, I think, is improving a lot of how like we're moving forward as an organization and what we're able to accomplish. It gives us a much clearer path on like what we can and can't do. It eases the load for us in many ways. So.
We are out of time. I think we have enough time if we want to just real quick go down the line and tell everybody who you are and where they can find you, and we'll get off the stage before they pull us off.
I'm Taiki. I run a DeFi farming channel on YouTube, so you can just look up my name, and you know you'll see a bunch of Pepe Farmer frogs, and you know I make those thumbnails.
I'm Grant Gerber. I'm the Chief Governance Officer for CADX. You can find me on Twitter at KDXFrogman.
Dreamer, President at Kingdom Studios, developing DeFi Kingdoms. Twitter is DreamerDFK, or just go to DeFiKingdoms.com.
Hi, I'm Jazir from SifChain. You can check us out on Twitter at SifChain, SIFCHAIN.
Right on. Well, thank you guys. Thank you for everything. I learned a lot. Hopefully everyone out there did too.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
It's so great to hear about onboarding initiatives and making this a more attractive idea, right? Because DeFi, finance in general, because we're not taught it generally in our education system in order to empower us, right? Because we're not taught it, it can seem kind of scary or kind of out there somewhere, right? So hearing about new initiatives on how to onboard and how to make it less aggressive, right, is so important for this industry. And so it's great to have a panel up there of gentlemen talking about just that. DeFi, DeFi, DeFi. But now we move on, right? There's a new and interesting way in which NFTs are integrating into gaming, right? How do you not only benefit from the ownership of what I call an NFT, the tokenization of a unique digital asset? How do you not only benefit from that, but how do you benefit from playing actual games, blockchain-based games? Actually, some South American countries, people are playing blockchain-based games and earning more income than they would in traditional jobs. So play-to-earn gaming is not just playing games, but it's actually creating an economy of jobs that allow people to have sovereignty and allow people to have ownership of those tokens that they can convert back to their fiat currency if need be. Really interesting stuff coming up in terms of NFTs and play-to-earn gamings, and that's why I'm so excited to introduce our next speaker from Splinterlands, representing Splinterlands. We have John Monahan. Please welcome him to the stage.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Make sure I can see my slides here. All right, so I'm John Monahan. I'm with Splinterlands, VP of Sales, here to talk about a little bit of play and earn gaming today. 10 minutes is not enough time to have you walk out of here knowing everything there is to know about Splinterlands. However, it is enough time to scratch the surface a little bit, and hopefully you're interested enough to come over and talk with us at our booth. We'll be here all day today and tomorrow. Quick disclaimer. This is not meant to be financial and or legal advice. Do your own research. So what's Splinterlands, right? It's kind of the confluence of gaming and blockchain technology. What makes us, among many things, a little bit unique is that we've been around for 4 years already. 4 years is a long time in this space. It also implies that we've been through a couple bear markets before. But we've been doing this for a long time. We've figured it out. We've learned a lot of lessons. And we're quite successful at this point. So we'll talk a little bit about some of the stats here in a minute, but the basic idea is that you are building a card collection, a lot like Magic the Gathering, some of the other card collecting games you've had out there. The difference is the cards themselves are cards that you own on the blockchain. And so you're building out a card collection and you are battling against opponents, player versus player style, using a selection of your cards from your deck to satisfy the rules and conditions for each particular battle. So battle lasts about 2 to 4 minutes, and you are given a randomly generated set of rules and conditions and a timer. And within that time limit, you have to pick a subset of your cards that you think are going to be successful strategy to beat your opponent. And that's the basics of it. There's a lot more to it. I've heard it described as an easy game to learn, a very difficult game to master. And I can honestly say that I'm quite addicted myself. But there's a lot of reach here, right? I mean, 2 million plus registered users, 900,000 plus unique active wallets, over 400,000 daily active users. That goes up and down, 350 to 500,000. But over 2 billion battles have taken place in Splinterlands over our 4 years. 3 to 5 million transactions per day on chain, 146 countries, 10 plus languages, 1,000 plus guilds. You know, we do have some credibility behind us. And of course, we're #1 on DApp Radar, right? So this is among all decentralized applications, not just gaming. So you can kind of see the prevalence of gaming in this phase of Web3 that we're in. It's a really great, easy way to onboard from Web2 to Web3. Why is that? Because it's fun. So part of what we do that makes us successful, the game itself is a lot of fun, and the entertainment value has to be there. But the economy also has to be there as well. The earning has to be good. So we have a pretty diverse ecosystem. So there's a handful of tokens and a handful of NFTs that you're going to find in the system. Dark energy crystals are the in-game token, the deck, right? So you earn those by battling and doing a lot of the in-game transactions. SPS, or Splinter Shards, that's our governance token. That's on Binance Smart Chain. And then we have vouchers that are airdropped for displaying specific behaviors in the game. For example, like staking SPS tokens. And then the NFTs are actually what are central to gameplay, right? So the cards, I talked about how we build the card collection, or you build the card collection of cards that you own. And all of those cards are NFTs. And they all have these unique abilities and characteristics to them that you can use for gameplay. The packs that the cards come in, also NFTs, right? So when you buy a card pack, you have the choice to open it, and many people do. I can't help myself, I always open all mine. But the packs can be traded on the open market as well. So you can hold on to packs, and historically, they have appreciated in value quite a bit, as have the cards. Validator node licenses, so we are moving more and more decentralized all the time. The validator nodes are for our SPS, our governance token. And we just went into a pre-sale, was it last week or the week before, for our validator node licenses. Sold out in 10 minutes. So we're into a public sale now, those are available. And you can actually, just by owning node licenses, I think we're announcing today that we're going to start the voucher airdrops for those who hold node licenses. There's also going to be SPS tokens that you'll get airdropped to you for having node licenses as well. And then later this year, we'll actually launch the node software so that you can start validating blocks. But these all produce interesting ways to earn and participate in the economy, the meta, the game behind the game in Splinterlands, right? And then we did do a land sale last year. Those are also NFTs, and later this year we're going to do a land expansion. So land expansion will begin to add functionality to the land that we've already sold. Land expansion will allow you to do things like mint items and spells. Items and spells will also be NFTs. And they will be NFTs that you can only get by minting them on your own land or buying them from other players who have minted on their land. That's not something that we actually sell. So how do you earn in Splinterlands? Well, there's a number of different ways, right? So just by playing the game, you're going to earn a lot. You heard right before I walked on stage, there are people in other countries that use this as their primary source of income. Of course, with the markets the way they are, this can fluctuate up and down in terms of, you know, the actual token prices. However, just by playing the game, no matter what, you're going to be earning. You can also earn through scholarship to guilds. And we'll talk about guilds in just a moment. And the card market, right? So there's a number of different card markets. There's one in the game, and then our community has produced a number of card markets that surround the game as well. But you can buy and sell cards to each other as players in any of these markets. You can also rent cards, so it produces a nice way to earn. But you can also earn by participating in the economy around the game. So whether you're staking SPS tokens, participating in liquidity pools, you're getting airdrops for different types of behaviors in the game, or operating nodes, which is going to come out a little bit later this year, you know, it just produces a number of different ways that you can actually earn and also see a lot of asset appreciation value as well. I mean, we're on our 7th edition of cards right now. And if you look at the prices of cards that came out of what were $2 card packs once upon a time, I mean, you're seeing cards that are worth, you know, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of dollars at this point. So the asset appreciation is really nice as well. But the big thing that we hinge everything on, where all the value comes from, is scarcity, sort of this combination of scarcity and utility. So the NFTs have to have utility. The entertainment value of the game has to be there. So the intrinsic value of playing the game has to be good, independent of what you're earning, how much you're earning, and those types of things. That's how we've been around for 4 years. That's how we've built a massive, strong community that we have of enthusiastic players that like to play the game. And making sure that the resources are scarce kind of keeps the economy of the game going as well, right? So, for example, we have 15 million card packs in the current Chaos Legion edition. We've sold about 8.5 million of those. So we sort of inflate the market with the release of an edition of card packs. But as people buy the packs, they open up the packs. In order to level up the characters, you have to combine cards. You're starting to burn a lot of them from supply. So we kind of create that scarcity. And once we sell out of the packs, the only place to buy those is from other players. So we exist one of our main goal, maybe our main goal, is to onboard as many people from Web 2 to Web 3 as we possibly can. And I think a lot of people here are very interested in doing that as well. Gaming is a fun way to make that happen, and it also reduces a lot of the friction. So just inherently, gaming will reduce a lot of the friction. However, we also try to do some little things in the game, and we have more coming in this vein. But when you sign up for an account, you have to buy a spellbook for $10 to sort of unlock the features of the game. What you may or may not know when you buy that spellbook for $10 is that you just created a wallet, and all of your gaming that takes place going forward is now on chain. Guilds are a really important part of what we do. It's really, 400,000 daily active users is massive for Web 3 right now, but it's a grain of sand on the beach compared to Web 2 projects, right? And so one of the best ways that we can continue to bolster the economy around the game and grow an enthusiastic community is to bring groups in that are going to make larger, more centralized purchases. So gaming guilds will, play-to-earn gaming guilds at least, they will come into a game, they'll buy a lot of assets for a lot of money, and then they will delegate those assets out to scholars who are actual gamers that want to play the game, and then they revenue share on whatever the scholars make on those assets. So guilds are really important to us. That's actually a big part of what I do. There's a lot of NFT investors that want to consider creating gaming guilds. There's a lot of established gaming guilds out there. We have a number of them in the game already, but always hoping that we find some more. The community is really strong. The community is why we are where we are. It's really important that we continue to grow that community, but you don't stick around for 4 years without a really strong community base, and we have been very blessed to have that. All right, trying to keep us on time here. We've done a number of different partnerships, but if you have questions, come to the booth. I'd love to talk with you. I'll be here for at the booth for today and tomorrow, but I know many of you are probably sticking around for Consensus as well. I don't have a booth for Consensus. I'd love to find some time to meet up and have individual conversations as well. There's my contact info, so thank you very much. Almost made it.
As I mentioned before, there are amazing innovations coming through guilds, coming through the marriage between NFTs and play-to-earn gaming. So it was nice to hear that, and nice to have an example of what it actually looks like in the digital form. That being said, Web3 gives everyone an opportunity to dream and think big and broad, correct? There is new ways of thinking about how we can have not only financial sovereignty, but ownership. Not only just ownership, but new ways to envision how we interact with the world around us and what the world around us even means. Currently, a fun statistic that is very, very relevant. Meta, formerly known as Facebook, has 3.6 billion active monthly users across all its platforms. Web 2 company at its finest. Some people are trying to get billions of people into Web 3, but how do you do that? What is the mechanism to allow people to seamlessly onboard into this Web 3 experience? Well, it is my great pleasure to introduce a representative from NFT Pay, Mr. Michael Kralivsky, to explain us just that. Put your hands together.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's get some energy and some fire in the house. Dcentral Austin, how's it going? So, yes, give it up louder. Come on. All right, happy to be here. So we're talking about a really fun topic today, how to impact 1 billion people. Right here's a little bit about my background. So built a couple businesses, pioneered some early NFT technology in 2016, then came up with a very interesting company called NFT Pay. And we think we're going to impact 1 billion people with this, and I can't wait to explain how. Some other cool accolades there. So, firstly, how many people are in the world? There's about 7.8 billion. Who has impacted 1 billion people so far, or what? 1.2 billion vehicles in the world, 2.7 trillion passengers on railways, trains, 3.5 billion passengers have flown on airplanes, 13.3 billion pages of textual records in national archives in the US, 2.8 billion credit card holders in the worldwide. However, blockchain is in its infancy. You know, what's the difference between all those numbers and this? Well, only 3.9% of the world, this is the highest statistic I could find. There's actually been other ones that say less than 1%, have a crypto wallet. 300 million people, that's it. So how do we impact 1 billion people with NFTs? Steve Jobs once said, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. We think this is one of the keys to bringing 1 billion plus people into NFTs. So again, 3.9% holds crypto wallets. 41 billion was done last year in the NFT market, and 84% of users, even crypto holders, still want to pay with a credit card. And if you're a crypto holder, you can probably imagine why. You have your crypto, you're mainly using it as an investment, and you kind of want to just use your credit card. So how big can this be? So we did a very conservative chart where we analyzed every report we can find, and found that conservatively by 2025, NFT market will be $1 trillion. I think it's going to be in the tens of trillions in 8 to 10 years. What are the problems with getting into NFTs? Well, you have the crypto wallet requirement, you have cryptocurrency requirements, and you have these crazy, arduous KYC processes. You know, some of you probably used some of these processes and like gave up on a purchase of an NFT or got really frustrated and then your credit card didn't work. So we solved all this. We figure, hey, if we give you a normal buying process like you do on any one of your favorite websites, you're gonna buy. And so far it's been true. On the left is what exists. On the right is what NFT Pay brings to market. So we have 3 simple steps. I don't know if this video is gonna work or not. No, we didn't get to test that. But here's the team that's doing it. You know, we all have multiple exits, including billion-dollar exits here on our team, got into the top B2B enterprise accelerator, have some of the best advisories in the world on our board, and we're NFT Pay. Lightning fast credit card solutions for NFTs. And to expand on this, we think the key to impacting 1 billion people in this space is to provide familiar and simple solutions to things people want to do. And we're just focusing on one small sector. We know that blockchain is absolutely humongous and going to touch pretty much every aspect of business and life in the future. But we want to be an example, a representative for every company out there that's building and say, hey, listen, we just can't be a bunch of blockchain crypto nerds, no matter how smart we are, and not care about what the rest of the world does or how they act and how they buy things. We have to think deeply about their existing processes and how to bridge that gap. We can do all the nerdy, technological, very deep, hard stuff on the back end, but on the front end, it's really important to give someone familiar. So I wanted to make it short and sweet, catch Dcentral up on time, and leave it open for a couple of questions. So there we go. NFT Pay. Here's a couple appendix slides that, you know, if anyone wants these slides after, I can show you some good stuff. But any questions? Audience? Who else here is impacting 1 billion people? Anyone? Any company want to shout out? What?
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question for
Sure.
sure. So when people are trying to buy NFTs, it's like, okay, I have to get this crypto, I have to do this, I don't even know where to go. So can you just talk a little bit about, like, I'm Bianca Starr, woo, woo, and I want to buy an NFT. So how do I do it with NFT Pay?
Yeah, so right now, the current process mostly is that a person has to go get a crypto wallet.
Okay.
And that can be like pretty scary. Like even MetaMask, the #1 wallet solution, like you have to get this, 16, 12 word passphrase. They say several times, if you lose it, you're gonna lose all your cryptocurrency, all your money. They scare you to death, and people are like, what the hell is this thing? They're used to regular passwords. And so that's the first step barrier, which most of us in this room have overcome. But then you gotta go on a crypto exchange and buy cryptocurrency. But before you do that, you have to find the crypto exchange. You're like, okay, I've heard of Coinbase. I'll go to Coinbase. And then they ask you for 1,000,001 documents, and you have to upload everything, like your driver's license, your bank account information, and then finally you can start sending money to them. And so now you're sending money to this random exchange you've never, really played with, and it takes time. And then you got to go buy cryptocurrency. So now you all of a sudden, all you wanted to do is buy that NFT, but now you have to kind of get accustomed and buy cryptocurrency. So you go and try to do that, and then there's these crazy fees. If you're not on Coinbase Pro, you're going to be paying like 20% on your money if you do a small amount of money. It's pretty crazy. So this process is very arduous, and we're not even done. So you buy the cryptocurrency. There could be a several-day waiting period to do this with Coinbase. And then you have to transfer your cryptocurrency to a crypto wallet. And then you have to connect your wallet to that original site where the NFT was. And then you can finally buy the NFT. So that's the existing process. There's some companies trying to solve it. They're not doing so well. And so that's why we came in. And our process is, you see the NFT you want to buy, you click buy, and you could buy it. Enter in your credit card info, the normal credit card you have in your pocket, your billing address, and you can buy it. And we do a lot of sophisticated, ML and AI stuff on the back end to make sure it's not a fraudulent transaction. We also absorb all the risk. So our partners, our NFT launch partners, our NFT marketplaces, they don't have to worry about chargebacks. And then, the NFT is issued to you. You can go sell it, transfer it to MetaMask, do whatever you want.
So instead of this process of having to get a crypto wallet, go to an exchange, make an account, buy crypto, and then transfer that crypto to a wallet, and then finally connect it to a website, and then finally I have my NFT, you're providing a solution where it goes, hey, NFT, hey, click, now I have.
Multi-day process down to less than 1 minute. We're building the railroad tracks for the NFT space, and we want you guys to come join us. We're very excited to be here.
Last question. Are there any exciting things that we can look forward to in the future through NFT Pay?
Yeah, there are. We found a lot of things. There's a lot of things out there, again, that are way more complicated and difficult than they need to be in the blockchain space. And as you know, every problem is an opportunity turned upside down. So we're taking some of those problems. Some of them are kind of confidential and secret. And we're going to be launching them one by one. And it's going to make a major impact, just like NFT Pay already has for NFT launches. Our customers are so happy. We have a full Google Doc of quotes from people that love us because it increases their revenue 2 to 10x implementing a solution where people could just pay with a credit card. It's so crazy. So we're going to keep tackling these, and we want to meet other like-minded entrepreneurs and partners that are building similar technologies that'll help the masses, the Web 2 people, come to Web 3, because we think there's a lot of value in Web 3.
Thank you so much, Michael. It's been a pleasure.
Welcome. Thank you, guys. Come visit our booth. Appreciate it.
Onboarding new users, getting 1 billion people into Web3. These are bold, bold ideas. But to be honest, with the innovators that we have out here, with the creators that we have out here, it is completely feasible. I'm so excited to be on a stage that allows people to come up and not only dream big, not only speak big, but be creating big. Be creating solutions that offer people the chance to participate in new economies they've never been able to participate before, to provide for themselves in places, in ways that they've never been able to provide for themselves before, and to just be able to be on the cutting edge, the front edge of new burgeoning technology and spaces. I don't know about you people, but I think it's pretty exciting. Wait. I'm going to turn around, and then when I turn back around, I'm going to ask the question again. I don't know about you people, but I think it's pretty exciting. Okay, that's how I thought Texas got down, because I was confused for a second, so thank you very much. As I said, there is a lot of innovation coming up in this Web3 and NFT space. This next piece of innovation is, how do you bring together brands and NFTs, big name spaces and big innovative plans? How do you enmesh them together and create relationships that will bring new ways of being to video games, to blockchain-based technologies, to NFTs? Well, please put your hands together and let's welcome to the stage Mr. Owen Ma to talk to us just about that.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. My name is Owen Ma. I'm a co-founder and head of partnerships at Epic. And my primary responsibility at Epic is all of our brand and game partnerships. What is Epic? We are a leading B2B NFT platform, working with AAA game companies and large entertainment IP. Some of our roster of clients include all the biggest names from entertainment from Tencent, Garena, Gameloft, and even Universal and Warner Music. So today I'm going to be talking about some things more on a practical level. Sorry, one second here. The clicker is not working. Got some technical difficulties here, guys. Hello? Sorry, guys. Oh, there we go. Awesome. So I'm going to be talking about some things more on a practical level today, so more of something that you can execute. So we're going to break things up. We're going to talk about the psychology behind the NFT hype, the business of licensing, and I'm going to give you a quick little 4-part playbook on how to get brands and IP into your metaverse or game. So we've probably all seen this, large crypto whales buying NFTs like rocks and celebrities buying Bored Apes. So what does all this really mean? Well, people buy things pay real money for virtual items for the same reason they pay for real consumer commodities, namely status, identity, membership, class, and performance. So what does all this really mean? It all boils back down to brands and licensing. Because let's face it, brands sell, IP sells. People want to associate themselves with a certain type of brand. Think of it like even, whether you're a Tesla guy or a Ferrari guy, or maybe you're an iPhone user or an Android user. So NFTs is really all about licensing, because NFT is really just a new product category. So what that means is that with digital content, brands are looking for ways to engage their consumers more, and NFTs is becoming that, giving consumers a way to have digital products, but authenticated in where they can own it and really hold it for store of value. The next big opportunity of NFTs, as we've all been hearing, is the metaverse. So the metaverse is really the underlying factor that is putting a lot of NFTs to be able to have interoperability and transferability with all their brand content. For Epic, we do work with a lot of metaverse companies. So if you're a metaverse company, really IP and licensing is really a big part of your strategy, because it gives that relatability for the mainstream consumer when they are in a metaverse environment. The next part is a lot of our brand clients also want to be in the metaverse. So our job as their agent is to really put them into the right ones that satisfy the same type of brand content to give them that engagement. The next part is really a quick step-by-step guide on how to approach licensing. So if you're a game or a metaverse or even an NFT marketplace, these are some quick approaches on how you can get that. So we're going to break it down into a quick, what we call the field of play, who the players are, the different strategies in licensing, and of course, the end game, why you want IP in the first place. So really, I talked about licensing. Really, it's just an exchange of value to incorporate somebody else's IP into your product or services. The concept seems pretty straightforward, but with licensing, it's actually quite complex. With that, it's not about what you know or even how much money you have, but one of the biggest, darkest secrets of licensing is really who you know and how to get that relationship. A lot of the points in licensing really boils down to even understanding the rights owner, sort of what their strategy is. It's not so simple as approaching them with a lot of money, but if they're a bigger brand, they may even want or care more about the reputation of their brand first. So depending on the type of game or metaverse that you are, definitely there's certain strategies to think about before that. So that leads us into the know your opponent. So one thing about licensors is that, you know, as I mentioned, it's not always about money. One thing to consider is even what is their strategy. So depending on the brand, they might be looking at fixed number of deals that they want to write per year. Or maybe it's a different brand that wants to do a lot of frequency. An example of this is even like Robert De Niro. You know, big famous actor, but he only does a couple movies once every year. Versus somebody like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, who's literally everywhere, anytime, all day. So those are things you need to understand when approaching a brand to do licensing. Another component is maybe it's about the right timing and the fit. So a brand might actually be looking for a type of game that they want to be in that you may not even know about. So obviously some other things to consider when you're looking at licensing. The next part is what we call the quarterback. So this is the guy who's going to be doing your IP strategy for you. He's going to be the one who's approaching rights owners. Things he's going to consider is even how much to pay, what is the term of the deal, how to reach out to them even in the first place. One of the things that one might consider even about doing licensing with the quarterback is even what is your own strategy. Some things with even you as a metaverse or a game, the reality is as well that you might not even be ready for any licensing. So some of the things that we need to do is have your game build up some more compelling metrics. What are your engagement? What are the reasons why a brand should work with you? And even if it might not happen today, we can work together to kind of build that narrative and the story as you escalate into different type of brands. The other thing is join forces. What does that mean? So with Epic, we've been successful in putting multiple brands under one campaign. So taking one IP, one example is Ultraman, a very famous anime IP, and we put them into 3 different video games, from one of the #1 MMORPGs called Arena of Valor to a premium console game called Maximum Override, and then obviously casual runner games. What's the benefit of that? We're able to spread the cost of that licensing IP over 3 different type of games, so obviously everybody wins on that scenario. And what is the result of all this? Well, namely crossovers. And why are crossovers important? Crossovers is truly that new unique content that gets created. We see this all the time in physical merchandise, like those new set of Michael Jordans and Nikes that we see every year, Kanye West and Adidas. Once we get into that with digital, that is the true unique content, and applying NFTs to it is what's going to make something truly unique and digital collectible. And then the last part is why. So if you do want to do licensing, one of the best things to really think about is, what is the reason that you want to do it in the first place? Is it to make money? Is it to drive more engagement with your fans? Or is it really, to bring your game or product to the next level with higher PR value? So a lot of these things you should consider when going into licensing, because it helps you navigate and get your stories right into your main reasons. So for Epic, a lot of our clients, one of their main reasons to do licensing is these top 3, which is retention. So they want to create new content to keep their users onto their platforms and even attract new users. New engagement, so it's that new unique content that gets created that drives the engagement, leading to the last part, which is monetization and how they make money. So that's one of the primary things of the whys. And yeah, there you have it. It's really a quick step-by-step of what's involved in licensing. So if you thought about getting different IP that you want to get into your game or metaverse, definitely consider these 4 areas. And with Epic, again, we work with over 300+ game company clients, from mainstream games that include half the top 25 publishers in the world, and definitely open to meet with everybody here at our booth if you want to learn more about how to get licensed content into your metaverse or game. Thanks very much.
So interesting, such good information, especially when you think about the impact that artists like Travis Scott and his collaboration with Fortnite, and how many people it reached, right? So this is a new level, a new way in which to integrate maybe this kind of licensing with big brand names into the potential of your metaverse or your NFT. Who knows? The options are endless. One thing about mass adoption is you have to be able to support the weight, right? You have to be able to support the people that you want to come onto your platforms. Well, our platforms are currently labeled as layer 1s and layer 2s, right? So behind the scenes, back here where all the cool kids are, I was asking our next panelists some words, one word to describe the effects of scalability and speed solutions to layer 1 and layer 2s. And they gave me some beautiful words that I know that they're probably going to touch on today. So without further ado, let's look at what are the mechanisms in which we can scale and speed up layer 1 and layer 2 solutions. Please give me a hand in welcoming to the stage our moderator for the panel, Mr. Simon.
Hello, hello, welcome everybody. I will now call out all of our panelists here. This is the scalability panel to talk about how we can scale blockchain to the mainstream. Everyone can come on out and we'll do self-introductions, will be the easiest to do. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here. We'll slide over. All right. So, Elena, can you tell me a little bit more about yourself and your company? We'll go down the row, Brad and on.
Yes, hi everybody. My name is Elena Sinelnikova. I'm CEO and co-founder of Metis. Metis is, so first of all, of course, this is a layer 2, but we also the platform for the economy. We're building a platform for not only for Web3, but also we're right now working with a lot of Web2 customers that would like to onboard on blockchain.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm James, the CEO of Rio, and we have a layer 1 blockchain called Rio Chain, as well as a layer 2 called Mana Protocol, which is a gasless games chain for GameFi projects and Metaverse. We have a game development studio where we create new projects for the Metaverse, and we also have a digital securities exchange called Rio Stocks, where we're licensed to be able to trade fractionalized NFTs as well as security tokens. So, pleasure to be here.
Hey everybody, I'm Bradley Stevenson, a member of the Syscoin Foundation Board, nonprofit. Syscoin is a layer 1 that's very focused on security and decentralization as the foundation for the capstone of scalability through a modular architecture. We retain proof of work. We solve the problems associated with proof of work that people often bring up, right? So we're heading into some really interesting times with the emergence of layer 2 for computation that I think will be very relevant to mass adoption, right? And we like to maintain focus on the things that gave blockchain value to begin with, which were decentralization and security, and it's we need to keep focus on that.
Hi everyone, my name is Jeff. I'm the community lead at Cadena, where I focus on attracting, engaging, and growing the community from outside and within the Cadena ecosystem. And if you don't know about Cadena, we're the only scalable and secure proof of work layer 1 blockchain out there. That's a handful, but I could explain more about our scalability in a bit.
Great, thank you all. Really appreciate it. Thank you, and I'll introduce myself very briefly. My name is Simon Bogdanovich. I'm your moderator today. I've been in the space since 2017, worked under a couple different banners, including a company you might know from back in the day called Block Team Ventures, which I co-founded. Now I'm working with Gravity Ventures, a Web3 venture studio based between Dubai and the United States. I also am a strategic advisor for Kudos, which is a layer 1 carbon neutral blockchain built on CosmWasm and Cosmos with a layer 2 distributed cloud computing platform that powers and will be powering a lot of the dApps and metaverses on all major blockchains. So that being said, I think this is an issue, scalability is an issue that we've been, obviously, everyone that's been in blockchain for any amount of time has been trying to wrap their heads around for a long time. There's always been a trade-off, right, between security, decentralization, transaction costs, throughput, and whatnot. And the onset of layer 2s and everything that we're seeing today, along with the bridges and interoperability, are all trying to get to that same point of finding a way to scale to the masses. That's why I'm very excited to be speaking with you all, because all these companies are very, very impressive. They're all doing their part in trying to achieve what we all want to achieve in really touching every single industry and really bringing blockchain and our solutions to the billions of people around the world. So that being said, love to get a response from each of you on like what is each of your companies doing at a high level to address scalability with the grander hopes of affecting not only your community but the communities beyond your companies. Maybe I'll start at the very end here with Jeff first.
Hey everyone. So at Cadena, we're kind of unique in that we have solved the scalability issue that has plagued proof of work blockchains like from Bitcoin to Ethereum. And how we do this is by having a braided chain architecture where we have multiple individual chains, think like Ethereum chain or a Bitcoin chain, braided together to form a set of chains to form this network. And so as you increase or add more chains to our network, you combine the individual throughput of each individual chain to increase the overall throughput of the entire network. So Cadena started off with 10 chains, and we scaled from 10 to 20 chains during the summer of 2020, and that increased throughput. And so we can scale from 20 chains to 50 to 100 to 1,000 to 10,000. You name the chain, we can scale to it. And so this dramatically increases the benefit inherent to proof of work, which is security and decentralization, and then reduces the inherent disadvantages so we can increase throughput infinitely and take no additional hash rate. And so by accessing this kind of key to unlimited scalability, we're able to bring proof of work back at the forefront of blockchain adoption and leading, the final stages of bringing blockchain to the masses.
Yes, Syscoin has been quite a ride. So I've been involved with the project since about late 2016. And I've seen a lot of evolution, with our development and our roadmap. So, what we are essentially, as I said, is a layer 1 that is modular in its architecture. We're merge mined with Bitcoin. So what we're doing is inheriting a significant percentage of security from the Bitcoin mining network. Typically right now it varies between 25 and 30% of Bitcoin's miners supporting the Syscoin network in terms of hash power. That's not without its flaws though. So naive merge mining is still subject to 51% attacks. It still lacks finality. And some of these other things. One thing that it is great with is that it's carbon neutral, right? So Bitcoin miners do not have to extend any additional work in order to help mine Syscoin. So there's a two-way incentive here. We're inheriting, the decentralized proof of work from Bitcoin, as well as those miners are receiving block rewards, right? So Satoshi Nakamoto put forth merge mining, a good while back, right? It's been overlooked. Another thing is through our modular architecture, we're able to solve problems with proof of work that are pretty commonly brought up. Things like 51% attacks, the lack of finality, we're able to provide finality actually in a very timely fashion. So that leads essentially to safer DeFi, a carbon neutral layer 1 that is quite secure. And as far as scalability is concerned, we're really looking to implement rollups. We feel that that's really the gateway to mass adoption as far as the user experience is concerned. The layer 1 with a rollup type environment is essentially abstracted away from the end user. So perhaps the layer 1 has a longer block time than one would expect. Maybe it's much longer than 10 seconds. Well, if the security assumptions on the layer 2 are not violating the security assumptions on the layer 1, and all of that passes through, then there's not really a need for the layer 1 to have like super short block target, right? You can focus completely on decentralization and security at the layer 1 for the most part, and data availability as well. That's very important for rollups too. But this frees us up from being kind of stuck within this monolithic architectural paradigm where we're trying to force layer 1 to do everything for everybody, right? We're trying to force it to scale. We're trying to force the fees to be low, and all of this, when blockchain in reality, what it's best at is decentralized secure settlement. And layer 2 is really best for things like mass adoption, incredible throughput, and flexibility for business models, right? So yeah, that's a little bit about what we're doing.
No, I think you might have answered a few of my questions all in one, so I appreciate that. No. But go ahead. No, that's very valuable. I was just actually thinking while you guys were both speaking, like we should, there should be more associations just dedicated to scalability and just like focused around getting together, not only amongst ourselves, but also with policymakers and everything else to really have that convergence of the mainstream and the blockchain worlds as we want to see it in the future. But go ahead, and love to hear from you on addressing scalability and how you do it at Rio.
Yeah, sure. So through Rio Chain, we're built around Parity's substrate framework for the Polkadot ecosystem because we think that the future of interoperability of blockchains is necessary for scalability because it's not just going to be one solution to solve everything, right? There's going to be different blockchain applications for all sorts of different use cases, whether it be for GameFi, metaverse, supply chain management, health data management. Some blockchains might need more private data, others need more public data, depending on what they're doing. So with Rio Chain, we have up to 3,000 transactions per second, which we think is good at this point, but we'll continue working on the scalability of it. And we're expanding our validator set now. We also have the Frontier tool set, which allows us to connect to the Ethereum virtual machine, EVM. That way we can easily onboard Ethereum-based apps onto Rio Chain. As well, we have the Mana protocol, which is a layer 2 solution that's going to enable a gasless games chain. So this is going to be really important because when you're playing a blockchain game or you're in the metaverse, you don't want to have to click every 30 seconds and say, yes, I confirm this transaction, yes, and then wait for the blocks to confirm. Like that would be a very bad gaming experience. So, we think it's important to have that kind of run in the background, to have some of the data off-chain, some of the data on-chain. Otherwise, it would be too expensive and really not needed because, most gamers, they want a fun game. They don't want to have to, confirm things all the time. So we think that this is the answer, is to have interoperability between blockchains, which is something that Rio Chain's enabling in order to have many different solutions to the scalability issue.
Yeah, and a few key words there that you pointed out were run in the background. I think that's one thing that we need to really cement in our heads, right? Everything we're talking about here should really be thought about like, hey, how's it running in the background? What is the real user experience? Like, we're not thinking of the internet, right? When like, hey, what's the code behind this this web domain and how is it built? That's kind of what you guys are building and everything else. We got to get to the point of scalability where that's kind of forgotten about from a consumer facing and business facing perspective, the UI UX of it. But yeah, great answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, so at Metis, what we do, and that's what Brad talked about, roll-up. So roll-up is basically bundling, taking millions of transactions, bundling them all together and committing them into the L1 at once. So that brings ultimate scalability. Though, of course, it is creating other problems, and this is the problems that we're solving with Metis by committing not all data at once, but it's actually partial data and then data on demand as well, which allowed us to bring the cost of the transaction to 1 cent on Ethereum right now, which is a great achievement, and we right now the cheapest L2 on Ethereum. But at the same time, we're not compromising the security because we are actually enhancing the security by covering all the fraud proofs, the incentives, and also the decentralizing more the sequencer, for example, those actors who are posting transactions to L1. Majority of roll-ups right now, they only have one. It means that if it's compromised, then it is like finita. We are addressing that as well, so by decentralizing that in the peer network and where everyone has a turn to be a sequencer and be incentivized and punished for the good and bad actions as well. So that is what is our, I would say, revolutionary technology at Metis, and at this point we did solve the blockchain trilemma problem. We're not compromising security, we're actually enhancing it, and we are bringing the cost just to the minimum and the speed of the transactions as well to the maximum. That's what we do. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And Elena, back to you. What would you say are, in your view, the most promising interoperability and bridge solutions out today that are really solving kind of scalability issues today? Or if you want to think about it, what do you anticipate in the future that, in the same vein, that's exciting that's going to be coming out in 2022 and beyond from an interoperability bridging perspective?
So again, so bridging perspective and interoperability, it has to be for the reason. So what reason, what problem we're trying to solve by creating these bridges and interoperability? It's actually to enhancing either speed or security or the lowering the cost. I think that's the reasons why it should be interoperable. And yeah, like for example, like one of the examples has storing data, for example, not only on one chain, but on other chains as well, to first of all, to include other players into verifying the data. So that brings more, not only the interoperability, but brings it for the exact reason of the security. And decentralization, in my opinion, is the ultimate security. More chains we have, more interoperable we are, more secure we are because we are more decentralized.
Yeah, feel free, it's open questions, so feel free if you have any views or comments on that.
Yeah, sure. So as far as bridges and interoperability, I always encourage users to look at the underlying design, understand the security implications of a system that you're using. Every time you use a bridge from one ecosystem to another, there could be completely different security assumptions there. So the more you're using these systems, obviously, kind of the more risk you're taking on. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm just saying it's a decision that people need to make, and make it an informed decision, right? But bridges are absolutely critical. There are so many different architectures out there and different layer ones that we absolutely need portability, and they can be used as a means for users towards a kind of scalability. If another chain or another system has essentially more runway, then that's a quick way to move their value to something that will be a little bit more ideal for whatever their use case is, right? So I think bridges will continue to be important. I think the time will come for enterprise blockchains and private blockchains. I think they'll kind of have a time in the sun at some point, particularly when regulations become clearer. And I think bridges will be absolutely key for them as well.
Yeah, following through on the bridge topic, I think you're going to have so many different solutions to blockchain scalability, right? And if you don't have the various networks being able to move assets across each other, then you're going to miss out on millions of users because each user has their own sort of favorite ecosystem, right? You have your ETH fanboys, you have your Cardano fanboys, you have fanboys from every ecosystem, right? And girls, right? And so I think it's important if you're building a game, you're building a metaverse, you want to be able to support as many blockchains as possible. Obviously, you focus on one probably to start, but if you want to bring over those millions of users into your game, onto your ecosystem, you inherently need some sort of cross-chain solution. You need some sort of bridge. And whether it be cross-chain DeFi, which is called CrossFi, it's quite interesting how that's been evolving. We saw certainly the risks of that. There have been hacks on a number of bridges, but it's a space that's quickly evolving, and I think it's something that we learn from each hack. We grow stronger, more resilient. It doesn't mean stop building bridges. It just means let's build them better.
Yep. Go ahead.
Oh, that's a great point. So when I think of that question, I think about how interoperability and bridges at first help with scalability, where projects that are congested or aren't as scalable will use kind of other projects and use their underlying network to scale and bring users to use your project. And so what Cadena does is already has solved that scalability issue on that layer one on that base layer. So users can essentially, projects and users can come and trade their favorite tokens and kind of have that multi-protocol kind of system where you could trade your ETH, you could trade your Solana, you could trade your NFTs all on Cadena. And Cadena is fundamentally a bridge itself, like Chainweb, our consensus mechanism that I was telling you guys earlier about the braided architecture. That is, each individual chain is a bridge to one another. And so we kind of have internal bridges, if you could think of it that way. So with Pact making these bridges between chains easier, we can bridge to different protocols as well, just as easy. So.
Yeah, the whiteboarding session will be right immediately after this panel. No, but it's all very interesting. Hopefully we have some people who are quite technical in the crowd as well, because this is very valuable. And live streaming from home and around the world and online. I want to get into something that's very interesting that's really come up in the last couple of years around parachains, as well as app-specific blockchains and enterprise blockchains. So how do you see one, two, or all three of these improving scalability in our industry? And then whoever wants to speak first can go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So I think obviously parachains are quite a useful solution. I'm a bit biased since RioChain is competing for a parachain slot. But what Gavin Wood and the Parity team has built for the Polkadot ecosystem is quite innovative, and having the connective layer of Frontier to connect to Ethereum virtual machine, to be able to port those smart contracts over. One of the things they did, they created this like layer 0 blockchain that is the shared security layer for all the parachains that build on top. And so they focus specifically on the security and the governance, and they leave the scalability to each individual parachain, which I think is a good model. And I'm not 100% certain of Cosmos's whole ecosystem, but I think it's got a similar type of model in how they handle with the app-specific blockchains. We have Terra being built around the Cosmos SDK. Obviously, there was issues with that ecosystem, but it wasn't really based around the security, although they did have some issues toward the end before they switched to the new version of Terra. But this is a great example of a flexible ecosystem, and one that's able to adapt and evolve, and the rest of the Cosmos ecosystem wasn't taken down by issues on one specific blockchain. So I think that's an important key, is to segregate the risk so that you don't have systemic risk that takes down the entire crypto ecosystem based on one chain failing. That would obviously be a big problem in architecture. And then for enterprise blockchains, I mean, I really do see, I might get some, Bitcoin maximalists to be angry about this, but I do see enterprise blockchains having a very useful place in the blockchain ecosystem. I mean, you're not going to have probably big companies like Walmart, using the Ethereum blockchain. I just, maybe somehow, eventually, maybe they'll use it as a layer 2 to their enterprise blockchain for some sort of data that they need to have secured or something. But, I think the idea is to have as many people building blockchain tools as possible, regardless of if it's decentralized, centralized, what is the underlying technology, what is the value, and how do we get more developers from Web 2 into Web 3? Because when they start with an enterprise chain, they'll eventually want to branch outward.
Absolutely, and also off-chain solutions as well, and the interoperability between permissionless, and off-chain is very, very important. I know we're running up on time here, but anyone else have any quick thoughts on parachains or anything of the sort?
Yeah, so for Cadena, we initially had a permission blockchain, and so despite having solved that scalability and issue from the layer 1 protocol, we still feel like there's a need for a permission blockchain. Our permission blockchain is called Coro, and essentially, since projects already have that security, that decentralization, that throughput on that base layer, they can still add their projects that requires reversibility, fast finality, privacy on that layer 2. And this could apply to healthcare, law, real estate, gaming, where you want that fast finality and also privacy of that individual user's information. So doctors could share your medical records really quick and without having to go through bureaucracy.
Yeah, the only thing that I want to add just very briefly is I think that private chains, I think they have their use cases. I think ultimately in the end that open public blockchains will rule, and the reason why relates to trust enclaves, someone using a private chain. An external party may not necessarily want to trust that. It may not be decentralized really to the degree that gave blockchain value, right? So, and there's other things as well, but I think as regulations emerge and become clearer, there will be a time when private blockchains will be relevant, a lot more relevant than they are now. But I think gradually enterprises will move towards open public blockchains with compliance systems that are working with open chains.
Elena, final word?
Yeah, and what I think is also the problem is not as private chains, it's private transactions. So it can be also abstracted on that level, on a transactional level.
Well, thank you so much, Jeffrey, Bradley, James, Elena. Please give a hand to the panelists and to the panel if you enjoyed it. Thank you very much, and that concludes the scalability panel. And there we go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Scalability, we're finding solutions to add more people to this burgeoning space of Web3. What more could you ask for? What more could you want out of a space that's truly allowing self-sovereignty? Well, we've already covered on this main stage play-to-earn gaming, but now we're gonna have a panel speaking about what exactly can you do with play-to-earn gaming? And behind the scenes, where all the fun happens, I, Bianca Starr, was asking some of the panelists, if play-to-earn gaming is really, you play a game and then earn money, why isn't everyone in the world doing it? And little did I know that countries like Nigeria, the Philippines, and Indonesia are actually implementing this technology, and people are actually playing these games and earning real money. And we're not talking little numbers here. We're talking millions and millions of people. People are actually having jobs, playing games to earn money, and isn't that exciting? But I am not the one who you want to hear from for this. So please join me in welcoming to the stage our moderator, Nelson Merchant, and the rest of the speakers for the panel.
Thank you everyone. We're very excited about this panel. We're gonna talk everything about play to earn, and hopefully I learned some things about this panel. Great. So I'll introduce myself quickly, and then we'll go with Sergey and keep going down. My name is Nelson. I run Lightno Media. Lightno Media is a advisory, marketing, and events company. We focus on helping mostly early-stage crypto projects start, grow, and launch, and really help them from the beginning to their growth stage, and then obviously continuing forward. So we're very excited about the play-to-earn trend. It's very early, but we've seen some immense success and traction in it, and obviously interested in this panel and what we can learn in terms of where this trend is going and how to make it as sustainable as possible as it keeps growing.
That's great. Thank you for having me here. I'm Sergey. Crypto Media Labs, we're a venture studio, so we are doing projects in gaming side, especially metaverse, like play-to-earn experience, and we are doing media, and we are famous for our metaverse posts, like the first fully focused on the metaverse agenda media. So please visit website and check news, and yeah, so.
Oh, thank you.
No, just go.
Hello. Oh, okay. Hey, my name is Dustin Lee. I'm from Evolution Land. It's a metaverse blockchain game with interoperability. We allow other projects to build into our game and interoperable their NFTs. We're heterogeneous by nature, utilizing Darwinia as our light client messaging protocol to utilize technology, the gamification for crypto and blockchain.
Nice. My name is Peter Ng. I'm from blockchain space. So I'm actually based in the Philippines, so in the heart of where play-to-earn actually kind of exploded. I'm in the intersection of Dustin and John here, connecting the players to gaming guilds. So I'm actually building the software to support all the gaming guilds as well as data analytics.
Yep, John Monahan with Splinterlands, and gave a talk up here just maybe a half hour ago. But we're a play-to-earn game, or I prefer to call it play and earn. But we've been around for about 4 years, and a collectible card game on chain.
Awesome. So I think we could start with a very broad question, which is what is play-to-earn gaming? If you guys could kind of give your own view of what that means.
Play-to-earn games, it's not when you play and you earn something. It's the space where people could create some value and other people could consume this value, entertainment value, I mean. So for me, it is like this.
Play-to-earn space, I would say it would be unbanking the unbanked and allowing for those who are not able to access traditional accessibility. We'll be able to empower them and bringing those who are somewhat left behind into the future of Web3.
I'll take this from a social mobility standpoint. So being from the Philippines, I saw firsthand how powerful play-to-earn gaming can be as an onboarding tool into Web3, right? So you see that the first experience for people getting into crypto was actually through a game and not through a mobile wallet. So they didn't see MetaMask first. They saw a game on their phone. They earn 1,000 tokens, and then they want to know, okay, what can I do with these tokens? How do I cash it out, right? And that's how they learn about wallets and technologies, right? So I see play-to-earn as a huge onboarding tool for right now. I'd say developing markets are probably the most interested markets that make the most sense, right? So if you're earning $100 per month, where is that $100 relevant? Which countries? So is that relevant in Venezuela, countries in Africa, India, Philippines, and so on? So for me, play-to-earn gaming is actually a part of this NFT gaming space that is now empowering developing markets to come into Web3.
Yeah, for us, I'll take it a slightly different direction, but it's an alignment of incentives. There's millions and millions and millions of people out there that have played video games for years, and Web3 has opened up the opportunity to actually own the assets within the game and to participate in the economy around the game. And so the ability to earn from a game, I think adds a new layer of incentive, and I think that it's going to become very popular with the Web2 crowd once we get them all onboarded.
The last 2 years, we've seen an immense explosion in play-to-earn space. What do you think created this explosion? What made it possible, and also what was necessary in order for this really to kind of happen?
Free money, People want, I want money, I want to play games, do nothing, and got some money. So to be honest, it's all about speculation. Like, come on, guys.
So again, I was in the Philippines where Axie exploded, right? So, so it all kind of like, it was perfect timing. There was a lot of like market factors that were just right for like the whole growth, right? So I think it started with this one story where there was basically a Filipino player out in a rural area of the Philippines, and he was basically playing Axie around the clock, like 24/7 for a number of months. And so Axie actually investigated his account and was like, is this a bot, right? And they were thinking there's no way that one player could be playing so many hours, for how many weeks. Right, and then when they investigated, they said, okay, show us proof, right? And so this guy sent back a video, and it was him in his house, and there was like his aunt, his grandma, his cousins, they were all sitting there, and then everyone was holding a mobile phone, playing Axie. And then they realized, okay, wait a minute, the people are really using this game to actually, play around the clock to be able to earn, right? And this is in the middle of COVID, and there was an article that one of my colleagues, Leah Callan-Butler, wrote for CoinDesk. She highlighted exactly that story where the guy basically had, created this, found that basically, he could invite his family and relatives basically to come and play this and earn more than the average wage, right? So back then it was around $250 per month is the average wage in the Philippines. This guy was making over $1,000 per month, and each one of those accounts was making over $1,000. So I'd definitely say there is definitely a financial incentive, right, to get involved, right? And of course that was at the peak of, like, just at the beginning of COVID. And so when COVID hit, a lot of people lost their jobs. They were all turning to kind of like, what are these alternatives? And that narrative basically got, amplified, right? So that kind of brought in like the masses of all the people in the Philippines. I think, the earning potential, kind of like identifies the markets where it makes sense. So, if it's $1,000 per month, you might not see a lot of people in developed markets, playing the game, because it probably doesn't make that much sense for them. They have to invest about 3-4 hours a day playing the game. But for markets where, $1,000 a month is, above average wage, and they have the time to spare, like for, gig economy workers, then I think it makes a lot of sense.
But I know a lot of people. Can you hear me? I know a lot of people in the U.S. who are working in their sneakers and stuff, and so it's about free money as well,
No, absolutely, it's definitely about. Yeah, there's definitely the money aspect, and I think, I guess you have some questions about the evolution of this as well.
Yeah, I think in. Hello? There we go. I think in developed markets too, you have a couple of other different things going on as well. For one, you have a justification of habits, right? So I have a gaming habit. I love playing games. It's my primary form of entertainment. Holy shit, I can make a little bit of money doing this too, right? So that's, I think that's one justification. And then, you also get people that are really interested in the gamification of their investments. So I think doing a little bit of gamification of investments is another piece that makes a lot of sense for at least a certain subset of our user base, right? And I think that user base is going to continue to grow as well.
Yeah, touching on the gamification is, really utilizing accessibility for a lot of these like crypto heads, and kind of allowing them to, you know, utilize these NFTs that wouldn't in most cases be kind of like a, you know, PFP aspect. You know, the utilization of these projects can be brought forward with, you know, with pretty simple integration. The biggest factor is, you know, there's a lot of like, you know, maximalists in the space per se, you know, if they're, you know, specific crypto or you know, gaming space. You know, play to earn is it's fairly new, but in the crypto sense, of course, it's been out for a very long time. And in projects like, you know, even like Diablo, we just introduced like having, you know, $100,000 worth of digital content to upgrade your characters. People can put this into the Web3 space and have forward compatibility and being interoperable, and utilizing these NFTs into future cases in other games and other metaverses to not be so segregated into one established space per se.
As we've seen with the current hype cycle that is really, I think, dying down because of the bear market, I think a lot of these play-to-earn games are becoming more focused on the actual sustainability as opposed to just riding the hype. So as you guys are leading these play-to-earn games, supporting them on the guild side as well, what are some of the variables that you've seen and identified that are very important to have a very to utilize that hype, to utilize that potential significant growth immediately, but also be able to have that more longer term sustainability, both on the token side, on the NFT side, and really for the user itself?
Community is a big piece of that, right? So community is massive. I think that people want to feel connected. They want to feel like they're in it together. So I think community is a massive component to sustainability. But the entertainment value of the game has to be there as well. So the entertainment value has to be there independent of the earnings. So we're going to have a whole subset of the population that are going to get into these games to play the game itself, not necessarily to earn. The earning can be nice, but I think the sustainability ties back to those two things 100%.
And I totally agree. Entertainment. Come on, let's make games like, well, like I think 90% from blockchain games, it's blockchain games. It's at first blockchain. It's not interesting to play. Like how many people from this audience playing every day like games, like crypto games? I think not many of you. So, but every day I think you play some games on your computer, on your mobile phone, you know, just gaming because it's interesting, it's cool. So let's make some games, let's make some entertainment. And this main message, don't think about like talking, it's okay. You can think about economy, but at first, entertainment. People should like it. It's 2 billion people playing mobile games. Come on, let's got them right now. Listen, okay?
I'll come from a slightly different angle. So my focus is really on gaming guilds. At Blockchain Space, we managed to map out around 23,000 gaming guilds around the world. And the question is, you're probably all thinking, why is it such a large number? And the question is, how do you define a gaming guild? Right? And for us, we define it as anyone that has a community that has over 10 active accounts within an NFT game. Right. And what we saw is like a lot of micro communities. So we go back to this community aspect again. What's happening now is like a lot of people coming into Web3 through, you know, gaming as the door that brings them in. And now they have these like crypto native communities that they basically all nurture, right? And a lot of these communities are actually quite small. We call them micro guilds. Their Discord size is typically around like 200 people within the Discord, and then only few players. But these guys are now not just playing games, but they are, you know, investing into other NFTs, other token assets, you know, and then teaching people basically how to use more Web3 native kind of applications. So I'm seeing these as like basically the Web3, micro Web3 communities that are basically ready to be engaged with, you know, for more activities.
Peter, do you feel like entertainment value enhances a guild's sustainability in a particular game as well? Like, is the entertainment value still important to the guild, even if their primary focus is to make a living?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, just like any other community, I think you need to have something that basically engages the community, keeps them there, and keeps them active. Right. I think games are going to be a very important part of that. I don't think it's going to be the only thing that keeps guilds active, but you know, being able to kind of like incentivize certain actions within games, you know, to be able to, you know, learn, and I think there is the learning aspect as well, right? Like you can learn how to, you know, transfer assets from this to that and so on, right? I think that's kind of like where we're heading towards.
Yeah, you know, that's really interesting. Most of my career I spent in education technology, right? And there's a lot of research that goes into the impact that gamification has on learning science. And so it's very well known that gamification of any process is going to make that information stickier, right? So it's a little bit easier to learn something if the process itself is gamified. What better way to do that than through gaming?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, that's kind of where our focus is. We built up the underlying technology, and that's been the most, you know, somewhat hurdle that we've had when it comes to connecting with, you know, the fellow other blockchain space. But to us, like that, the interoperability and the underlying technology is most important to bringing forward to a multi-chain ecosystem. And so now that we can utilize our gamification to show the technology without having to know how it works, if it's, you know, sending tokens, if it's, you know, bridging assets in any sense, if it's NFTs, we don't have to technically teach that to the Web 2 space, but they can slowly learn it in a gamification. And then once they're adopted to that aspect, then it's easily accessible for them and they understand how it works. And that's the biggest thing for Web 2 to Web 3, I would say, for the transitional space, is that they don't understand how the underlying technology works. Or if a player per se plays a game to earn DLC content, then they can have, you know, that DLC content forever instead of just being locked into a certain game. They can utilize it into other games. You can have it forward compatible or composable NFTs. They're upgradable as you move on with the space. And you're not, you know, sandboxed into that particular blockchain or game itself.
I think one of the big questions that is related to that is, do you need to know how the underlying technology works, right? So this idea of frictionless crypto, I mean, if you're there as a gamer and you're there for the entertainment value, I think the games that can make that process completely frictionless are going to be among those that come out on top.
Yeah, totally. Like, and that's the thing is like it's usually visually appealing for most, you know, Web 2 game, you know, players, and it's totally understandable. But where we're at, we're finally getting to the point of accessing, you know, our technology to the maximum, so we can start building with Unity or Unreal, and utilizing chains that use that technology to be implemented in our game without having to understand it per se. So, yeah, it's important for, you know, traditional gamers to have an easy onboarding access, so it's not so troubling and daunting for these players.
Community obviously is extremely important in these play-to-earn games, and it would be great to know what role guilds play in this specific community building, as well as the development that guilds have had, a very rapid development in really the last year. And I think one of the big takeaways that I'm seeing with a lot of these play-to-earn games is everybody was very bullish on getting guilds on board, but when you really look at the financial aspect of it, the way that guilds make money is by making as much money as possible by playing the game, which if you're looking at the sustainability of these games, that's very difficult for these games to be able to have their breakout moment. So how do you gauge, one, the development of these guilds as they need to cater to these games to support the community, to economically allow the sustainability to be there, but also obviously have that profit margin? How does that impact, I think, the development of these guilds?
I want to hear John talk about it first.
I think balance is the key, right? So, you know, I can tell our story a little bit. So we've been around for 4 years. we really didn't have any sort of dedicated focus or emphasis or even onboarding process for guilds until relatively recently, right? So we built a pretty large community organically, right? And very enthusiastic supporters, people that are in for the long haul. And, you know, that was in place first. And so I think one of the side effects of that is that our economy could handle the impact of the guild coming in. I think one of the ironies of focusing too much on the economics and not enough on the entertainment value is that if everybody is only in the game to extract value from the game, then the economy is going to crash, right? So the entertainment value has to be there, and it's good to start with a really strong community. If you can successfully build a strong community, then that creates, honestly, the ideal environment for guilds to come in, because they can come in and they can extract value without crashing the economy. But then they can also learn that, hey, this game's fun, and we like playing this game. And so they're having fun doing their jobs as well. And you start entering in a scenario where, you know, it's hard to see anybody losing. Everybody wins that way. So I think balance is the key. It's important. It goes right back to the community and the entertainment value. Those two things, if you have those two things in place, then I think a game can really sustain a large number of large guilds.
Yeah, so I'll add on to that. So I think guilds have definitely been portrayed as value extractors within, you know, the current game systems, right? And I think that's, yeah, it's not incorrect, right? And probably the guild model itself should actually change a bit, so guilds actually add more value, you know, back into the gaming ecosystem, right? Because you don't want to just extract value. I think, but the guilds are not doing something that they weren't supposed to. Actually, they're just bringing more gamers into the game, you know, at a faster pace than like the games are ready to accommodate. So I mean, the games themselves have to be ready to kind of pull some levers to make sure the onboarding experience, you know, isn't, you know, affected or compromised by the speed of which guilds are actually bringing players in. And like you've seen it with, again, we'll go to Axie. No offense to Splinterlands, but you know, the growth can be really fast. So we saw like Axie go from like 500 players to like 3 million players in the course of like a year, right? And that's, the speed of that was insane, right? And I think there's things that the game itself, like Axie themselves, could have actually controlled in terms of like not onboarding too many value extractors and making sure that, because for their token, they were, you know, the mechanics are you either earn or you spend in breeding, right, to create more characters. And then I think they weren't able to basically balance the two, right, as the number of players were coming in. And I think there's, you know, it still needs to be tested, basically, whether you can actually kind of balance the economy by just taking on board the right number of people at the right time. But I also think that guilds are basically should be held accountable to kind of put more value back into the games, right? So that whether that's like, you know, bringing more people into the game itself, you know, like by making your guild larger, by by contributing kind of like community incentives or something to actually put a value back in. But also like you want to keep, the game itself wants to create incentives for people to stick within their ecosystem as well, so that they don't just, you know, take out the tokens, extract value, and then leave and jump to the next game, and you know, it becomes like a yield farming exercise, right? So I think you know, things like we were talking about composability of like assets, like if you can upgrade assets, you know, that become more valuable over time, right? That'll keep guilds within your system, right? Because let's say like, you know, the higher the asset has been leveled up, right, the higher the earning potential, or like the, you know, the more added value you get, basically.
Yeah, projects like, or guilds like YGG, we've partnered with, they do bring a lot of incentivization for projects like ours. It brings a lot of eyes and attention to our space. I think it's I think it's a positive. There's some negative aspect in some sense, but overall, I believe it brings a lot more community awareness, and that's been the biggest vision and drive for most projects is keeping that economic loop in some sense, but also bringing a community driven behind these projects. Like, the market might have certain conditions, but these communities will stick around. They still have these assets, so there's no reason for them to be considered, a complete extractor of these projects, because in the end, they're going to be the ones that are incentivized to play the game. They're not going to just give up on the game immediately. Yes, there might be some downfall in these times where economically is not incentivized, but in the end, they will turn around and come back into focus and be able to get back in these projects. And mentioning composable NFTs, they can use these NFTs that they've earned or purchased on the market and be able to upgrade them in time and upgrade them, and they have a value to them, as in the sense of they can, earn more higher potentials. And some of these NFTs are hard to get. There might be some type of success rate being able to produce these. Like ours, there's an incentive kind of a loop to it, in the sense of there's a sink, like you might lose your resources or whatnot by producing these specific NFTs. And in the end, they becomes a rarity to aspect, if it's a collectible aspect, if it's incentivizing holding these particular NFTs because it has, whatever status or whatnot. It brings, these communities like YJG per se, to stick around and be able to add value instead of just extracting them. Yeah.
Great. I think we are done, but thank you everyone for your thoughts. I mean, this play to earn gaming, it's very exciting because there's a lot of experimentation that occurs in these hype cycles, and the ones that are able to survive, which is really, I think, the key in crypto, are the ones that are really going to change the game. So thank you guys for coming, for building, and for continuing to support the crypto ecosystem.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
An ecosystem that is supporting builders, play to earn gaming, supporting developing and traditional ways of being. Play to earn gaming is a way in which to envision how to actually earn an income, how to be a creator in this future. Well, speaking of creators, earlier today we had a metaverse panel, and one of the panelists really stood out for his forward thinking, for his innovation, and for these just epic ideas of what the future could look like. We spoke back behind the scenes, and we were talking about some crazy technology that can be developed, and I'm so excited to have him up on the stage to speak about what he's doing. Creating layer ones and creating an opportunity to bring new innovation into the space is exactly what Web3 allows. So without further ado, from Crown Sterling, as a representative, please help me in joining and welcoming to the stage Mr. Robert Grant.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great to be here today. So, if you were here in the earlier session, I talked about data sovereignty and the importance of data sovereignty and why it's going to be so important for us to establish proof of self in the next sort of iteration of where the industry is going. And if we go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So maybe I have a clicker. No one gave me a clicker over there, so basically, data sovereignty is all about the importance of being able to establish who we are and why we want to control our own data. Data is an extension of who we are. And that extension is so important to today's world. Because if you notice what's happening in the world today, we have all kinds of companies that are mining our data in this new thing called neuromining. Now, if we wonder why society has become so terribly polarized, it's in large part because of the fact that we are, all of us, willingly entering into chambers of our own conditioning bias on social media. Now, we all get dopamine when we find out that we're agreed with by other people. We get likes on our social media pages. And as we get those likes, we have more and more drugs. So big tech industry has found a way to be able to be the biggest drug dealer on the planet without even having to manufacture any drugs. So what does this mean? It means we live in a world now where it's not that I can even change my mind anymore, because actually these big tech companies know exactly what I'm going to do through predictive analytics before I even know what I'm going to do next. So this means that if I'm a hammer, then everything's going to look like nails. And I don't even know, I'm not even sentient to the fact that I'm a hammer in this context. So how do we avoid this world? Well, the only way we can avoid this world is by making sure that we own our own data. So a fundamental aspect of this is, first and foremost, that there has to be a data bill of rights. A data bill of rights is an extension of our individual rights and freedoms as human beings to be able to claim our own ownership of our data so that that data cannot be taken by anybody else. In other words, we believe that data is the intangible personal property of the original producers of that data. It shouldn't be owned by some company just because I decided to be on Facebook. Does anyone here know how much money Facebook would have to write you in a check this year for your membership on Facebook because of all the things that they attach to you with beacons following you? Not only when you're on Facebook, but all over your browser usage as well. They'd each have to write us a check of over $2,000 this year. Did you know that it costs you more than $200 in value per month to be on Facebook? And when you look at it that way, in that context, does it make you think, well, do I even really need to be on Facebook at that price? And the value of that data is doubling, almost doubling every year. It was $1,300 the year before and only $800 the year before that. So what we see is that in order for democracy to be maintained, there has to be a mechanism where we can put a fence around our data. And that data can include psychographics, demographics. It's all the subconscious behavioral data that we're not even candidly aware of. And that's the most pernicious, because then with that data, they can direct what information is going to come to you through AI. And that AI can then basically send to you, if you're a Democrat, you're only going to hear messaging about Democrats. If you're a Republican, you're only going to hear messaging that's consistent with being a Republican. So then when it comes to election time, we now have over 40% of the US population believes we're headed towards a civil war. Did you guys know that? That was just polled this week. The reason is because there's so much disenfranchisement going on because people feel like they're just completely unbelieving that anyone could see the world any differently than they do. And we have lost our ability to empathize one with another. That muscle of empathy has all but become vestigial. It is atrophied. So I don't know about you guys, but I like the notion that I can still make choices and change my mind on things through spirited conversation and debate with others. That's part of being a human being. So how do we protect this? Well, the first thing we have to do is we have to encrypt it. We have developed a quantum VPN technology that goes on your phone and actually encrypts everything. I'm not just talking about your messages and your telephone calls. I'm talking about your browser history, your geolocation. Talking about all the voice, the Siri interactions, everything becomes fully encrypted under this quantum-resistant VPN technology. Then once you have VPN that technology, then you can actually capture all of your data, and on our platform, you can NFT it. You can decide how you want that data to be sold, if ever at all. To me, it's no different than when I was in college and people would say, hey, let's go sell some blood, plasma, because like we don't have any money. I actually see that for the first time in human history, human beings can now generate value and create value just by being, not by doing. Think about that for a moment. Is there an opportunity now to use data? The world's largest market in the world, it surpassed oil and all the world's natural resources in 2018. If that's the case, then we need to make sure we stake our claim to our own data. And if we don't now, how in the heck can we ever prove who we say we are? This is why Crown Sterling exists. We've created innovative blockchain technology. It's layer 1. And also we have swaps as well as wraps to be able to work on all other blockchains. We already have an Ethereum wrap. We're now moving towards a Solana wrap. And then we're also going to be going to Cosmos and all the other blockchains that have layer 1s. We want them to be able to use our quantum-resistant encryption because we know that right now the government has actually established themselves as the ultimate arbiter because they've been able to establish a world where the encryption they use is one-time pad and the encryption everyone else uses is elliptic curve, or RSA. And as a result, that means they can crack all these encryptions on their own using brute force. We've created an architecture and a system so that they cannot do that anymore. And this is why this is so important. So, data needs better protection. The US government just announced that they are requiring that every branch of the US government be on quantum-resistant encryption within the next 3 months from now. Now, the government doesn't do anything fast, and they just came out with this only a couple months ago. But who's actually advocating for it for the blockchain industry? Who's actually making sure? Because, by the way, none of the encryption in blockchain today is quantum resistant. So why is it that the industry isn't also having to keep up with these standards? Well, we can. We have one-time pad encryption. It's the only one that is truly quantum resistant because it's based a priori on information theory, not on number theory. Any number theory based encryption, including shortest integer test, which is also what is also referred to as N-true type encryption, it was recently cracked in only 53 hours on a standard computer. What we don't want is to be stuck with an encryption that everyone can believe is quantum resistant, but is actually still breakable to state actors. Blockchain, there's no industry association advocating for this, so I'm telling you about this now. Look it up. The key to sovereign future is going to be quantum-resistant NFTs. All our memories, all our experiences will be NFT'd eventually. And you will decide if you ever want to sell it or if you don't, if you want to pass it on to your children or maybe your own next substrate. So we provide quantum-resistant protection, VPN. We encrypt the data with quantum-resistant encryption, then build the NFT. You control all of it's decentralized. Then you could take it to a data exchange if you decide you want to monetize. It's about claim your data, protect it, control it, and then you decide if you want to monetize it. You may never want to monetize it. But you should have that right because it is your intangible personal property. We do that with one-time pad encryption. We provide end-to-end encryption messages, and network fees also go to the node validators. The future of data sovereignty is going to be proof of self. Crown Sterling wants to be the platform that allows you to build your technologies either on our platform or in combination with our platform, both in terms of encryption and compression and quantum VPN technology. We want to be there to help the world maintain its own individual data sovereignty for a much better future. Thank you very much.
I'm so fascinated by that transition that we could make in this Web3 space, right? You start with proof of work, and just by nomenclature alone, work, effort, right? And next you move to proof of stake, putting something and creating passive yields off of it. So less work, but still, you know, something outside the self. And to enter into a new technology where it says proof of self? How intriguing. What does that mean? What does that look like? Well, Mr. Grant showed us what it could look like, didn't he? So, stable coins, right? I don't know if you've seen the news, but there's been news about stablecoins. And maybe that news has affected how you think about stablecoins or what stablecoins could mean for the future of crypto. But the gentleman who's going to come to the stage next was speaking on was one of the opening ceremony keynotes, and he is concerned about what inflation is doing to your money. The fact that you're currently losing value in fiat currency number by number, day by day, is just not okay. So my next guest, through Laguna, is offering solutions where you can say, hey, let me get a coin, let me get something stable so I can protect my assets, so I can protect my future, so I can protect myself from what is happening outside of me. So without further ado, let us introduce to the stage Mr. Stefan Rust.
Thank you, Bianca. Thank you. How's everybody feeling? Come on, we got to get more people in here. Come on, let's make some noise. Anyway. Hey, yeah, no, I'm Stefan Rust. You can see, I think my slides are going to come up pretty soon. But I'm from Laguna, and you can see that on the cap. We adjust and localize. But I'm here to talk about why we need stablecoins, and we need decentralized stablecoins, and why they're so important to us as an ecosystem. When I got into Bitcoin, I got in because of the peer-to-peer electronic cash system that was a white paper that was drafted by a Satoshi Nakamoto. And when I experienced Bitcoin for the first time, it was using a Skype remittance across the world instantaneously and without any fees. And for me, that was really what got me hooked into crypto and into Bitcoin and into Web3, whatever we call it today. But that's what got me hooked into it. And that's why I feel that value add is something that I have spent my career in Bitcoin, which is since 2012, by the way, has been growing that peer-to-peer electronic cash system. One mistake I made, or I did not see, was the value of stablecoins. It is a user experience value that is underappreciated, and how that has benefited the whole crypto ecosystem is par none. We cannot appreciate that. Who wants to be the person that spent $300 million on a pizza? None of us want to be that person, but we're happy to spend 10 USDT on a pizza. The fact that we need to convert 10,000 BTCs into 10 USDT at that point in time to buy the pizza is something totally we forget about. But the fact that it costs today, at today's value, 300 million is something we don't forget. And so that user experience is purely psychological, but has a significant impact in driving greater adoption. And that's why we need to ensure that these coins still stick around and we continue to experiment. And are my slides coming or not? Or do I have a clicker, or do you, I don't know. They'll work it out. But anyway, and that's sort of why I feel we need to focus on decentralized stablecoins. We've all been through UST, right? We've all been burnt money, or I've been, we've all been impacted, let's say that's the right word, from Terra and Luna and USTs. Okay, thank you, there you go. Sorry? Wrong deck, there you go. That's next deck. There you go. Anyway, while they figure it out, I can just continue to keep you entertained. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so, but for all its flaws, the experiment around UST did move us as a whole community forward. We learned a lot. We shared a lot of the flaws that were identified. And of course, all the naysayers come out when it falls down. And we hear about the negativity, that we saw it was going to fall, it was bound to fail, it was algorithmic. But at the time, since 2018 or 19, whenever they founded the project, it had grown and it had reached adoption, and it was reaching adoption at an exponential velocity that the Luna chain and the Luna coin could not keep up with. And that's why they were trying to back that up. And behind it were the institutional investors. So there were not only retail investors involved, there were a lot of institutional or so-called accredited investors involved in that. And so we invited these accredited investors into the Web3 sphere. We wanted more institutions. We wanted them to come in and help us grow this ecosystem. But there is a reason why they're called barbarians at the gate. Shark Tank, Wolf of Wall Street, right? There's a reason why they're there. They look for gaps. They look for opportunities that they can exploit and make significant money in. And that's what they've done. And we found out those flaws, and we as a community need to move forward fast, build faster, and continue to take those learnings into our products as we evolve, and we need to continue to innovate. That's critical and essential for what we're doing. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's not working. So I'm just going to talk here, and I'm going to keep you entertained. Yeah. So what do we need to do out of that, and what's important, right? And so if we look at stablecoins, and why is stablecoin such an important element, right? Anybody read the book Peter Thiel, 1 to 0, or 0 to 1? Yes? There you go. In his book, he talks about technological innovation needing to be 10x, okay, there we go, needs to be, I jumped this slide, you know, the tattoo. I don't know whether that tattoo's still there. You can get tattoos removed, though, these days. But this is what we want to avoid. We invited these institutions into our ecosystem. And we now have layers on layers on layers that has been created in order to take a decentralized peer-to-peer electronic cash ecosystem to fit a traditional TradFi world, this system that we've been fighting so hard since 2008 to combat, into and adopting and making available for this new digital asset. Do we want this? I don't know. I didn't sign up to get into crypto and Bitcoin and a peer-to-peer electronic cash system for multiple layers, multiple middlemen, and multiple fees across the way working with all these middlemen. So there's a term, SSDD, and to be honest, I don't think I want to see us in this community to build another SSDD world that we're actually trying to change. I was just at, who was at Palm Beach? Who was at Permissionless? How did you find the event there? It was good? To me, it was more about permission more. So there was a lot about KYC, AML, regulators, how do we avoid scams, how do we protect the retail investor, how do we restrict retail investors to participate in this new wealth creation, etc. And so I actually coined it the permission more. And we had Bankless that was supporting it, and is Bankless actually really trying to make it less banking? If you look at the previous slide that we talked about, I can't see, yeah. That looks to me like a banking infrastructure on a decentralized world, which I think we need to come up with alternatives and innovate faster than the competition can keep up with. But yeah, I talked about the 1 to 0. We need to build a user experience that is 10x better than what is today. You know, taking a Twitter experience and just putting that onto the blockchain is not going to be enough. Taking a Facebook and making that available as a social platform on the blockchain is not going to be enough. The blockchain does not compute fast enough. The tooling is not appropriate for something of that volume, that magnitude, with that many frequent transactions. Yet, we still have a lot to build. And so that is not the 10x. What a stablecoin has done to crypto, that is definitely a 10x. How do we build more UX like we experience on a Web 2 environment, in a Web 3 infrastructure to really actually provide a 10x improvement. And that's what we're here all trying to do. NFTs has shown us a great way to do that. The metaverse is a first step in getting us there. We still have a lot of work to do in front of us on the metaverse. But in essence, we need to sort of really work towards that. And why do I believe stablecoins are so important in this journey? You can see on the graph here, you know, I've got the top 5 currencies in the world that we look at, from the Japanese yen, the dollar, the pound, and you know, the euro. And that is a $23 trillion industry. Or 21, sorry, depending on the day and depending how much they've printed. But that's a $21 trillion industry. The aggregate of all stablecoins on-chain, which is, by the way, super transparent, you can go and look online at any point in time, that is only $180 billion. So a tiny magnitude of where and what the full opportunity is. Now, just to take into contrast, Switzerland is, which I'm a citizen of, by the way, has a population of 8 million people. They have a currency called the Swiss franc. That Swiss franc caters to those 8 million people and has a market cap or circulation supply of 850 billion. So it's even bigger and supports a smaller community than all of us in DeFi, yet has a magnitude of 8x bigger than all the stable coins across the DeFi ecosystem. And so at the end of last year, we looked at the DeFi ecosystem, and you can, you know, these numbers are just sort of ballpark figures and they've changed, you know, but in the DeFi world, we at that time had maybe 10 million people in DeFi. We had maybe, you know, 500 million people in some form or fashion owning crypto in some, you know, in some magnitude. That could be as an ETF, that could be on a Coinbase account, that could be in a decentralized wallet, but whatever the form was, they were having some form of Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, whatever it is. And that had a magnitude in the DeFi world at the time was 250 billion in terms of total value locked by those 10 million DeFi participants that were locking that in there. Now in the next 5 years, we have the opportunity, or next 4 years, we have the opportunity to take that total TVL up to $9 trillion. How are we going to do that? One way is we need to grow the base community from 10 million people to 200 million people, 300 million people. How do we do that? What do we need to do? And again, learning on building fluidity, learning on building payment systems, making a capability to use my stablecoin or my crypto. We can already use it as a utility token or a governance token. How do we use it more for purchasing products and real-world products outside of the crypto world? Those are all opportunities that we need to build a great user experience for. I mentioned I spent most of my career building out a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. I did that with an amazing network where we actually could do finality and confirm a transaction from a wallet to a point of sale system in fractions of a second. And that was all on layer 1 on chain. And so if we can build that again and get more circulation and more velocity around money, we have a really good opportunity to grow that. And how do we do that together as a community across all the ecosystems that we're all working on? And if I look at that $9 trillion, it's not even the size of the gold market today. Gold market is $10 trillion. We don't even come close in aggregate amongst all of us together to get to that market cap. That's something we should be able to do as a community in the next 3 years. And I believe this is really possible, and we're trying and working really hard to try and make this possible, and also work with you as a community to do that. And one of the things that I think we have a huge opportunity to address is inflation. The governments in the last sort of 2 years have been printing 15, 20 trillion dollars of new coins coming into the market. Now they're doing quantitative tightening, so they're trying to restrain it, buy back some of that money, take it off the market. But either way, that means that our traditional dollar values has been declining. And our purchasing power, all of us have experienced how empty that shopping cart feels, you know, when you leave the supermarket or when you're leaving the grocery store. How do we make sure that that doesn't happen and we continue to innovate in the stablecoin environment? There's a number of projects taking place that are really trying to create this flat coin. Has anybody heard the term flat coin? So the flat coin is a coin that is not depreciating and going down and pegged to a fiat currency, but it's pegged to a basket of consumer items that we spend on a day-to-day basis throughout the years. And how do we couple and calculate what that is? That is basically inflation. How is the price of that basket evolving over time? And what are we doing to protect that purchasing power? And how do we peg a coin to that basket? All the things that matter to us on a day-to-day basis. You've got great projects like Frax, Sperax, Volt, all innovating around that and trying to create a new opportunity. You've got Nuon that's up there that's just going through audits trying to do that as well. And so we're going to see continuous innovation, and the brilliance around a flat coin is it's pegged to your everyday real world items that you buy when you go to the supermarket. You pay rent, the utility bill you pay. Is there a way that because it's pegged to that, I know that that coin can always buy me that basket, and that's going to make sure it's not deflating. And so that becomes more important to both the grocer, to the retailer, the restaurant owner, the utility manufacturer, the utility provider, sorry. And then they will then accept that coin. And that's what we want to see. And that is going to help us hold the representatives that we vote into office to define policies and try to innovate and create opportunities for us. We need to hold them accountable. These professional politicians that are up there, how do we hold them accountable and how do we make them, anyway, super funny, not funny really, but if you do analogies to crypto and you look what's going on in the government at the moment, yesterday there was an announcement, or the day before yesterday, I think the SEC just announced that they're going after Binance, or they're looking into Binance and looking into some of the activities that Binance, so they're just researching. And they made that announcement. The same day, you have Senator Loomis coming out and saying, we're going to put forward a proposal that's going to make the SEC obsolete. And we're going to give all the coins that have been created, they're going to be utility tokens, and they're going to be under the CFTC. So there's a fork beginning to happen, even in the government. So the CFTC is going one angle, and the SEC is going another angle, and they're disputing, they're debating. Where does that go? Where does that leave crypto? That leaves a huge opportunity, not only in market opportunity, in market size and revenue, but it leaves an opportunity for us to really innovate and move fast. We in crypto land have always moved faster than in any other industry. We've always worked really hard. We work 7 days a week, 24/7. Everybody on here is already on their Telegram. They've answered 15 messages while I'm talking here. They're on their computers there, working, sending emails, doing spreadsheets, whatever you're doing. We're all contributing and continuously being productive. That speed, and with a level of competitiveness that we all have, we need to bring that to market in a safe framework and create new money that will allow us all to make sure that we create an inflation-protected ecosystem that I'd love for you to be a part of. Thank you for your time. My name's Stefan Roost. I'm a part of Laguna, and look to see you at our booth at number 3 if you have any questions. Thank you all very much.
I love that. Showing the true inflation, trueflation. Well, we are on to our intermission period, folks. If you haven't followed the Dcentral Twitter, make sure you do so. It is DCENTRAL. CON, Instagram the same name. If you didn't know it, we have food trucks on this level out at the courtyard to the left, my left. Thank you so much for joining us on main stage. I will see you back here at 1:30 early. It's actually 1:40, but you know what, I like a little early. Have a good rest of your day. Make sure you enjoy the booths, and I will see you soon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, who's ready for part 2? Who's ready to learn? Who's ready to put down their phone and be a part of this? I would love to invite everyone to just stand up. Stand up, and if you're super bold, you can throw your phone at me because you shouldn't be checking charts right now, okay? All right, my name is Jack, the party scientist. I'd love us all to stand up, actually, for real. So when we change our physiology, we actually boost our learning, we become more pro-social, we become more engaged. So I'd love for us to just widen our stance, form an athletic stance, and just bring your hands down to your side, open your palms, and for a second, just say yes to all the possibilities in this room, all the possible relationships, and just close your eyes, and let's just take some deep breaths, okay? At your own pace, slow down that exhale. It's easy to go fast at these conferences. Sometimes just slowing down, we can have better connections and enjoy ourselves more. Let's take one more deep breath. Exhale. All right, now on 3, keep your eyes closed. We're gonna strike a pose. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Hell yes. Let's do 1 circular hips. All right. And can we get a round of applause, a standing ovation for our MC, Bianca, soon to arrive on stage. We are going to be hitting it off with our first panel. You can now sit down, everyone. Congratulations. If you're sitting with someone, just like wave or appreciate that they got up and they actually applied some effort. Bianca, are we gonna show these people a little dance maybe a little spin or what?
Should I?
What special things do we have in store? Oh yeah.
That wasn't even planned.
All right, that's all. I should just get off stage.
That's our party scientist. He keeps the party going here at Dcentral. Thank you so much for coming back after that intermission. I don't know about you, but I feel so much better after being fed. If you didn't know, we do have food trucks outside. We also have a mechanical bull. And I don't know, I'm wearing this dress right now, but trust me, if I wasn't wearing this dress, I'd be the longest one on that bull, because not only am I, Bianca Star up here on the stage, but I'm also an athlete, so don't ever question me. And if you want to see if we could compete, I'll go toe-to-toe with you, so don't be shy about it. Yes, there is always tomorrow. Thank you, thank you. So we had a great first half of Dcentral. We covered DeFi, we covered NFTs, we covered Metaverse, we covered innovation. But we are not done just yet, so make sure you have your eyes tuned and your ears tuned. Our next panel coming up is gonna cover a very, very important topic. One topic that people often don't think about when they're getting into new and progressive paradigms and new and progressive ways of interacting with technology. Right, that being said, security is one of the most important parts of interacting with technology. Because if you're not secure, then you could lose it all. So it doesn't matter if you had it to begin with. So I'm really excited to introduce this next panel because security is everything. So please give us a round of applause to introduce the panel covering security, introducing Josh Krieger as the moderator and the fellow speakers. Put your hands together.
What's going on, everyone? Good lunch? All right. I'm really excited about this panel. It's a really important topic, and we have some industry leaders here to talk about Web3 security. Let's welcome to the stage Jaquin, Kosala, and Monair. Come on up, guys. So It's been a pretty exciting year, guys, when it comes to Web3 and security. I think if you're in the space, you've definitely rode a few roller coasters, and if you're building the space, I'm sure that's the case as well. So we want to get to the bottom of what's what with the trends in Web3 security and how it's evolving in the space and what kind of infrastructure you need as both a consumer and a builder in the space to be buttoned up and bulletproof, if that's even possible. But we'll figure that out today. But to start, I'd love it if you guys could each introduce yourself and what role you play when it comes to Web3 security. Let's start with you, Kosala.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. So I'm Kosala Hemachandra, founder and CEO of MyEther Wallet. Most of you might know us as the leading Ethereum wallet interface. We started off with that and then eventually grew our umbrella to education, which is Utopia.com, and Blockchain Explorer, ETHVM.com, and multiple other products. When it comes to security, I feel like we play a major role in, especially in Ethereum ecosystem, because as one of the leading wallet services, we do get lot of vulnerabilities before it even hits the public. So before it hits the public, we usually solve all of them before, and then do a release and then disclose the vulnerability. Things like that.
Thanks for that. Appreciate you rescuing us from some of that stuff that we don't want.
You're always welcome.
And Monir, what about you?
Thank you. Is this on? Oh, it is. Yes, I'm Munir Jalal, VP of Marketing at Certic. If you don't know who Certic is, if you walk out that door, you'll see a big booth right there.
Everyone knows who Certic is.
That's what I'm trying to joke with. Everybody knows who Certic is. So yeah, just as a quick explanation, we do blockchain Web3 security. We do a lot of things from auditing to on-chain monitoring, KYC. Yeah, so we're trying to provide all things Web3 security. Great being here. Thank you.
Jay Quinn.
Yeah, so I'm Jay Quinn. I'm a software engineer at Cadena, where I work mostly on the Chainweaver wallet experience and developer tooling. For those of you that don't know, Cadena is the world's only scalable proof-of-work blockchain. It utilizes a hashed braid consensus algorithm called Chainweb, and on top of that, we have what I can only describe as a safety-oriented language called, a smart contract language called Pact. So if you haven't, if you're a builder out there and you haven't checked Pact out, I would encourage you to definitely give it a try.
Right on, guys. Well, look, it's been a titillating year when it comes to Web3 hacks. Some of you may have been at NFTLA, which we hosted, where the very first talk, Gio came out and shared that the previous night he had been, Axie had been hacked for $625 million, and there's a lot of headlines like that. So I'd love to get the scoop on what's really been happening in the world of hacks and fraud and trends. Is it going up? Is it going down? Are we making progress and inroads here? Does anyone want to start with sort of giving us a little bit of what's really going on the inside when it comes to security?
Sure. I'll open it up. So where do I start here? I mean, last year, this is how profound it is. Total loss of crypto due to hacks, $1.3 billion. It's June, and we're up at $1.76 billion of loss. That's just profound. Is it getting worse? It is. Is security important? Very important. Certic looks across the board on all types of hacks, exit scams, flash loan attacks, and we monitor this a lot, and we're seeing a good amount that is trending. We came up with, obviously, the Axie hack is an important one. Bridges are, at the start of this year were hacked. About $1 billion across 3 bridges. I think a lot of it's to do with new technology, new infrastructure coming in, and the opportunity for hackers to take advantage of that and exfiltrate and take funds. So, security is important. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, Yeah, that was amazing. Yeah, I mean, not amazing for hacks, but like, yeah, I was gonna touch up on that insane over $1 billion loss just in crypto and Web3. Another hack that basically recently happened was one of the Bored Apes Discord account got hacked, and they lost some of the Bored Apes and like 140 ETH or something. And this just happened 2 days ago. So it's still happening, it's still going on, and all we can do is improve our security, learn more, educate our users so that we can prevent this from happening in the future.
Yeah, I think that's a good segue to a deeper conversation about how we do that. But I guess before we do, on the other side of trends is the investment side. And I am curious, guys, if you could speak to the investments being made in security. One would assume that those investments are on the upspend and that people are spending more of their percentage of a budget on security to sort of fight this trend.
Yeah, so while the industry has definitely matured over the past couple of years, it still does feel like every couple of weeks there's a multi-million-dollar hack that we read about. At Cadena, we're very big fans of rec.news, the website that details a lot of these bugs and security vulnerabilities. And we made our own site called Saved by Cadena. So if you go to savedby.cadena.network, you can read about how a lot of these different vulnerabilities and hacks could have been prevented using our smart contract language pact. In many cases, some of the bugs are actually impossible to write with our language pact, and in other cases it would have taken just a couple of small lines of our built-in formal verification system to have detected some of these. So as a builder, I gotta say, it makes such a big difference when you're building on an ecosystem or on top of an ecosystem with tooling that actively supports you, with tools that have been built from the ground up to detect a lot of these things. I like to say that when you go packed, you don't go back. So again, if you're a builder, definitely check out the Cadena ecosystem and the packed smart contract language.
Right on. Well, this is a pretty cool stage. I feel like it's a starship of sorts. So let's sort of take this starship 5 years forward, or plus, right? At this point, metaverse adoption is real. We've got Internet of Things on overdrive, machines talking to machines, building things together. Life is good. How did we get here from an IT security perspective, Kosala, and what problems did we solve along the way?
Yeah, definitely like 5 to 10 years from now, I would like to solve the onboarding process. So that's like one of the key or like most complicated process to get into the space, and then one of the steps where most of these hackers or like abusers of the technology attack the users. So hopefully by that time we'll have biometrics. For example, you can use your eyes or fingerprint to access the wallet instead of trying to remember the private keys. And like a lot of things needs to happen in order to achieve this. So plus I would like to have some kind of quantum proof cryptography, because in 10 years from now, there will be quantum computers, and then all existing blockchains, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm mainly talking about Ethereum as of now. So existing blockchains are vulnerable to quantum attacks. So that needs to change. So that's one of the big things. And like we do talk about dApps all the time, but if you actually look at a dApp and you are navigating to a Web 2 site, so that means all like the attack vectors that are included in Web 2, you are vulnerable to all of them if it's hosted on like .com, .org, or .finance, right? So that needs to change. We have to host our website on the decentralized web. Yeah, those are some of the things that like I want to see change.
Very cool. And Monir, you have an interesting view at Surtech in terms of the Web 2 companies that are trying to enter this space. And I'm just kind of curious, are you all actively supporting that bridge building? Are these companies coming at you, or are you sort of approaching them, or a little bit of both? And you know, what is the security education hurdles that you're trying to overcome there?
No, it is different. If you look at Web 2, companies coming from that world appreciate, understand the types of security issues that they face, whether it be phishing attacks, whether it be takeovers, credential loss, and then they're entering a Web3 world where the vulnerabilities are different even, the types of attacks are different.
The language is different, it
The
sounds like.
languages are different as well. The good thing about it is that we're able to see this evolution. We're able to expand the services that we have. In actual fact, we support pen testing of a part of our services, which is primarily a Web 2 thing. And so from a marketing perspective, we're educating about what these types of attacks look like. And we're also talking about and bridging clients that come to us who want to move into an NFT version or transacting using Web 2 to Web 3 and educating them about how to be secure, what they're going to be up against, the issues that they face. So, and that's a natural evolution. It's how consumers are evolving and wanting to transact into crypto is forcing Web 2 companies to have to think about how to bridge to Web 3. And so, yeah, I mean, we are getting a lot of clients coming to us with great opportunity to educate them about how to make that transition.
And are you actively reaching out to them as well in terms of your marketing side?
I think it wouldn't be a lack of opportunity if we wouldn't do that, because I think there is great opportunity where we do see companies that want to get into that evolution space, and so yeah, we do approach them and do that security consultation of how do they make that transition over to Web 3.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the NFT side of the house more so, but I think about all the big brands that want to get into the metaverse and whatnot, and it has to be top of mind for them, to make those waves, especially if they're publicly traded companies. It's a whole other level.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of the financials are making that leap because they know their consumers are demanding it, and so they're wanting to bring in, crypto wallets, being able to transact across blockchains. It's an erosion that they get left behind if they don't do it, so they have to do it. And so, from our perspective, we're looking in and seeing that natural evolution needing to happen, and we're approaching those financial companies and saying, hey, you need to make a transition, so here's how you do it, and here's how we can help you.
Right on. Well, we talked about the attacks from a wallet infrastructure perspective and sort of that side of the house. I got a really awesome NFT drained out of my wallet in the process of buying some land recently. I think you all can guess what land I was going after. It turned out, it was a roller coaster of a day. It turned out okay in the end because I got a really good piece of land. But anyone outside of this industry would have looked at what happened to me and been aghast, right? And so I'm just kind of curious, is the solution to problems like that where your wallet gets drained, is it about having compartments in your wallet or about having separate wallets for all your different NFTs? Is that along the lines of the type of innovation being done, or besides just user education and my own tomfoolery, what can we do there to help people prevent these types of attacks?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I would like to take a step back because security in wallet is such an abstract concept, mainly because it affects different people differently. For general public, right? Like if you look at centralized banks, if you have $10,000, $50,000, even $99,000, you are protected by the bank up to $100,000, right? So that's having a bank account is a pretty good, a pretty secure way. I'm talking about from a centralized perspective. But for someone who has $10 million, that might not be the best way. They might have to over-insure their funds to make sure that's the case. But if you have $10 billion in liquid cash, right, you probably want to build a fortress to secure that. So security affects different people differently. And usually the owner of these funds are the weakest link. So meaning, I know you said aside from education, so the only way to make this weakest link strong is educating the users. And then once you do that, the next step comes in where your funds are actually hosted. This is mostly for this audience, this is already solved because funds are actually in the blockchain and it's cryptographically protected and immutable. So that means you don't have to worry about that part. But the part that you have to worry about, how are you accessing it? Meaning, like, what wallet solution do you use? What extension do you use? What dApps do you use? So that's like one of the main gateways for these hackers to get in. So it comes down to, again, educating and then also understanding what steps you are doing to your wallet. And that could be, and then, yeah, having separate wallets in that case will help you make that process easy, because now you know, okay, if something happening to this wallet, I have to be careful because this is where my valuable NFT is. Like if someone's trying to like access where you have your USDT or USDC, you're like, why are they trying to access this wallet? Because I'm only using this for USDC transactions, and then this dApp does not require me to do anything with USDC. So things like that. So it all comes down to education.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess I could have set up 40 different wallets for 40 different ecosystem NFTs. That takes a lot of time and energy. And, you know, I guess I could have done that.
It's one solution, yeah.
But what else? Is there anything else coming that folks can look forward to that might help in situations like this?
I think I look at this problem, it's kind of trifecta. It's education, simplicity in user experience, and my favorite topic, security. And you have to balance across these three. You're dealing with people who want to transact, but they want to do it in an easy way. May not, in some ways, want to put in, 12 phrases to get into their wallet, right? But they do want security, and so security has to be built in. It needs to be stitched in. It needs to be made easier so you can transact. And then there's levels of education needs to be made where you do want to let people know the impact of security, and if you're not doing it the right way, the impact. And so I think it's a balance between those three. I don't think it's necessarily saying, go out and put NFTs across all these wallets. It's giving people choice. It's giving people the flexibility and also educating them about the impact at the same time if they don't do it the right way.
Yeah, I think education is definitely a big part of the equation. I also think that you just have to make it easier for builders and for devs and for wallet designers to make it so that they can introspect the code on the chain, which Pact does, and allow users to be able to make their own decisions about whether something is safe or not. One of the features that Pact offers is a robust capability system based on capability theory, which basically allows you to summarize all of the major events that are occurring in a contract, which is super useful if a particular contract is interacting with other contracts. So perhaps you're using a faulty swap dApp, and it's trying to drain your token. And in order to sign off on that transaction, I would have to explicitly sign that I am sending all my tokens from my particular account to the scammy account, even though that particular call is not at the top level or even in the particular smart contract that I'm calling.
Well, let's go a little deeper there on the building side. We've got a lot of builders here. I've already met since getting here this morning. Shout out to these guys for bringing a lot of us together. But let's paint a picture of what you need as a builder, as a CEO, in terms of structuring your organization to prepare for Web3 security. What are the roles? What are the tools that are needed? And I think it's worth touching on that it's not just about internal security. It's about alerting your community to external frauds too, right? Like, I've already had several versions of imposter edge of NFT accounts out there. They pop up on Facebook a lot, offering to do like ETH trades with people and all sorts of fun stuff that we don't do. So I'm just curious if you could speak to what folks here need to think about in terms of putting together the right team and tools for success.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a tricky question to solve. But I think Pact provides a number of features that help nip this in the bud at the smart contract level. We discussed the capability system already, but also having code that is introspectable, that's stored on chain as a human readable, human readable format, and then being able to, as a wallet developer, run formal verification programs on that, allowing the user to be able to read exactly what they're executing. And then the third big mitigating factor there in terms of spoofing is we have something, an internal or a native system called a namespace system. And basically, if you're a builder and you have a project on Kadena, you can apply for and what will eventually be a DAO-based process, get basically a prefix to your contract name, such that whenever you go to call that smart contract, you as a user will be able to see, oh, I'm calling this KDX.swap, so I can see that it is the officially approved KDX contract that I'm interacting with and not some scam contract.
That's helpful. Do you guys have any other thoughts on who people should be hiring? What the different sort of organizational tiers are for a company in this space versus a typical Web 2 company?
I think, yeah, I can add to that for sure. If I just said, go get an audit, that would just not be enough, right? I think, think it's about education and having the right people inside the organization, ones who understand how to, code securely, being able to have people do the right reviews, code reviews, implement right secure specifications, doing all that way earlier than doing an audit, for example. Even having someone like a blue team who are independent, who actually come in and look at what the threat model looks like on what you're about to put together and launch. So there's a good amount that needs to be happening in that level of organization, but there's also a good amount of education about how to do things in a secure way, how to develop in a secure way that starts way early in the life cycle.
Yeah, to add some statistics about like MyEtherWallet to that question, our main or attack vector is like phishing sites, because there are a ton of phishing sites. And just to give you guys a number, it's around 200 websites a month. So there are people who basically full-time job is creating these phishing sites and mimicking to be popular dApps, or like MyEtherWallet in our case. And we have two companies that are actually monitoring domain registrations that are similar to myetherwallet.com. And the moment that a website similar to myetherwallet.com goes live, we take it down within like 10 to like maximum 60 minutes. So those are some like active precautions or like active ways of preventing it from reaching the public.
That's really great. Well, I've learned a lot, guys, and I hope those in the audience have as well. And we're taking some notes on some of these really cool tools and whatnot. Any final thoughts that each of you would like to share about security and where things are going?
I think security-wise, we are definitely going in the right direction. It's not going to be, oh, we are going to solve security tomorrow. That's not how it's going to be. Even when Web 1 or Web 2 came out, they had a ton of issues with SSL certificates, and then like Chrome just made it mandatory like a year ago, if I'm not mistaken. And it says, now if you don't have SSL certificate, it says unsecure, but up until then, everyone's like, oh, it's still okay, it's a website. So things like that, it'll take time, but I believe we are in the right direction. That means like infrastructure providers and like developers, coders who create these programming languages, they have to be extra careful in putting out proper battle-tested, validated code out. And that's a process that'll take some time.
Monair, besides getting an audit, any other thoughts?
Let me see. If I think back 5 years ago and when people just considered audit a nice to have, right? And probably we're trying to spell audit. And now where we are today, it's such a big shift. It's moved from just nice to have to mandatory. And what's caused that is just the profound amount of loss and hacks. People are realizing, I don't want to be all over the tabloids. I want to launch. I want to maybe be successful. I don't want to be that company that just got hacked. And what's making this more complex is as we build, we put in new infrastructure, new technology, it's more threat landscape for hackers to take advantage. And that's why we're seeing so much more hacks out there today. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it's a no-brainer when you think about, and I have to put in the plug-in for audit again, is if you're no-brainer, think about the cost of an audit compared to the impact of, you know, a project that didn't audit and a hack, way bigger. So yeah, I leave you with that. I mean, it's just a mandatory thing.
So what I hear is the more disruptive, the more innovative, the more interoperable, the more convergence of technology, watch your back.
Exactly, yep, absolutely.
And Jay Quinn?
Yeah, the industry has definitely come a long way, and I think we have a lot more to go. I think PACT is a great step in that direction. I think it's a sanity-driven development. I would encourage any builders out there to take a look at it. Yeah, I think we are slowly moving in the correct direction. I think education is going to be definitely a big part as well. Yeah.
Right on. Well, guys, I would love to let everyone know where they can learn more about your company and track what you're up to. If you could share your deets quickly. Let's start with you, Kosala.
Yeah. So our main media point of reach is Twitter. So MyEtherWallet at MyEtherWallet, and make sure you see the verified sign because there are a ton of like fake accounts out there. And if you want to learn more about blockchain in general, mutopia.com is our educational wing.
So Certic.com, go check us out. You'll see a leaderboard of thousands, to like 4,000 plus now, projects audited. We do KYC, on-chain monitoring, auditing. Check us out there or come talk to us. We're right outside the door.
Yeah, you can find us at cadena.io. We also have a Twitter, cadena-io, and we have a great Discord with tons of builders hanging out. Come ask questions. And then we also recently announced an arm of Cadena called Cadena Eco that recently committed $100 million in grants to builders building on Cadena. So come check that out. And then 10% of that has been pledged to people recently affected by the Terra Luna situation. So if you're building on them as well, definitely reach out. We'd love to hear about your project.
Cool. And I'm Josh Krieger. You can find Edge of NFT, which is our podcast, at Edge of NFT on Twitter or edgeofnft.com. We've had about 150 amazing conversations with leaders in the space like these gentlemen. You know, everything from music to security to entertainment to gaming. We love to cover all the fascinating things happening in the space. And we have a conference each year called NFT LA, which is going to be in April of 2023. And you can go to @NFTLA Live or NFTLA.live. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. That was good.
Thank you, Jen. So clearly, security is a complex topic that does not have simple solutions. But one of those solutions is education, educating people, having people be aware of it. Security is a multifaceted experience. It can only happen if you understand how to utilize the technology at its highest and best. And security comes in many different forms with many different products. How you use a crypto wallet versus how an exchange works versus how to even secure your NFTs. The way you talk about security is going to be much different across all of this spectrum. That being said, my next speaker has a security solution, has a privacy solution, has a Web3 solution for emails. Very, very interesting stuff. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the stage the Alter representative, Darren Chu. Woo!
Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Darren Chu, as she mentioned earlier. And I have to say, I am very, very excited to be here with you all. You have no idea, this is my first time on stage, so please be easy on me. Our other team member was supposed to be here, but he had a family emergency. So I stepped in, and now I'm going to be a star. All right. So I'm going to do some Tai Chi for you today. I'm going to tell you a story about why Alter believes in free speech and decentralization, and we'll take it from there, all right? So before we get started, I want you guys all to realize you guys are in Austin, Texas, the heart of Texas, where 200 years ago we fought for the Republic to be free, right? And now, 200 years later, we're fighting for artists to have more fair rights to their own work, and we're also fighting for a free economy. So what I'm going to be talking about is free speech. And free speech, at first, honestly, I didn't really know what it meant to me personally until I started speaking with other people and hearing their stories on why free speech is important. So for me, I thought free speech is a way for me to communicate with my friends. I never really felt like I had any issues with censorship here in the US. I didn't want my data to be stolen. I didn't want, when I had sensitive documents, I wanted to make sure I was using the appropriate tools so that I can transfer those documents. You know, but generally, I felt pretty safe to a degree using the tools that I was already having in the United States. But one day, I was doing Tai Chi with my teacher. And so I take Zoom lessons every Friday with the teacher in London. She's from China, and so it's a way for me to experience my own culture. So I enjoy those classes, right? But one day, as I'm working with Alter, I start brainstorming, hey, what is the real purpose of why I feel so strongly about free speech? And she shared with me a story of how she grew up in China, where she felt like you don't really know that you don't have free speech, but you have a general sense that you can't say everything you want to say because news sites gets taken down, things like that. And when she moved to London, she realized she had a lot more freedoms that she never had before, right? So when following a COVID situation, she started talking about how she would go on Twitter and seeing all these videos come up of things that were happening in Shanghai that was directly impacting her family, right? But the people in China, they don't necessarily have access to those videos. Those videos are shared over Twitter, which, because international students come from the United States, they have decentralized VPN solutions where they can access American sites, they can access social media to share the things that they feel like are important, so it's very transparent and open, right? So speaking with her, I realized that, hey, maybe I was a bit privileged to be here in the United States where I am able to share freely, and sometimes people get in trouble for sharing too freely, you know, and their data is taken out of their mouths like from years and years ago, but I never felt like I had problems with censorship. Data privacy isn't only about those kinds of use cases. It's about protecting your information for law, information for medical records, for sharing anonymously things that you find important to reveal truths that need to be brought to light, right? So all of these are very important. So what does that mean for us, right? So I'm here representing Alter. Alter is so how do we fit in this map? There's so many crypto projects, so many blockchain projects. Where do we fit in the big picture, okay? We are a decentralized application focused on becoming the next private communications platform for all of Web3, all right? We're built on the Secret Network. So as you can see, I'm repping Secret Network right now. They are a layer 1 blockchain. You heard Guy speaking this morning at the keynote. They're layer 1 blockchain in the Cosmos ecosystem, becoming a privacy hub for all of Web3. So the reason why we decided to build on Secret Network is because they have, by default, access to smart contracts that are able to encrypt your own data, right? So that the solution is decentralized and your data is always protected. So Alter decided to build on Secret Network. So where are we now? We just launched our core MVP product. It's in its initial stages. Like any other Web3 project, it looks really ugly, but we're trying to clean it up right now. But we have around 7,000 users who are subscribers, paid subscribers to our application, right? But that's the very early stages. We plan to deliver on our roadmap initially for 2022 and eventually expand across all networks in the Cosmos ecosystem and beyond that to other solutions to allow their users to use Alter and communicate privately within their sphere, okay? If I'm talking with my friend, I don't want spam from other people saying, hey, I'm pretending to be your friend, or people who are not in your immediate community, you want to be sure you're able to address those concerns. So, as we mentioned, we're in the initial phases building out our chat features, but we are trying to build a modular Web3 solution that allows us to do this, because there's, as you guys all know, there's Telegram, there's Discord, there's Signal, there's Proton Mail. All of these guys, they're all trying to do the same thing, and I'm really glad that they're trying to fight for privacy, because not a lot of people are, right? We can fight together, but our solution is more of a Web3 application method or strategy, because we believe we can partner with a lot of different existing Web3 ecosystems that support the infrastructure for us to be successful. Primarily Secret Network. We're integrating with Kepler so that all users of Kepler who are staking on Secret Network and other networks in the Cosmos ecosystem, they get automatic access to Alter, because right now the one trouble we're dealing with is subscriptions, because with smart contracts there's gas fees, there's things like that. So we need to have a revenue model driven by our validator to enable everyone to have access, because we want everybody to have access to free communications. We're trying to expand our data, all the data stored on our application. We want it to be private and decentralized as well. So we're considering teams like Akash, teams like Jackal, data storage solutions that are private and secure. Chat is only the beginning. We're trying to incorporate, we don't want everybody to have to use so many different applications for communications, right? So we have a long-term vision. We want to bring on video conferencing. We want to bring on public access to social media. This is just one showcase. That's me, if you can't tell. Huddle 01, we're trying to integrate with them as a decentralized solution. That's a Alter AR team called DJs of Dgen. They made a profile for us. So anyways, we're just one building block in a vibrant ecosystem where all of y'all are here, strictly builders, to build the future of communications. So we're excited to be here with you guys. It's a privilege, honestly. We are trying to grow and expand as quickly as possible. So if any of you guys are interested in testing some of the early features of our applications, you want to speak privately with your friends, join us at Alter DApp on Twitter. Follow the communications. Again, thank you. I really appreciate the time, and I'm just really glad to be here.
What an excellent job for his first time on stage. Let's give another round of applause. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. It's also my first time. Just kidding. Oh, you thought it was serious? Oh, whatever, you guys. Okay. How is your time at Dcentral? Can I hear some noise? Woo! Are we learning things? Yes? Are we learning new things? Are we solidifying information that we already knew? Are we creating relationships? Ooh, it sounds like the secret sauce to an epic conference. If you haven't already followed Dcentral on Twitter, make sure you go ahead and do that. We began out of Miami. We came to Texas because we heard you do it big here, and it looks like that is quite accurate. But we're not stopping there. We will be back in Miami, so make sure you follow us on Twitter. That is DCentralCon, to keep updated with everything going on, because we're definitely coming back to Miami. I'm from Miami, so you know I have to rep the place, and I have to rep Dcentral as always. So we talked about privacy, and I'll reiterate what I said earlier today. One of my Bianca-isms, my name is Bianca Starr if you haven't noticed that yet, but one of my Bianca-isms, because I do talk quite often, is the 3 most valuable currencies are as follows. The 3rd most valuable currency is financial currency, transactional currency, fiat, Bitcoin, that kind of thing. The 2nd most valuable currency is social currency, your relationships and how you leverage them. Those relationships and how you cultivate them and how you make deals and use that to your advantage. And the 1st most important currency is privacy. Yes, I believe you can transact in privacy, and yes, even though we do have a lack of privacy at our current juncture, I believe there is a world in which we'll be able to choose what is private and what isn't. So having a Secret Network here as one of our premier keynote speakers has been great, and seeing all the innovative projects that are coming off Secret Network is equally as great. But let me continue on, because we do have many great speakers here for you today. Our next panel is going to be covering the metaverse. What is the metaverse? What is the metaverse? We've had other panels here talking about it, but it'll be amazing to have that continued conversation. So without further ado, let me introduce the moderator. He is the managing editor for the Metaverse Post. We have our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Steve Huff. I'm the managing editor for the Metaverse Post. We're a new publication covering Web3, NFTs, cryptocurrency, VR, AR, you name it. And I'm happy to be here today. I'm certainly not wearing this jacket outside, but I'm going to introduce you now to our panel, which consists of, it's 3 people. Diversity, founder of Divine Anarchy. Ryan De Tabawada, who is the COO of Dcentral Games. And Steve Kuroki, Vice President of Creative at Enway. Why don't we go around and, starting with Steve, just tell everybody a little more about who you are and your company.
Hear me? Is it working? Yeah, so I guess you could see my Taehoon Kim PFP up there. It's not really me. Steve Kuroki from Enway. We're a San Francisco-based developer and publisher of mobile and console titles, and now play-to-earn games. We've been doing it for about 10 years. Our first play-to-earn game was actually the Olympics Games Jam, which released with the Olympics a couple months ago. We've since then improved on the game, and we just did an announcement of a food truck coin club. And we have other projects that we're building and hoping to learn a lot this trip.
Ryan.
Right. Hi, everyone. I'm Ryan De Tabawada, also go by Ryan DG online. Dcentral Games has been building games on Polygon, on the Unity Games SDK in Decentraland, going back to about the middle of 2019. And right now our flagship game is Ice Poker, which is a play and earn game centered around NFTs on Polygon. Those NFTs are 3D wearables, and it brings the fun of poker without any gambling whatsoever within the game itself. Think Zynga, but the badges, prizes, items are actually owned by the players. And yeah, really happy to be here.
And then I'm Austin. I go by Diversity. This is actually my first time being doxxed, so welcome to everybody that's in my community that's been watching me. We're building out a Web3, we're gamifying Web3 interactions basically. So when you think of like a signature or any kind of contract interaction, our goal is to gamify that interaction. So if you're looking at like Year in Finance, for example, we're trying to build out an NFT experience that interacts with Year in Finance or any other crypto ecosystem out there, and building out like a gamified experience for people.
Thank you, all three of you. Going to start with just some basic issues about gaming in Web3, which isn't exactly like gaming has always been. And I wanted to talk about some of the challenges that companies doing gaming in Web3 tend to face. The first one that occurred to me is, in addition to getting broad adoption, is the power that's required. The difference between a game that is, computer only, or if you go way back in the day, a DVD, and now when the metaverse is requiring lots of processing power, it's requiring lower latency. How do companies meet that challenge and still try and keep, let's say, subscription costs lower? And let's go with you, Steve.
Yeah, let's see how I can answer this. I think it first starts with the actual, I'm just approaching it from a game design standpoint. Depending on the type of game you're making, it really depends on the source of power or things that might be required. So a game that, we're an action studio, a game that requires, low latency, high input coming in, it's something we're always curious about. But when we actually transitioned into doing mobile games, we knew that was a problem, so we had to redesign the game of a fighting game to more of a card-based thing to reduce the inputs. So, moving forward, what we're thinking about is if there is a requirement of power or some sort of technical challenge, you have to look at your game design and take a look and approach it differently. You might not need to have a game that has so much, a need to have all the inputs coming in and all that power. You might not need to have a game that requires a high-end graphic card to play. There's games all across the board. So, the way that we like to think about it anyway is design first, creative first, and then try and apply the technology after.
Ryan.
Yeah, so I think that you kind of have the first layer of complexity in onboarding people, which is getting them familiar with crypto, with wallets, whether it's a ledger or something like MetaMask, basically the self-custody of assets. And there are a couple different projects who are trying to solve that problem and kind of obfuscate that layer a bit to make it simpler. For us, building in Dcentral, which is browser-based but 3D built on Unity, you really need to have a computer with the sufficient amount of RAM. So a lot of other play and earn ecosystems and games will have 90 to 95% of their players on mobile. Of course, that's 0% for us right now. You need to not only onboard to crypto itself, to holding assets on Polygon, but also have a computer with that capacity. So we're kind of trying to whittle away at those problems one at a time. For example, going in the opposite direction of a lot of other games that exist today, where we have this 3D version of the game that we're paring down into a mobile browser-based version of the game where we think we can onboard more people that way.
Yeah, so for us, I'm actually slightly different than these two because they actually work a lot on Unity, and I actually come from a web background. And so Unity and 3D assets is not something that's a strong point for me. And that's actually been some of a benefit for when we were developing Divine Anarchy, because like you were saying, RAM and power that it takes to run a game is intense. But if we can use it through a browser and we keep it, what we did was we basically used native browser elements, which prevents you from doing basically draws. And every time you do a draw in a browser, it gets slower and it needs more power and stuff like that. Whereas native elements are very optimized. Most of our stuff runs super fast for that reason, and because we're using native elements. There's some restrictions for that, obviously, like if you were to build something on Unity or one of these other platforms, you get really good interactions, right? Like you can see this whole world coming to life a lot easier. You have to get very creative when it comes to like a web browser side of things. So that's a challenge where we're trying to find what we can use native elements to gamify those things, but it does solve the power problem that people have. You don't have to have a gaming computer to run what we have. One of the things I do have a problem with is latency. Still a work in progress on trying to figure out the best way that we can do that. There is sockets and things like that that you can use to be able to build those response times, but you need to have something very fast in order to have a smooth experience. And I think most people building games understand that, and it's a challenge for everybody, I think.
I was another thing I was wondering about that's related to that, and it's about the broader issue of adoption. You know, compared to games in the past were pretty easy, pretty straightforward to adopt, but you know, now you've got maybe sometimes a little bit of learning curve, but also if there is an issue with resource demands, is there a danger, let's say, of users being priced out of the metaverse sometimes? And you know, how does a Web3 company meet that challenge or address it, or at least begin to approach it? Why don't you go ahead?
So I think this again goes to where my focus is in keeping it web native. If I keep it web native and I use native elements, I'm not going to price anybody out, because these are native elements that browsers have to be able to support when they go into any other experience. If you go to facebook.com or apple.com, these are just other sites that are using native elements. They render these things and they have these experiences that you don't need to be doing a bunch of renders and like I was saying earlier, draws, which takes the CPU power and things like that. So ideally, I feel like I'm in a pretty good position to stay away from that. But I do completely understand. I mean, like VR is a great example of people getting priced out of experiences. I'm super curious to see what these two actually have to say about it, actually.
Ryan, what about you?
Yeah, absolutely. So already addressed some of the, you may have like a hardware requirement and cost there, but putting that aside, I think as we all know, NFT asset prices denominated in dollars, whether it's apes, punks, some games that have assets that cost thousands and thousands of dollars. I think there's a place for that, and definitely a niche of users who are interested in having like that very first Genesis set or the very most upgraded thing. But I think it's important that games give players a way to come in and either play like a pared down version of the game or play as a delegated player. I think in the Axie ecosystem they call those scholarships. And find a balance where you can onboard people to have that upward progression. Because a play and earn economy isn't going to work if you have 90% of the people coming in playing for free and just solely extracting value with no incentive to move up to, you know, I'm a delegated player, then I'm buying one of the cheapest items, then I'm actually earning my way to either additional items to improve the gameplay experience or additional items so I can start my own, in our case, guild of lending them out. And so basically games should focus on having multiple paths for people who have different, different amounts of crypto and different desire to either invest a lot of time into the game itself or invest a lot of time into this like meta game of building out a guild, which is effectively a small business.
Yeah, just to chime in just a little bit. Yeah, I totally agree with everything that's been said. It's a really tough challenge to kind of balance like the cost of entry with the number of NFTs and like match your tokenomics to it. But I'm up here because I want to make games, and I want to make games that are fun, and try to get as many people in as possible into that experience. So I mean, you could do things like free onboarding, or like maybe it's the non-earnable version of the game. In our Olympics game, we have that. You can play for free and just race and get into it, and then decide whether or not you want to participate in the economy. Not too any different from free to play. I think it has the same kind of approach in trying to get as many players in. And if you want to buy a battle pass and get skins, like it's up to you. No pressure. We're still trying to figure it out, and I don't know if there's a right way to do it. One of the things that we did for our Olympic pin drop, taking in line from NBA Top Shot when you get the boxes and get these pins for collectibles, the minting or experience and the buying experience, getting in queue. We're taking some of those learnings, trying to balance the numbers, trying to figure out When there is a really high expensive box, per se, lower the number, because you do want to sell out and make sure that everyone that's participating and buying it gets their value. But when it comes to the game port of it, like, it's still we're having discussions all the time. You know, I think the whole point of it, though, is, you know, we make PvP games. You need to have a lot of people to play. You want it to be fun. We start from there and then try to match the numbers and the costs so that everyone can play as best as we can. But at the same time, you know, we're into things like sneaker culture, you know, Pokemon cards. There is the whole collectible aspect, and people want to get something super valuable, and that's fun in itself, you know, in my opinion. So, you know, a lot of things to take in there from there.
You and I actually were chatting a little bit backstage about the changes in game design, let's say from Web 2 to Web 3. Are designers, for instance, having to rethink the way they approach just from the bottom up, you know, even from, let's say, if it's a game that, like an adventure game that follows a script or branching scripts. How is that changing as you incorporate more metaverse-like elements? Go ahead, Steve.
That's a really tough one. I can give one specific example. So, you know, in free-to-play games or games in the box product, you might make a stat change. Let's say the weapon attack is like 10 or something like that. And that lives, and you find that it breaks the game. You can make an adjustment. People will complain. You send balance notes, and that's all good. You know, now we're thinking about things that live on chain, and they have to be, you know, semi-forever. We want to make sure that there's a way to adjust the stats that don't affect the value of the item. I guess if you take an example from Magic, they might pull a card from tournaments. You know, things like that are things we have to think about. Also trying to design the game for long term. What might be powerful in, you know, day one's meta is going to change in 6 months. You know, how do we approach that design challenge without, you know, again, affecting the original NFT balance? You know, maybe there's a meta shift that we explain through a season, you know, rotating season structure. So a lot of fun things that we can learn from previous games, but also some new rules. And I think that's what at least excites me the most is it's kind of the Wild West. I think we're all trying to figure it out. And, you know, I'm just all in for new experiences, especially with games. You know, we've been playing the same games over and over again. I want to play something new. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah, I agree with that. Ryan, what's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I mean, from a technical perspective, there's definitely some tech work required to connect like game events that are happening on Unity in this 3D space to events on the blockchain, oracles that are checking, like, have these tokens been spent? Is this NFT in this wallet that was, you know, connected in the beginning? But it's definitely a balance. Like, there will be successful Web3 NFT games where the gameplay itself, you could say, is hypothetically identical to games we have now, but your Fortnite skins are just something you actually own and can resell on third-party marketplaces or marketplaces within the game, all the way down to where the game mechanics themselves are on-chain. And I think that, like, you want to prioritize what's actually important to players and not just say every single thing has to be on-chain all the time. So I would say use NFTs, use the blockchain where it makes sense and it's actually adding value for players. And then one other point around pricing that I thought of after I gave the previous answer is just that there actually is a premium on what people are going to be willing to spend on Web3 games versus Web 2, just pricing in that potential resale value. And so part of that is going to be speculation, and you might see speculative bubbles within the assets, but we should think that this will persist with Web3 games. If I'm saying, well, I was willing to spend 20 bucks on a skin that I know I can't sell after the fact, how much am I willing to spend on one that might appreciate in value and I know for sure I can sell later? So I don't know what that balance is or what the premium should be, but there is some persistent premium to ownership.
Austin?
When I got into this space, I was expecting to see Valorant and League of Legends and bringing all their skins into like a Web3 like portable deposit or something like that. I'm surprised I still haven't seen it, to be honest. And to his point earlier, I feel your pain when you talk about changing like traits and stuff like that, because I've had times that I wanted to do that. but I know that there's monetary value now behind traits and rarity and things like that, that you just can't modify those things. If you modify it, you're now directly impacting a holder and what their value is, and it does hinder the development of how you would normally go about developing a game massively. Because whatever, it's just like smart contracts. Like when you deploy it, it's got to stay. Like you can't change it. As a game industry, like you should understand that from your holders. And it's definitely a massive challenge that I think we all face.
Thank you, Austin. Speaking of challenges more and just along that line, I was thinking about, NFT adoption. Zuckerberg introduced a broad audience to the idea of the metaverse. But I don't know if that means everybody understands just how much the web is evolving. And resistance to NFTs is crumbling, or so many celebrities wouldn't be getting into them, right? So I think my question is, as people start struggling, with large economies like the US struggle with things like inflation, what's the challenge in essentially selling your product? Because it's a creative downtime, or it can be. I mean, we're seeing practical uses of NFTs expanding all the time too. But address some of the challenges you have in selling a product and getting people to understand, there is a knowledge barrier sometimes, I guess is what I'm getting at. And how do you jump over that and pull more people in? Why don't you go ahead, Austin?
So I think it's definitely the market that we're in right now. We're in definitely a bear market. And I think what really keeps people engaged and stays there, or, because you have to think about retention as well as selling, because you could have a collection, for example, us, we already have all our stuff out. And so it's about retaining those people that would hold a value for the project. And it's about what can we give them, or what can we put in a certain path that makes them either have fun or be able to really get behind the Web3 aspect of what we're building. Because if you can throw any kind of ownership and start to actually open people's eyes into what Web3 is going to do and how you're doing it, and even if it's just a small little sliver, like we have a lot of development to go. And we have very little developed to be able to say, like, look, this is how Web3 works, and this is how we're going to continue to expand on it. And as long as people can feel it, can experience it at an MVP level, I think that's what you're going to kind of gain your audience with while you continue to build.
Ryan?
Yes, I think the question of onboarding people to Web3 is one that we have really struggled with, and I don't have a great answer to how to bring people into NFTs in the first place, other than that we've seen it happening via word of mouth, essentially. You can make some documentation there, but people need to hear about it from people they know and trust within their community. We've really targeted trying to capture folks who are already onboarded to Decentraland. So today, Dcentral Games is about 60% of Decentraland's traffic on a day-to-day basis. And we've managed to onboard people via events that we hold. So every week we have 3 to 5 events with different projects, people showcasing their NFTs, small projects that might have 100 followers on Twitter, all the way up to not partnerships, but event spaces with folks like Bored Ape Yacht Club, Atari, Artifact, these communities that have thousands of people, and bringing them in. So I think we've done a decent job of evangelizing our game, Decentraland itself, the Polygon ecosystem, to some of these other NFT ecosystems. Like if you already have MetaMask, you have NFTs on ETH mainnet, it's not a very big jump to be like, okay, I understand I can connect my wallet to Decentraland, and now I have some assets that are on Polygon. It's the same address as ETH mainnet. So that's been the focus so far as we've ramped up our game from 0 to 10,000 daily actives over the first 8 months or so, is really trying to find product market fit within the NFT community.
Thanks. Steve?
Yeah, let me see. So I think when it comes to onboarding, I think we talked about this backstage. You know, you can approach it through a lot of teaching in your game. You know, UI, UX, tutorials. I think when it comes to like the masses in general, it's going to start with the ones that are curious about this space and really believe in, you know, what it can be. You know, there's going to be someone that can put it into perfect words that I definitely can't. That someone can, you know, teach their mom how to play our Olympic Games Jam game. It's going to start with the community there. But, you know, I think with gamers and, like, you know, what they pay for, you know, you can go down, you know, I spent $60, $70 on Elden Ring. I got 250 hours plus of fun out of it. But I won't go buy a $5 Starbucks coffee, you know? And it's different for everyone. I think when it comes to the kind of games that you make, you know, we don't want to overpromise on what you can, you know, earn from the game. Again, it's all about having fun. If it's something familiar with a +1, if it's, you know, Fall Guys racing Olympics with the chance to win an NFT prize or some, you know, token, that's easy to kind of understand and put in one sentence. And I think it starts with those kind of games first. And then as we get to, you know, more complex games like, I don't know, like an EVE Online, which I still can't understand, being in games all this time. Like, I think that's gonna have its own space, and I'm really fascinated about where the games can go in Web3 with, you know, massive economies like that. But I think it's gonna be, you know, steps. You know, over this, you know, year, we're gonna see, you know, hundreds of games coming out, everyone trying something new, something's gonna stick. And then people are like, well, I need to go play that because, you know, everyone at school is playing that. So I think it's just gonna start with the gamers and the community, and, you know, eventually this will probably not be a problem anymore.
The same engine that's kind of been carrying games along in the past. You know, the word of mouth, and as well as, you know, just, you know, ambient adoption. You know, I see Elden Ring passing through my Twitter feed, you know, every other 5 tweets sometimes, and eventually I'm going to try and check it out. You know. My next question, it's probably infuriatingly open-ended, but it's worth asking, you know, and I'll start with you, Steve. Where do you see gaming in the metaverse, let's say in 2030?
Oh, man, you'd ask me that question. 2030?
Yeah, let's say 2030. Or in the next 5 years. Let's. You know.
I'll be practical. I'd love to see a lot more augmented reality games so that you can still be in the presence of somebody. We can play battle chess. I could throw my Pokemon out there while we were talking and they're dancing. You know, stuff like that. You know, just super simple for me. I just really want to see games be more, you know, I think the definition of game is, you know, all over the place, but really it's about, you know, a group of people doing something together that's fun. And, you know, if that could be in virtual space, that's all and fine, but for me, being a little bit of an older generation of gamer, I'd rather be in the presence of someone doing something that's using the technology in the right way. And that's just visual, right? On top of that, you know, the whole digital ownership is super cool. I hope that the NFT pins that we designed this year show up in 2030 in some form, whether it's walking around in space crushing people, or, you know, there's a museum all around. Like the whole Ready Player One thing, I think could still become a reality. So, you know, we'll see.
That's a great answer. Thanks. Ryan?
Yeah, so 2030, that one is tough, because I was thinking, what did the metaverse look like in 2014? But I think to echo some of those sentiments, like, the metaverse is not just about one virtual space, like Ready Player One, or that, you know, Dcentral will be the metaverse, or maybe it's Sandbox, and you have people debating, like, what level of decentralization is appropriate at the server level, or people running nodes. The metaverse is about the digital asset ownership and being able to bring your identity, your reputation, your tokens, your assets across all of these different platforms, which I think that, of course, the visual experience will get better and better, and we'll start to see things like VR and AR. But also by then, or by some like arbitrarily long period of time, we'll have those connections both across chains and solving some of the harder problems, like we actually design, every set we release is 50 3D files that represent wearables within the metaverse. So it's like 5 items, 5 levels, and male and female avatars is what Dcentral supports. But you couldn't take that NFT and wear it in Sandbox or Crypto Voxels or something, because they just have different visual representations of assets. And so people building bridges between virtual spaces that are 2D and 3D, so social platforms like Twitter, Instagram, 3D platforms like Sandbox and Dcentral. So I think we'll start to see a lot more connection between platforms and actually being able to take your avatars and assets across them.
Thank you, Ryan. Austin?
Yeah, metaverse has always been like this, for some reason, a weird concept in the space that nobody really has defined very well. I think I agree with Ryan's statement the most. It's about like moving your asset into somebody else's kind of like verse that they've built. And a couple of people are working on this. For the next 30 years, I probably don't have an answer on that one, but for 5 years, I'm super interested to see what Other Side actually comes out with. They've already announced an SDK. That's something I'm super interested to see how it actually flows. They have the right funding for it. So there's definitely a lack of funding in this space to build out super great platforms, but I think Other Side definitely has the funding to do it. So I'm super excited to see what they come out with and how they're going to progress this space. It's also going to be a telltale sign of if that's what we should do. Should we be trying to integrate those SDKs and stuff like that? Seeing how that adoption actually comes in is going to be a very important sign for the market, I think, as well.
Thank you, Austin. It looks like we're about at time, so please give these guys a hand. Steve Kuroki, Ryan De Taboada, thank you, sorry. and Austin Diversity of Divine Anarchy, thank you for the discussion. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for your time.
Building, building, building. It's the name of the game. In order to even have a metaverse, you need to have the capability to build it, right? It needs to be built out. And so what are the elements of the metaverse that are being built out currently? Well, as you heard from these gentlemen, it's the infrastructure, right? It's the ideation of it all. And it's the actual how, as a user, will you be able to interact in the metaverse? These questions are being answered. And let me just tell you, as a word of inspiration, if you're a builder out there, and maybe you're not on the stage this year, and maybe you don't have a booth this year, but guess what? As you've seen throughout the day, our definition of metaverse has been completely diverse. Even though there's a set ethos, right? There's an idea of what the metaverse is. It's still being built. So if you're building right now, or if you're a creator, or even if you're just getting started but have passion, just understand that you're definitely not too late, and you're definitely gonna make it. This is a WAGME conference, so just let it be known. This is Bianca Starr giving you some, inspiration, because we all need it every now and then. How's our day going? Okay. Can I get a little bit more energy, though? Oh, yeah, okay, thank you. You gotta match me, everyone, because if you're not going to match me, what are you doing here? The ethos of Web3 are extremely important, and it's amazing to see we have these creators and speakers and presenters coming up here and speaking about sovereignty, and speaking about creating, and speaking about innovation, and speaking about disruption. Our next speaker is going to come up and continue on this same train of thought about building and about the metaverse, and specifically about gaming. Gaming has been a hot topic. We talked about play-to-earn gamings earlier today. We're continuing to talk about play-to-earn gamings, and the future will be play-to-earn gamings. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the stage the representative of Enway, Gavin Luong. Woo!
Thanks, Bianca. We got the awesome 3 o'clock slot. We got our tacos, we got our ribs, Just lights are dimming, feeling really good. Let's see if we can kick the energy up a little bit. I'm having a great show so far, so hope you guys are too. So I think with these conferences, what we really try to do, especially in Web3 conference, such a new space, really get to know each other a little bit. So I'm going to spend the next 15 minutes telling you about Nway, so you can know a little bit more about that. Really two type of audience I'm really talking to. I think one, you could be a gamer, you could be an NFT collector. We got some pretty fun products, some games that you can check out. The other, you may be a developer, creator yourself. We have actually a really cool tech platform that we may be able to partner up. So let me take you to it. All right, so about Nway. So before I even jump in, Soya, Bill, this is not a rug pull. You're supposed to be hearing from the founder, CEO, TK himself. He didn't feel well, so I'm his understudy. So you get the second version. But I'll do my best. He gave me the deck yesterday. I'll power through it. I think the content's going to be just as good. So Nway, in a nutshell, the company's been around for a while. Been around for almost 10 years. We are traditionally been making a lot of Web2 games, fast action fighting games on mobile, on console. You may know some of our Power Rangers titles, a lot of IP-based stuff like WWE and whatnot. Our mission, we want to develop, we publish, and we also have a tech platform for play to earn that is cross-play, across mobile, across PC, across console. 2 offices, HQ is in San Francisco. We also in Seoul, some really great talent in both places. And the products I said, we started with Chronoblade in the past. We've moved to Power Rangers Legacy Wars, Power Rangers Battle for a Grid, WWE Defeated. Those are the Web 2 products. With Web 3, we have Battlepalooza, we have Olympics Game Jam, and then we also have an Nway Play platform, which I'm going to show you a little bit of gameplay in a little bit. So what are we trying to do? We want to build and create meaningful entertainment through real games, and then we want to do that by digital ownership. So let me dig a little bit more what we mean by real games. I actually don't love the term play to earn. It feels like the play part is just a means to the end. We want to put fun first, and that's what we mean by real games. In terms of meaningful entertainment, sometimes, look, all of us who play games, when it ends, there's a sense of emptiness inside. You're like, oh man, this is so good, I don't want it to end. We do believe that with ownership, you have something to take home with you, you have something to leave behind, you have something that is actually yours, so the meaningful is there. So what type of games do we do? What type of games do we focus on? Whether it's something that we make on our own or we work with a partner like yourselves to publish. Number 1, games that are fun. Number 2, games that can be easy onboarded with our wallet, especially for the mass market gamers. We want games that are cross-platform. There are communities on mobile, there are communities on console, communities on PC. We want to bring everyone together. And that really is the theme of, very similar to what we're doing at decentralization. And also interoperability, sharing assets, whether it's a single account sign-on, avatar, social system, tokens, NFTs, be something that is interoperable across the different games. So we are, like I said before, 2 things. We make our own stuff. We also publish third-party games. We work with type of developers that we love to work with, or someone who may have a pedigree of working on and created a lot of games in the past. But the whole play-to-earn space may be new to them, and they want a little bit of partner who's been there before to help them get into the Web3. Okay, capabilities. This is the focus. A lot of wall of text, I get it. This is the stuff that we went through ourselves, that we have built for our own game, that when we partner together, you don't have to build it because you can just use our stuff, and you can focus on making really great content, making really good, engaging, fun game. A few things in particular, wallet. Like I said before, we want to make games that is both for A, mass market gamer, as well as B, who is more of an NFT native. The wallet is important. I think for all of us in the room, we all get it. It's not a big deal, but I think for the majority of people out there, they still don't have a wallet. It's still a big barrier entry. We have created a system and a platform that allows easy onboarding without a wallet by providing a custodial wallet. So by being on Nway Play, you can come on, you can play, you can download right away without a wallet. We have a marketplace in place already, so all the tradings for NFTs can take place. Payment, big one. Especially, again, for the mass market gamers. They want to buy if they can spend just with credit card, they can get on board, they can buy an NFT without having cryptocurrencies. But it also allows for, if you want an NFT native, bring your external wallet in. We allow for that also. And same thing with withdrawal. If you want to withdraw into your bank account, that can happen, or back to your external wallet, that's not a problem. NFTs, we have the platform available. You can do minting, you can do bundling. If you want to do loot box, we have a tech that's ready for you to do that. You can easily transfer NFTs between the custodian and external wallet. And I think the other thing that's difficult and magical with the platform is that any transaction happens on the on the marketplace, that would impact whatever happens in the game. So you've sold a certain armor or whatever. That can be reflected directly in the game very seamlessly. Tokens is all ready to go. We just launched a Victory Gem token, which is a currency we used for N-Way Play a few weeks ago. This completes the full play to earn loop. And lastly, very important for the consumers is the trust, fraud, compliance, and safety measures. So know your customers, anti-money laundering, all the policies and tools are already in place and ready to go. So what makes us special with N-Way Play? I think the key thing, there are many things, but I think the big one really is going to be on the account system. Single sign-on, super easy. And why is that so important? I think a few things. Number one, our games are actually on mobile right now. They will be crossing into PC. On mobile, we want it to be on the Apple App Store. We want it on the Google Play Store. And a lot of those stores have policies where it does not even allow for an external wallet. A single sign let you bypass that, lets you get into the custodial wallet. So that's number one, that's important. Number two, we love games, like I said before, that are cross-play, across mobile, across console, across PC. By having a single sign-on is a way to unify all the different communities and the player experience. There's not just cross-play, but also cross-progression. And also, lastly, with the single sign-on is the easy way to kind of tie together, be that bridge between the custodial wallet and the external wallet. And I want to say one more time, like for our focus, in case it's not clear, we want to bring in not just NFT natives, have a product for them, but also the same product can be enjoyed by the mass market gamer for the easy onboarding. All right, I'm going to spend the next few minutes just focusing on the three primary games that we have that is on Web3. I think first is Olympics Game Jam. This is the officially licensed Olympic Games. It's currently available for download on the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store. We're putting a PC SKU out there very shortly. This game tonight, right now, you can go download it, you can play it, people can jump in and start playing and earning. The way we do it is that people collect, in real life, these NFT, these Olympic pins that we've digitized and put it on chain. So by owning and holding these NFTs, it generates tickets for you to enter matches, and then by winning these matches, and these matches can be a series of different mini games that are more in elimination rounds, whether it's snowboarding or skiing, and the last person standing will be winning tokens, the Victory Gem tokens. So with that, I will play a little short trailer just to give you a taste of the gameplay. Sweet, thanks. So we have, so that game is an amazing relationship with the IOC, a really long roadmap. We're continuing to add more content, more mini games to it, to add more fun. A lot more live ops are coming, so look for that game. Plus, it uses Victory Gem tokens. That is, you can look for it on your exchanges. Second game I want to talk about is Battlepalooza. This is a play-to-earn battle royale. So for those who are less familiar with battle royale, basically we drop ship a bunch of people, 24 people, you play out once, you get fragged, you're out, and then till last person standing. Last person standing will win N coin. So this is a fun. The product currently also is available on the Apple App Store as well as Google Play. PC SKU is coming shortly. I got a fun little trailer. Let me roll the tape.
What's Battlepalooza? Let me show you. Welcome to the greatest game show of all, Battlepalooza! A global arena where each contestant plays their way to get to the top. Easy there, fella. Join the fun today.
This game, you win N coins. We're giving away 10,000 N coins to everybody who come visit our booth. We're at 15E. Come stop by a little bit later. Okay, with conferences, it's no fun unless we make some announcement. So as of just a few hours ago, we made an announcement of our latest game. It's called Food Truck Coin Club. This is a fun one. It's basically, you can either play it as a truck owner or a land owner. We have 10,000 unique NFTs for the trucks, 1,000 for land. You basically, each truck is unique. They have different earning potential, earning ceiling, earning rate. And depending on what truck you have, you park it in the land, and you can start earning cryptocurrency. You can start earning tokens. There are two types of land. There are safe lands that you can park on, and then what you do, you share the revenue with the landowner. Or you can park in a legal spot, a danger spot. You can keep all the profit, but the landowner can come and swipe all the money from you when you're not looking. There will be things we'll be dropping in surprises, like a police will come, and then you need some special items like a bribe to make the police go away. This just announced a few hours ago. The product is going to be coming probably late summer, early fall. I've got a little trailer that just came out a few hours ago. I'll share that with you, this crowd right here. Sweet. That basically wraps it up. I promised to make it quick, keep it swift. We are at upstairs on the 3rd floor, 15E. You want to chat some more? I'd love to dive a little bit deeper. So thank you so much for your time. Let's get to know each other a little bit.
Wonderful, wonderful. It's great to see development happening, and it's great to be at the conference in which you get to see Alpha. The first stage that I hosted for Dcentral was called the Alpha Stage, and I felt it was the most glorious experience, not only because I love being a host and I love being a part of the Dcentral crew, but also because the Alpha Stage, I got the getting in before the getting in gets hot. So Alpha is that information that you get before the masses get that you can leverage and take the most advantage of for your current position. And truly, many of these speakers that have crossed this stage, if not all of them, are real alpha. So make sure you pay attention and make sure, if you feel so inclined, you go ahead and actually talk to these people. I did say social currency is the #2 most valuable currency. So go ahead and utilize it. Make relationships. It's ain't a pandemic anymore. You can talk to people in real life, I promise. You can even talk to me. If you see me in the hallways, I promise I'll say hi. I promise I don't bite. So come say hi to me if you feel so inclined. I've had so much fun here. It's not done, but I just want to say I've had so much fun here. I absolutely love being a part of Web3 and everything that it stands for. Back when we first opened this stage, I had mentioned that not only is my name Bianca Starr, of course, but that I am positioning myself to be the premier entertainer for NFT education through news, events, and onboarding. And I'm the founder of a company called NFT Time, where I spill the latest tea on the NFT community. And I also do consultative, strategic, and content creation for Web3 companies looking to get their message out there and looking to have a distinct brand communication. So if you feel so inclined to come up to me and talk about that, hey, I'm for it. I'm all for it, baby. I absolutely love it. I welcome it. That being said, NFTs, NFTs, NFTs. When I first found out about NFT technology, the first thing I said is, I am an NFT. I didn't even know what it meant, but I said it. It came out of my mouth and I had no idea why. Now, curating my definition of NFT, which is the tokenization of a unique digital asset, I say, yeah, absolutely, I'm an NFT. My whole online footprint will be the representation of myself as an NFT. So I was like, hey, go girl, Bianca, you were right on task. You knew what you were talking about. That being said, let me transition to our next speaker, who's going to speak more broadly about NFTs and beyond NFTs. I thought we just got to NFTs, but he's taking us one step beyond NFTs. He's talking about meta assets and, get this, soul-bound tokens. Binding your soul. Wow, that's a commitment, isn't it? Please help me in welcoming to the stage Mr. James Anderson. Woo!
Thank you, thank you. All right, I know this is a bit of a risk after lunch, but I'm going to ask everyone to please close their eyes with me for a second and imagine yourself in a world that's unbound by physical reality. A world in which there are no limits, where you can fly, teleport to unknown planets, explore those planets, and amidst a desert environment, you find works of art arising out of the sand, illuminating the night sky without the need of electricity. So how is this done, right? And you look around and there's people with identities, and you're connecting with them. So this is the metaverse, and you can bring your identity, your reputation, your skills into this place. But how do we do that? How do we take it to that next level where it's a fully immersive reality? Well, we need three things. We need Web3 infrastructure, meta assets, and soul-bound tokens. Now, before all that, what got me into this space? Well, I started researching Bitcoin in 2013 because I was really worried about the economy and, thinking that these, the debt of the governments around the world was getting too insane. And so I started researching it, but I didn't really feel the power of Bitcoin until I attended this conference in New Hampshire called PorcFest. And I got this dirty look when I tried to buy a breakfast burrito because I tried to pay with cash. And they didn't like that. They wanted something called Bitcoin. So I quickly found someone who would give me Bitcoin in exchange for cash, and then I was able to get the breakfast burrito without too much trouble. And that was a revolutionary experience for me because I actually used Bitcoin as a means of payment. And it wasn't just a speculative asset, I could see the real value of it. And this was at a place where they considered it a temporary autonomous zone. The normal laws didn't apply. And at this conference, Eric Voorhees was there, the founder of Shapeshift, and this young kid who was talking about this idea called smart contracts, and he said it's going to change the world. That kid turned out to be Vitalik Buterin, and so I followed his progress and ended up investing in Ether during the crowd sale in 2014, which, due to its massive success, allowed me to have the capital to form a number of blockchain companies and also to invest in a number of crypto projects. And this kind of opportunity is really important, and I think it should be an opportunity that's available for everyone.
And at Rio, I founded it in 2019 along with my co-founders, and we have 3 core pillars to help make this dream of financial opportunities available for all possible. And that's Rio Games, which focus on GameFi and NFTs, as well as metaverse technologies. We have Rio Stocks, which is a digital securities exchange. And we have Rio Tech, which develops layer 1, layer 2 solutions, as well as digital wallets. So we need to make financial opportunities available for all, to level the playing field and give more people a chance to have that kind of wealth that can allow them to pursue their dreams full time. So how do we do this? Well, the first component is Web3. And when the internet was first created, we kind of discounted because Web3 is such a great term and we're all in the industry, right? And we're all really happy, yes, Web3. But Web 1 was also quite revolutionary, right? You had this world of information suddenly at your fingertips that used to be available in libraries spread around the world. And now you can connect to it directly. And so that was Web 1, mostly read-only. You come and you consume content, but you didn't really participate so much unless you were a techie. But in Web 2, then we had these platforms, these social media giants that rose up. So MySpace originally, then Facebook, and we have YouTube and these content creation platforms where now you can produce content and billions of people can actually see your work. But then most of those profits are going to not the creator, but the platform owners, to YouTube, to Facebook. In fact, on Facebook, all your data is basically owned by them. So in Web 3, what we're doing is the revolution is to read, write, and own, so we can actually own the platforms upon which our data is live, right? We can actually be the product and own the product ourselves, rather than being the victim of someone else making a lot of money off of our content. Now, that's not to speak poorly of Web 2, it completely changed the world. And we can't even imagine the ways in which Web 3 is going to change the world. We're just getting started and scratching the surface. Which leads me to the next concept that's necessary for this evolution of the internet, which is meta assets. So first of all, what is an asset? Well, an asset is anything that you can own, certainly, so property, physical things, but it's also something like your reputation, your skills. These are considered assets that you have that are valuable to people, right? So things of value. And so meta assets can be traded on meta markets and also through the metaverse. Now, one of the ways you can take an asset, and so that's an asset. What's a meta asset? So a meta asset is like a second order or higher order of assets, or something that's self-referential. So, with a meta asset, you can actually say a property deed, for example. That's a meta asset because the property is something like an asset, but the meta asset is the actual deed that says you own this. And that deed can actually be fractionalized, tokenized, and split into 1,000 pieces. So suddenly, everyone can collectively own a property. It's very hard for people to buy property overseas, but you can do so with these fractionalized NFTs, these meta assets. You can also fractionalize art NFTs like CryptoPunks, Bored Ape Yacht Club, and other collections, because as they get so expensive, it's very hard to sell them, right? Because there's low liquidity, there's not a lot of people that can afford it. But what if we actually made it affordable to the masses by splitting them into thousands of pieces? Suddenly, we democratize assets, and this is done through our digital securities exchange called Rio Stocks, where we have a license to be able to do this. Now, another example of meta assets is a project we have called the Pictoverse. And this project is a metaverse that allows you to create, explore, and share. And it's specifically designed for 3D animators, for artists. And if you notice, there's so many, thousands of NFT collections. I think a few hundred are launching every single day, at least a few months ago. But most of these projects don't have enough money or the tech resources to build their own metaverse. So they have to jump into other metaverses, right? Or other virtual worlds. So how do you do that? Well, you want a metaverse that can represent your own unique look and feel. You want something that represents the art in the way you, as the artist, envisioned it. And so with the Pictoverse, it's actually a composable metaverse. And so we have 100 different planets that allows many different art styles to coexist and many different collections. So it's focused on virtual art auctions and virtual art galleries, and not just the galleries that you see in the real world, because that's something you can do in the real world. How about galleries where the art, as I mentioned before, comes out of the sand, it illuminates the night sky, and you have art floating, you have art that comes in on a lightning bolt. So, with the metaverse, you can do things that aren't possible in physical reality, at least as we know it now. So, the first collection within this Pictoverse is called Going Ape. This is an IP created by a French animator called Nicolas Lesafra with Nico Picto. And so he's been developing animation for over 20 years, and he actually won an award for a film he created around this NFT series. And so this is an example of something that can go into the metaverse. Now, this is leading to what we call a phygital evolution, or a phygital revolution as well. So this is where the physical world meets the digital world, and that happens through things like augmented reality, where you can take your digital item and you can put it in the real world, have it climb buildings and swim in the ocean. You have virtual spaces, which again can be very novel and unique and geared toward the art style that you're hosting, as well as collectible toys. So that's one example of meta assets. Another one is, this is Alex Hoy. He had a lifelong dream to create his own video game. Has anyone in here, anyone a fan of Japanese culture, anime, comics, games? All right, we got a few nerds like me. I've been following since I was a kid. Alex as well, he learned Japanese. He became fluent when he was a teenager, and he actually studied over there, and then he worked over there for SNK, working on the King of Fighters series, so he was doing stuff with IP and licensing. So he had a background in this, and then he worked at Cardano for a while before coming to Rio. And we helped him turn his dream of creating a video game into reality. He was able to raise $11 million through NFT sales, token sales, and virtual lands. So it's not just a GameFi game, it's also an NFT marketplace, it has an NFT wallet, and this is the first set of alpha characters. You can see they look kind of similar to, fantasy characters for a number of Japanese RPGs, but they're all custom made for this game. And notice especially these two women in the background here, because the nice thing about NFTs and what you can have with this phygital revolution is turning the digital into the physical and the physical back into the digital. So why, right now we see these two worlds as completely separate, but they can actually be interwoven in very unique ways. Now the next project we have is called Cosmos Heroes. This one, I'm sure many of you have dreamt, as a kid, you wanted to be a superhero, right? You wanted to have special powers, maybe even looked at yourself in the mirror and tried to, give yourself some sort of psychic attack or something. And you wanted to teleport and to fly, and you could only ever do that in your dreams, right? Well, with Cosmos Heroes, we allow you to create your own superhero. We'll mint it as an NFT. You can give it its backstory, and there's a unique system to take characters in and out of the multiverse. But basically, it allows people to turn their dreams, again, into reality and own those IPs because, Spider-Man is an amazing IP, but it's over 50 years old, right? What about the next Spider-Man? Who's going to create the next comic hero? Maybe you, and we hope you do. Another project we have is called Racing Punks, and this allows for derivative NFTs to be created. So you can basically take your NFT, let's say it's a Bored Ape, or a Going Ape, or a CryptoPunk, and you can put it on a car, and then you can actually use that as a collectible. You can just hold it. You can rent it out to other players to actually race for you and earn fuel, the in-game currency on your behalf. And you can enhance the car, and so it's actually going to be a free mint, but then the upgrades are something you pay for. So if you want a nicer car or faster speeds, these kind of things, you can get nitro boosts. Now, that leads me to the next part of how we move into the next era of the internet, which is tying in your reputation, your identity, and your skills, the things that make you who you are, arguably the things that comprise your soul, right? So the soul is a wallet, and soulbound tokens are non-transferable NFTs. And these NFTs can actually be credentials, so they can be attested to by verified parties like a government agency, or it could be your university gives you a degree as a soulbound token. So in the future, Even things like jobs, you can get your employer to issue a token so that you can verify that your LinkedIn is real. You're not just BSing everyone, right? So with this, you can also take your credibility, your background, your successes, and bring that into the metaverse. So this concept was laid out in a paper, white paper recently by Vitalik Buterin and 2 other amazing authors who created this thing for the decentralized society, finding Web3's soul. So bringing those reputation, the credentials, all the things into the metaverse and using that for verification. Now, this can also lead to things like a decentralized, bottoms-up social credit score where the things that you do can be used to give you rewards, and not in a top-down, fascistic, authoritarian way, but actually in a bottoms-up, collaborative, collective way that you can opt into. And I think this is really powerful, and it's going to be changing how we interact with each other online and in the physical world. Another way we use this is for, we have a platform called heal.art, which is Wellness 3.0 meeting Web 3.0, and with coronavirus and all the pandemic situation, we've had a lot of people facing depression, mental health issues, anxiety, and it's important to address those. And sometimes, modern therapy and a bunch of pills doesn't cut it, right? So things like breath work, meditation, sound healing, there's all sorts of alternative methods available. And one of the things we want to be able to do is to, be able to see, is someone legit? Do they actually have the skill? Can they heal you? And that can be done by having their reputation, their identity, their scores, their reviews issued as soul-bound tokens on the blockchain, so it's open and transparent to everyone who's actually helped how many people. And you can also gamify healing because, you create this heal-to-earn marketplace with utility-driven NFTs, and this can really revolutionize the mental health industry. All of this done to be able to accomplish some UN Sustainable Development Goals of industry, innovation, and infrastructure to provide decent work and economic growth for everyone. Now, our mission at Rio is to provide abundant financial opportunities for all. We do that by creating jobs inside the metaverse along with a number of other players. And we welcome you to join us. Join us in moving from speculation into pure, true value creation. What role will you play in this next evolution of the internet? Thank you very much.
Thank you again. I love that concept, soul-bound. I think of myself as someone who appreciates soulfulness as a word and as an action, so anything that has soul-bound in the title I find very interesting, to say the least. Dcentral is not just a conference for IRL. It's not just for you to come IRL, though that is the best way to take advantage of the second most valuable currency, which is social currency. Dcentral is actually currently being live streamed, and so I've heard from backstage. We have over 15,000 views thus far. And the whole point of Dcentral, it was born out of a moment in time when we were all stuck in our seats, stuck in place, and it felt like time stopped during the pandemic of 2020. The founders saw that there was an opportunity to not only profit from decentralized finance and all of the things that were coming and all of the innovations that were coming along at the time by creating an online webcast called DeFi Summit. They also saw that there was a potential to actually onboard and educate people in a way that was meaningful. And thus Dcentral was born. The first one was out of Miami. I am a Miami girl. So me, personally, absolutely love to be in my hometown and to be able to rep Miami as I believe the crypto capital of the Americas. I know if you're from Austin, you may have something else to say, but we can fight about it off stage, okay? That being said, I'm so excited to be part of the Dcentral team, and if you haven't already, make sure you follow them on socials. That is DCENTRALCON on Twitter and Instagram as well. This way you can keep up with all of the updates and maybe even have a sneak peek of some of the videos I've made with some of our speakers behind the scenes. I'm really excited for you to see that content and the continuous content that's being made to educate people and to onboard them into this new revolutionary space. That being said, we aren't done here. We aren't done at all. We have our next speaker coming to the stage. And as I was speaking, DeFi was the birthing place of what Dcentral is today. So, of course, we need to take a moment and consider the effects, the benefits, and all the above that goes into DeFi. So without further ado, please give me a hand in welcoming Comdex representative, Mr. Siddharth Patel.
Hi, everyone. Excited to see you all here. I'm Siddharth. I represent Comdex, and I'm just gonna be here talking to you guys about what Comdex is doing to bring DeFi to the Cosmos ecosystem. So quickly, what is Comdex? We're building a DeFi infrastructure layer for Cosmos, essentially making it easy for anyone who wants to build DeFi on Cosmos. And the way we do that is by building out a whole ecosystem of solutions that bring DeFi to the ecosystem. But in the long run, our aim is not just to stop at DeFi, but to integrate DeFi and CeFi so that users on either sides of DeFi and CeFi are able to access yields and assets from the other side. So we built out the Comdex chain to begin with and focused on a modular structure for the chain. And these modules are basically inspired by some of the primitives that you see prevail in traditional finance and DeFi today. I mean, primarily, we have collateralization, which enables generation of debt or liquidity against any asset of value. But that being said, when you talk about assets of value, typically assets of value also take forms of like real estate, houses, commodities, and things of that sort. And it's not often easy to move these assets around. So much like in traditional finance, these assets, ownership of these assets is often represented by documentation, which is essentially tokenization of those assets. And that's one of the key primitives we also focus on the Comdex chain. And what good are assets if you're not able to exchange them and move capital freely between them? And that's why we also focused on building AMM and P2P-based exchanges, which will allow the exchange of all of these assets. So these are kind of the core modules that the Comdex chain is built on. And we now want to help builders use these modules in a very plug-and-play fashion to kind of deliver DeFi applications to Cosmos. So Comdex has started building its own ecosystem of solutions as well when it comes to DeFi. So I'm going to get into what each of these applications are in about a minute. But this is just to give you an idea that the focus of Comdex is not just to create one application, but a whole series of applications that are interoperable and help builders who are building these applications to leverage the true capabilities of composable DeFi. So we have all of these applications. I'm going to get into what they are in about a minute. But as you can see, each of these applications utilizes different modules on the Comdex chain. And they're able to achieve their functions by using these modules, which are pretty much inspired by the structures of transactions in traditional finance, which you pretty much see in DeFi as well. So let's talk about the first app that Comdex launched with, the enterprise trading application. So this was a B2B trading app meant for physical commodities trading, allowing institutional users to trade physical commodities on the chain. What we're able to do with this application is tokenize real-world commodity assets on chain and allow exchange of these assets between these players. By tokenizing these commodity assets, we're able to bring off-chain assets of value on-chain and bring value to the overall DeFi ecosystem by allowing these assets to be interoperable within all of DeFi that exists. C-Asset, which is our synthetics protocol that's also coming live soon. On C-Asset, we want to enable DeFi investors to take speculative exposure to various synthetic assets. And for those of you that don't know synthetics are essentially derivatives on the blockchain. So we want to enable DeFi investors to provide liquidity and have access to derivatives of commodities, derivatives of assets that don't exist on chain, but you can track the prices for them. So it becomes a great speculative and hedging tool. Harbor Protocol is the next of the series of applications we're working on. Most of you would be familiar with what happened with UST recently. And most of us, especially in the Cosmos ecosystem, know this all too well because we relied heavily on the UST stablecoin. So at Comdex, we always believe that part of it having a thriving DeFi ecosystem is to have a robust stablecoin at the center of it. So we've actually been working on our stablecoin called Composite for the past few months, which is an over-collateralized stablecoin built for IBC. And Harbor is the protocol that manages and maintains it. We're also building Komodo, which is a lending borrowing application meant for creating lending and borrowing yield for DeFi assets. And finally, an exchange to enable the exchange of all of these assets on chain. So as you can see here, sorry, I also forgot ShipFi, which is another asset that another application that's coming live on the Comdex chain later this year. Here, we're actually truly taking our focus on CeFi to the next step. Because once we focus on creating the DeFi liquidity until now, through ShipFi, we want to enable financing of real-world commodity assets through on-chain liquidity. The way we do this is by allowing users to collateralize real-world commodity assets and generate liquidity and DeFi against them to earn yield from real-world assets, which are sustainable and have inherent tangible value. Zenscape is part of the validator arm of the Comdex ecosystem, and this is something we've also started off recently in order to strengthen our efforts to build relations across the ecosystem and provide security services to other chains in the ecosystem as well. So broadly, this is where our ecosystem is at today. We have one application live, one on DevNet, 2 on testnet, and a couple more coming later this year. But what are we really trying to achieve here? Going back to where we started. It's all about bringing DeFi to Cosmos. Now, all of us some of us here who probably deal with the Cosmos ecosystem are all too familiar that when it comes to generating yield for any assets in the Cosmos ecosystem today, your avenues are kind of restricted down to LPing on a couple of dexes. There's a few lending borrowing applications out there, but we haven't seen DeFi as a whole prevail in Cosmos. And part of it comes down to the lack of composability in the DeFi. A lot of DeFi that we've seen built in Cosmos so far kind of exists in silos, but we really want to focus on the composability of it all. And composability in DeFi becomes the name of the game. So what you can see behind me might look complicated, but essentially what I'm trying to tell you is composable DeFi will enable you to leverage on your crypto assets and take exposure in various different ways, whether it's to leverage up, whether it's to earn yield from lending, whether it's to collateralize your assets, whether it's to borrow against them. You could provide liquidity on dexes. And all of this is possible when there's a whole DeFi ecosystem which is interoperable. And that's what we're working towards. And one of the key efforts that we want to take at Comdex to build this DeFi ecosystem for Cosmos is to promote builders who build DeFi on Cosmos. And the way we do that, at least as a part of our effort, is to work directly with these teams. And we also incentivize these teams with, part of our ecosystem dev fund, which is 12.5% of all our tokens. But essentially what we want to do is reach out to founders who want to build DeFi on Cosmos and enable them to do so with the technological support as well as networking support from the CeFi side of things. So that's Comdex, and that's primarily our mission to bring DeFi to Cosmos. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Wonderful stuff. Wonderful stuff here at Dcentral, and we're so excited to have you in the audience. Thank you so much for taking the time out to educate yourself. Not only is that an inspiring action, especially when this technology or these ideas can seem somewhat intimidating at times. I don't know if you're anything like me. When I first came across all of this new Web3 landscape or NFT technologies, smart contracts, IPFS, I was like, whoa. First off, I was like, this is kind of cool. But then I was like, whoa, this is a lot to digest. There's a lot of things going on here. There's a lot of moving parts. And there's a lot of different vocabulary to learn. But don't be intimidated. That's why we have conferences like Dcentral. And that's why I think you should give yourself a pat on the back for being one of the small percent of people who do their due diligence enough to continue to learn and grow on themselves. So I'm going to ask you guys to give yourselves a round of applause. So let's hear some clapping for yourselves. Okay, you can do better for yourself. Come on. Okay, yeah, we like a fist bump. Good job, good job. I'm proud of the work that you're doing in order to stay on top of something that is absolutely, without a doubt, positively going to be a part of your future. Whether it looks this way or whether the vocab stays the same, who knows? But nonetheless, this technology is going to be a part of what you do in the future. You can't escape it. Many of the panelists have already explained that the metaverse is already here, and are we even real, or is it all just a simulation? Who knows? I don't, so don't ask me. But let me introduce our next speaker to the stage. This speaker has a project that doesn't just sit in the metaverse. No, we're not going to stop at something we haven't even fully defined or put our mind around yet, is projected to be in the trillions of dollars in terms of market cap. This next speaker is talking about refining the lending in the metaverse. So we're going one step beyond the step beyond the step. I'm so excited to hear what this gentleman has to say, so please join me in welcoming to the stage Ankit.
Good afternoon, Austin. I believe after lunch, the second session is really the tough one to be discussing finance, especially lending and DeFi stuff. Well, before we get into the serious part of it, I would want to discuss a little bit on where are we heading with metaverses and eventually what's the end game. Today, as we see metaverses and we know metaverses, it is all about just getting into a 3D experience and trying to understand and just explore Dcentral, Sandbox, and many other metaverses out there. But essentially, what are we doing there? And what is the end game? Like, what's going to happen with it? To understand this, let us quickly go back and try to understand how did our social media started. So when Facebook started, there was no commerce associated to it. It was all about fun. Then came game, to have people glued to the screen to the Facebook. And then gradually, the commerce thing came into picture, the advertisements came into picture, the businesses came into picture, and that's what actually made Facebook what it is today. Metaverses are actually the new form of commerce, where the metaverses are going to create a new term for commerce called experiential commerce. When the internet came, it transformed the way we do shopping, the way we do commerce, in the sense that it created e-commerce, which was electronic commerce. But with the help of 3D technologies, with the help of decentralization, we are heading into the new version of commerce called experiential commerce. And with that, a lot of businesses are going to come in, are already stepping in. We are seeing brands coming in to the metaverses. We are seeing various different financial services like JP Morgan Chase opened up their branch in the metaverses. Why? Because this is the new way of communicating and interacting with your customers. This is the new way of shopping. This is the new way of watching a movie with your friends, because internet disrupted a lot of industries, but still there are a lot of industries which are related to experiences which are not being disrupted to the core. They are only being touched to ticketing. Even today, when you want to go to watch movies, you go to the movie theaters. I'm not talking about Netflix though, but to have an experience, people still go to movie theaters. There, you do not have the flexibility and convenience to go to movie theaters with your loved ones, because somebody is living in LA, somebody is living in Dubai, somebody is living in London. With metaverses coming into play, these kind of experiential industries are going to get disrupted to the core, where in the metaverse, you can watch a movie with your loved ones from any part of the world together, sitting and discussing the movie scenes like you would have done in real life. So, we have quickly discussed the eventual end game of metaverses. Metaverses beyond entertainment, metaverses beyond exploration, where they are going to start touching our daily lives. where you are going to start walking into a Tesco store or a Target store or a Walmart store and do shopping from the store, which is more immersive rather than just an online website. Now, why am I talking all this? It's not just to show you where we are heading, but what is in it for you guys or everyone else to actually be able to benefit out of it. Now imagine we see a new town coming up. We identify that, okay, this is where going to be the shopping district. This is where we are going to have residential apartments. This is where people are going to come. As a smart investor into real estate, what we do? We go and try to procure that real estate so that either we can sell that real estate, we can lease out that real estate to the businesses who are coming there to set up their shops. That's where the early mover advantage people get. And that is why a lot of people today are buying lands in these metaverses. Because the commodity of land, the commodity of these digital assets, which we call as NFTs, beyond gaming, is also scarce. Because a metaverse, like a real estate, can also expand to a certain level, and then they have to recreate that particular 3D environment for further expansion. So the process is quite similar. Hence, we typically need to acquire those digital assets, whether it is in form of land, whether it is in form of the 3D creation that we get, because not everybody can sit and create it. There are companies, there are services who are already existing who help you create your store up and running in Dcentral land. When this has to happen, not today everyone can go and afford a land which is worth $300,000 in Dcentral land right in Fashion District. What do? That's where the lending and the importance of finance in metaverses comes into play. So you go and take mortgage. Like you do on the real estate in your real life, you take mortgage from a bank by paying a small percentage, and balance, you have two choices. You pay either by an EMI from your pocket, or you rent it out and the rent gets settled, settle your EMIs. This is where we are all heading, and that's why there's an importance of having credit facilities in the metaverses. This is one example. I'm sure there are a lot of people, a lot of creators who are enabling thinking, dreaming on an everyday basis on various different use cases and where the capital is going to be required. Not only does the real estate, there are going to be over-the-counter consumer loans for the expensive digital items, gaming assets, and it is not being funded by individual banks. It is being democratized using the decentralized finance technologies by the people. So through gaming guilds, there are metaverse guilds that are also coming up. There are many projects who are building and enabling where people become part of those guilds, and they put together funds to fund somebody's piece of land, and that land is being controlled and being managed by the smart contracts. There are not just the metaverses, there are collectible and cultural NFTs as well, which people are now trying to get into towards accepting them. For example, BAYC. Today, BAYC is for 100 Ether. It's tough for everyone to own it, but everyone wants to own it. So multiple people coming in together, not just for co-owning it, but funding it, and somebody is taking a mortgage on BAYC, as an example I'm giving, which is further going to be given out for creating movies and generating revenue. So the idea here is you need metaverse assets to have credit for generating income from those assets by putting in and buying those assets using mortgage. So that is what MetaFi is all about, and that is what the DeFi 2.0 is heading into. So the primary point of this discussion today was to put a tone for the industry where DeFi and metaverses are merging together and are creating opportunities for everyone to participate into the next generation of metaverse adoption. Right now, we see generation 1 metaverses, which is Dcentral Sandbox. But there are many metaverses which are right now in making, like High Street, which is primarily focusing on experiential commerces, on setting up fashion shops, setting up experiential shops, and various different mechanics. So what we are discussing in the sense of disruption of our personal lives, of our day-to-day lives, beyond gaming and entertainment, is happening today. So you can explore these opportunities in the metaverse space and be part of it, be part of the future. Thank you.
So many new innovative ideas, so many new ways of being able to integrate this technology with already existing forms and applications and understandings of technology, but looking at it through a new lens and through a new opportunity. Behind stage, I was taking behind the scenes footage with some of our speakers, and we got to talking, and they explained to me that the evolution of Web 1, what the evolution of Web 1 to Web 2 to Web 3 looks like. What an exciting evolution, be it at that. I swear some people are still trying to wrap their heads around what Web 1 even was. And now we're already on version 3. It's a wild, wild ride we're living in, and an accelerated ride. But that's why we come to places like Dcentral, and so I'm so excited to have you here. And I genuinely am excited. I'm not just saying it. Can you hear it in my voice? Good, good. That's what I like to hear. So we have a very interesting and intriguing investment-heavy panel coming up. We haven't had one of these before, so what does it mean to be investing in this Web3 space? And beyond that, what does Web3 even mean? Well, let me welcome to the stage our moderator to begin a discussion on just that. So please, to the stage come Mr. Aaron Malone. Woo!
What's up, Austin? Dcentral! So many people here in this bear market. Well, that's okay. All of us builders are really excited to be here because this is the best time. There's the fewest distractions, and the people who really, really believe and deserve to have the best outcome are still here, and that's all of you sitting in the audience today. So give yourselves a round of applause before we get started, because you're awesome. In addition to all of you, the awesome people here on our panel, we have Miko Matsumura from Gumi Crypto's Capital. Thank you very much for being here. We have Patricia Auer from Brink. We have An Yavin from Cointelligence Fund, excuse me. And Joanna Ling from J Square. And they've flown from all over the world to be here. We've got Singapore, Hong Kong, San Francisco, from everywhere, all traveling all the time to all these things. So fortunately, I only had just a few-hour drive down here. I got lucky this time. And we're going to be talking about structuring investments in Web3. Web3 is one of these sectors in crypto that you may or may not have heard about, but essentially we're reinventing the internet. Web 1 is email, websites, bulletin boards. Boring, but revolutionary for its time. Web 2 is what we have today. We have social media, streaming video, but it's all controlled by the hands of a few. And that presents many, many problems, especially when it comes to censorship and equal opportunity. So the brilliant minds in the crypto universe who were creating decentralized money also thought, let's decentralize everything. And Web3 started being planted, and it's still very much being watered today. There's some things that have sprouted, but not a whole lot. And we're going to be learning about what the different sectors in Web3 are and how we can potentially invest and become part of this movement. So first and foremost, I want to define some terms because everyone up here does something a little bit different. And I want you guys to understand the people who are backing Web3 and helping founders and developers really take the next steps forward. So first of all, An, I'd like you to define what is a venture capitalist in this space and what is it that you guys do?
Thank you for the question. So it obviously depends on who you're asking. In our industry, every second person is a venture capitalist and an investor, of course. But to be serious, usually a venture capital invests in startups. Some venture capitalists are investing in early stage startups, as Cointelligence Fund is doing. Some are more focused on later stages, and some are doing both. Usually, it means that it's investing in startups, but that definition can be changed as well. And specifically with regards to Web3 and the metaverse, the VCs that are focused on investing in these startups are focused on investing in the projects that we all hear about in recent times, and you have a lot of headlines of huge funding operations going on into Web3. We see a lot of the traditional VCs that are also investing in Web3 projects these days. And obviously, I can keep talking about this for hours, but I'll let the others join in.
Very good, very good. Okay, Patricia, what is a blockchain accelerator? What do you guys do?
So Brink is a venture capital firm as well that runs an accelerator. And the accelerator is essentially, I like to say, it's kind of like an executive MBA. We accelerate your growth. We help you with whatever you need. We often get confused with an incubator, which is really a slight difference in terms of the stage that you're at. So an accelerator looks at companies pre-Series A that have an idea, a business plan, but really need help to accelerate their growth, whereas an incubator tends to focus on help on ideation.
Brilliant. And Miko, can you tell us, what does a hedge fund do in this space?
Yeah, so I'm actually with a venture capital fund, but a hedge fund in the blockchain space will actually address liquid instruments like tokens, right? So typically a hedge fund strategy will be trading. But my side of it is more early stage venture capital.
Yes. And Joanna, what is a launch pad?
Yeah, so actually I'm also with venture capital, but we do work a lot with launch pads and we do invest a lot of launch pads as well. I think to be short, the most crucial functionality for a launch pad is to do the token issuance. That is to enlarge the community base and to gain more traction in the open market.
Thank you very much. So you see there's many different pieces behind the scenes that are required to launch a project. It's not just a guy in a basement anymore with a dream. There's a lot of different channels to go through and at different stages as well. So let's talk a little bit about at what stage founders should even approach companies like yours. You mentioned all of you are into venture capital, etc. Let's start with Joanna. Tell us, to the founders who are out there, at what point should they come to you? What should they have ready at that point?
Actually, as a venture capital, we welcome all types of companies in space. In terms of projects, I think it is welcome for projects at any stages to come to us for the investment or for any value services or something like this. And besides that, we also welcome a lot of cooperation opportunities with different kinds of exchanges, the communities, launch pads, as just mentioned, and accelerators. Yeah.
That's great. And Miko, what about for you guys over at Gumi Crypto's Capital?
Yeah, so our preference is that entrepreneurs approach us before anyone else.
There you go.
That's a good strategy.
First call to Gumi. And how about you, Patricia?
So for us, we look at seed or pre-Series A stage. So anyone really that has an idea, a little bit of a fleshed out business plan, a roadmap, who's within the blockchain space. We have several different verticals. And also who we call game changers. So there's part of our investment thesis is social impact, ESG and sustainability. So anyone within an angle to that, but definitely seed pre-Series A stage.
Fantastic. And how about you guys over at Cointelligence?
So for us, it's mainly very early stages. It can be seed, even pre-seed, but also private rounds. It is very important for us when a team approaches us that they are actually a real team. Because if just, for example, one founder approaches us and we know that he will need at least 2, 3 other co-founders, that can be an issue. It can also be in more advanced stages, but usually we prefer the early stages. And I'd like to add one more thing about what Miko mentioned before about the hedge funds. It's very interesting that with crypto, potentially every VC is also a little bit of a hedge fund because of the liquidity of the tokens. And it's something that makes crypto VCs very, very unique compared to other types of VCs. And the last point that I would like to mention is when not to approach. And I'm serious now. Don't approach when you copy-pasted another project and you actually think that it's going to work out. These days are over. It doesn't really work anymore, so don't do it. Make your own projects. Don't copy-paste.
Very, very well said. So the main takeaway for me is every VC is different. You know, you can't just really approach one and have the same conversation. They all have their own thesis, their own sectors they're looking for. So if you get turned down 9 out of 10 times, don't get discouraged. It may just not have been a good fit, and you will find a good fit because there are thousands of VCs out there for just about everything, except for copy-paste projects. Those are all gone. Let's talk about Web3. What does Web3 really look like to you? Like, paint us a picture of the future when Web3 is here. On, if you would start for please.
So it's really easy for me to answer, especially since I'm already there for about 15 years. I'm spending at least some time every day in the metaverse. People think that the metaverse is something new. It's not new at all. It's been around for at least 20 years now. But with regards to the new type of metaverse that is supposed to be decentralized, and by the way, I'm saying supposed to be because most blockchains, most projects out there are not really decentralized. They say that they are, but they're not. But let's say that we will get to the point where it will be decentralized, similar to Bitcoin, for example. The metaverse will be decentralized. We will be spending a lot of our time in the metaverse. We will be doing, I would even take the risk and say, most of the things that we're doing today online in the metaverse. And that leads to the question if it must be based on avatars or not. And that's a completely different discussion. And the last point is that I think that the most important part, and that's something that is being talked around a lot in the industry and the crypto community, is the fact that we are going to own everything ourselves. We're not going to use someone else's platform and be there. We're going to be a part of the platform in some capacity. Obviously, our identity, obviously everything that we own in the metaverse will be owned by us for real, and not pretend to, as it is now with today's metaverses. Yeah, it's very exciting. I'm looking forward to see what's coming in the next few years.
That's great. And Patricia, what else do you see coming? What trends are you seeing in development right now that are going to become part of our lives later on?
So for me, I'm really interested in the sustainability ESG space, and that's something that definitely I'm seeing more of, even in terms of applications to the accelerator. And I think, you know, blockchain is a great use case for all of this type of stuff, and really that's where we can have a massive impact for the real world, so that those of us who don't want to necessarily live in the metaverse, you know, 24/7 can still have the beauty that we have here. So that's something I'm very excited about. But I think for me, to answer the original question, is I'm interested to see whether the ethos and the ideology underpinning Web3 is really going to survive. So true decentralization, true ownership for each and every individual person. If you look at, so I'm an ex-lawyer, if you look at some of the terms included in, for example, PFP projects, which have some very hefty legal rights attached to the creator, it doesn't sit in with the ethos of actually owning your digital asset, decentralization and all this type of stuff. So for me, I think it's interesting to see what's going to happen with that. And I think to me, we've fully arrived in Web3 when all of these concepts become an absolute reality for every single project out there.
Yeah, well said. Miko, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the big things that I think the bear market managed to eat is the bear has eaten WAGMI, which is, it's one of the funny framings I have. So WAGMI is, we're all going to make it, right? So my twist is, we're all going to make it after the ones that aren't going to make it are removed, right? Which, so to me, I think the most important message is that Web3 is a big tent. And as a big tent, when the weather gets bad, everybody comes inside. So now we're sitting under a tent where lots of people are huddled for safety from this bad weather, right? Except not all of the people are doing anything meaningful, right? So to me, not to be a negative Nelly, but to me, I think that there's a reckoning. And I think that we definitely have to try to be grounded in what we're doing, right? So for me, I think the things that are fairly non-negotiable are things like ownership. So I think ownership is going to be redistributed, and then I think obviously what's atomic is self-sovereign identity, self-sovereign data privacy, right? Data ownership as well as economic ownership, right? So I think that's Web3. And then I think everything else, we'll see.
All right. Joanna, what would you like to add?
Yeah, so actually for me, I think there is no finality for Web3, but we are always on the way to it. So what makes me most exciting is that I think there are two areas that can create a lot of disruptive changes in the future. The first is DeFi, including financial services, DAX, and so on. Because let's take into the account of the current data. There are around 1.6 billion people who are unbanked in the world right now. So it actually creates a huge opportunity for us, for our Web3 world, to create such solutions for those people. And so this is the first thing. And the second thing, as all the panelists have already mentioned, I think metaverse will be another very, very promising thing in Web3 world, because I think the base and fundamentals for metaverse is actually data. So for data ownership, data disposal rights, and so on. Yeah, that's my answer.
Sounds good to me. I think metaverses are eventually going to replace websites. That's going to be the next thing. So you go to whatever.com and it's going to take you into a virtual world where you're not just reading blocks of text or seeing tons of ads. You're going to get to walk through a town and talk to the different people in the company in real time from anywhere in the world. So that's really exciting. And I think the other Web3 component that hasn't been mentioned yet that I want to bring up is DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, where you can have a company with people anywhere in the world and have an entity that represents these people and their interests that's literally borderless and unstoppable. That's really powerful. So that's what we're looking for in Web3. There's lots of different market sectors. There's also infrastructure, decentralized cloud compute, streaming platforms, payment systems. It's decentralizing everything that we already use today and trying to make it a little bit better, a little bit more fair, and redistributing the profits out of Wall Street and into our own pockets. I think that's really what the soul of Web3 is about. Would you guys agree? Fantastic. And we talk a lot about, in our community at Crypto 101, about separating the noise from the signal, because there's so much out there. There's a new NFT mint every 5 seconds, it seems like, that's clogging up Ethereum. I want to ask the professionals over here, when you're doing your research and due diligence, what are some of the data sets that you look at to say this is a good project versus maybe something I want to pass on? Joanna, can you give us some of your secret sauce?
Oh, okay. So you mean, I think, can I like understand this question as when I determine the market status or just the project?
Technical analysis, you can look at on-chain data, you can be reading white papers, you can just be investing in founders only regardless of what they're doing. What's the secret, path to success for you?
Yeah, actually, I think for projects, for most of the projects, it is hard to answer because a lot of the projects cannot, like for infrastructure projects and for some tooling solutions, it is so hard to determine the data side at the beginning of the project period. But I would like to say more about my thesis or understanding about how we evaluate the market. Yeah. So actually we have a lot of indicators and the KPIs and the charts in the market right now, and the sentiment and so much things that that hits up on our mind every day. And so I think all of these indicators are pretty important to us. But I think what is most important to everybody is that you need to have an understanding of, to have a benchmark of your recognition on the market status right now, whether this is a bull market or a bear market. So this actually leads to your decision on how you will allocate your position. And so this is the first important point. And the second is, after you determine the long-term market and where we are at right now, then we need to determine the short market, the market in the short run. Like if the market has gone down for several weeks or several months, and what's the next? And maybe there will be a short rebound, and how you will react, and will you seize the opportunity or not?
Yeah, that's a really good point. There's a time to buy, a time to sell, and a time to build.
True.
I'd like to provide a very strong counterpoint, which is my style of investing is almost antithetical. So we don't actually care if it's a bull market or a bear market. We don't actually care if the price is going up or if the price is going down. And we don't actually pay any attention at all to any sentiment indicators or analysis of any of those things. Like what we look for is first and foremost team. So we really focus very hard on team. A lot of what we care about with team is conviction. So we want to see ultra high conviction. We also want to see founder market fit. So team is very primal for us. And then right below team is the problem solution dyad. So if it's a really meaningful problem solution, then we're pretty excited about it. So that's our style. So we are very much kind of long-term, builder aligned, kind of high conviction investment capital. So it's a very, very different style, but that represents kind of what we do.
That's great. Patricia, how about you?
Yeah, so I would echo those sentiments. For us, I would put team and kind of the problem that it solves on the same level in terms of how important that is. Obviously there's always execution risk, but if you have a good founding team who's done something great before, and then in addition to that has solved a problem in a unique way, those are kind of the two main ones for me. Obviously, there are other factors, depending on what stage they are, again, looking at financials and revenue and things, but really, like I said, for me, I think the main importance is really team and kind of the problem that they solve and how uniquely they solve it.
That's great. On, how about you?
So with regards to the different signals, obviously there are some signals that can help you a lot to make decisions, and I'm specifically talking about traders that are trading cryptocurrencies. But I can tell you that if someone tells you that they can actually time the market exactly, they are scammers, complete scammers, because there's no such thing with crypto. And obviously you can take the recent Luna crash as an example, that all the giants had no idea that it's coming.
Except, except Celsius, who pulled out. They pulled out at the right time.
No comment. With regards to the way that we specifically see it, since we are a VC, we don't care about the market situation. Actually, founders are a bit surprised when they are reaching out to us in the last week to 2 weeks that we are responding to them, yeah, everything is as usual, business as usual, and we don't care about the market conditions. But that's because we are a VC, and it's important to make the distinction. Now, beside that, I'll continue what my fellow panelists said about the team. It's definitely the team before anything else. There's no doubt about that. But I do want to add one important thing. When I say team, it's not just that we are looking at the team and to make sure that the team is solid. It's much, much more than that. It's the fact that the team is actually capable of managing a crypto startup. Now, the huge difference between a crypto startup and a traditional startup, or as I call them, the old style startups, is that with crypto, not only you are innovating and creating something completely new, you also need to choose the right blockchain for you. You also need to know how to plan your token economics, which is where most crypto startups completely fail, including the big companies out there, by the way. And the third example that I would like to give you is not only they have to understand all of that and they need to really understand the tech, they need to know how to do crypto marketing. Crypto marketing is completely different compared to traditional marketing. And even professional marketeers don't understand what I just mentioned. And I know this firsthand because I interviewed so many of them. So my advice to founders, don't even reach out to investors before you are sure that you qualify for these parts.
That's great advice. And I think the main takeaway here is, despite all of these people being experts, they have their own style, and you should find what works for you too. Study all the different sectors of Web3 and become an expert in just the one or two that really stick out to you, that you feel passionate and conviction about. You don't have to put together a portfolio of 30 completely different things that have nothing to do with each other, that you don't understand anything about. Become very, very focused, have a thesis, stick to it, and there's no one right way to do things in crypto. So I want to thank our panelists here, and thank you, Dcentral, so much for giving all of us a place to exchange ideas. And we'll see everyone around. And if you want to learn some more, listen to the Crypto One podcast. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done, everyone.
What a great panel. Projects, people looking for additional capital injections. We just had a panel completely filled with people looking to give their money to projects who are developed. And they literally told you what they're looking for. So if you're not taking advantage of this through your social currency, through the relationships that you can build here at Dcentral, I don't know what you're doing. But they did mention leadership. So it's great to have representation on this stage. It's great to have the leaders from projects come across the stage, because who knows, maybe one of those investors next time in Miami will see your project, pick it up, and you could be the next you. So without further ado, to keep time moving, to keep on track a little bit, I'm not gonna talk too long, even though, you know, I love to do it. I'm going to introduce our next speaker. He is speaking on the interoperability of DeFi. We love this word, interoperability, how to go from one chain to the next, moving your data, moving your assets, moving anything that you want, and making that connection, that bridge between the different worlds that these blockchains are creating. So please join me in giving a hand to fun name, OX Brainjar.
Good evening, everybody. I'm the founder and CEO of Composable Finance, and today I'm before you representing our entire team and speaking about our mission to create the next generation of adoption across the cryptocurrency ecosystem. Composable Finance is solely focused on a single mission, which is to bring about interoperable infrastructure for modular DeFi. Now, what does that actually mean? In a world in which DeFi is quite difficult to actually navigate, there is limited ways for people to actually understand and actually be able to dive into DeFi and crypto as a whole, given that there's such a high barrier to entry. And if we're going to bring about a world in which users, any user that's interested in finding financial freedom can utilize DeFi, we need to fundamentally re-examine our predecessors in the equities market to actually understand how can we bring about next level adoption. Now, in the early days of the equities market, there was primarily several different markets, but they were all fragmented. There was NYSE, NASDAQ. It was only when there was the DTCC that came across that started to actually perform reconciliations. Now, reconciliation is really important because of the fact that that allows for all these different markets to now become cohesive and talk to each other as opposed to a world in which these different markets are segmented. What this then brought upon was a world of high-frequency trading, dark pools, and other new technological innovations built upon this reconciliation infrastructure. This allowed for these traders to benefit from these market inefficiencies, but the bigger picture is that these solutions could now be created, such as Robinhood, such as retail solutions, such as retail equity trading. Things like Robinhood would be nowhere near as successful if this infrastructure hadn't been built to allow for market depth, order routing, and a complete unification of the equities market for the exhaustive and sort of all-consuming craze that, of course, now is the equities market. So to do this, we sort of, instead of kind of rewriting and looking for a brand new strategy, we learned from our predecessors and are now sort of creating a cross-chain ecosystem and infrastructure to be able to bring upon this same level of efficiency and unification that our predecessors in the equities market brought upon. So Composable Finance is fundamentally focused on creating modular functionality, so a world in which you can specify what you'd like to accomplish as opposed to how. To do so, we're cultivating a rich ecosystem of 2 parachains, a cross-chain virtual machine, the first cross-ecosystem example of IBC, bridging the Cosmos ecosystem to the Polkadot ecosystem, a substrate-specific Oracle infrastructure, an AMM, and several other additional pallets in these chains to really sort of concretely put our flag in the sand and say, this is how the future of DeFi should be, architected in a very methodical manner. And discussing this in a bit more depth, this is our architecture. At the top of this architecture is an orchestration layer. It's what we call the cross-chain virtual machine, XCVM. This is focused on allowing developers to specify functions as general as swap, lend, borrow, and be able to not have to deal with which chain should I deploy this on, which protocol should I tap into, which assets should I allow users to support. This instead becomes abstracted not just for the developer, but also for the user, again, through this technical stack. Once these instructions are put together and deployed onto our parachain in the form of an XCVM contract, which is COSM-WASM based, it then passes through our routing layer, which actually creates the instruction set by competitively analyzing the infinitely many routes for a user, say, wanting to LP for some percentage APY. Thereafter, these instructions are broadcasted using IBC and other transport layers to multiple different ecosystems. And all of this is then underpinned by our infrastructure, which is our two Polkadot parachains, Kusama parachain and Polkadot parachain. Now, diving a little bit deeper, so far in the cross-chain ecosystem, and also let's just take a step back, why do we actually care about cross-chain? The only way that we're going to actually get user abstraction and user efficiency is a world in which cross-chain applications run wild, making use of primitives that have already been built over the past runs of crypto and DeFi to then allow for users to specify, again, here's what I'd like to do, not necessarily how I'd like to do it. So traditionally, other solutions that claim to be creating cross-chain applications are more focused on just creating glue code. You must deploy your protocol on multiple different ecosystems and then implement glue code between each of these different instances to allow them to talk to each other. For us, we instead take a top-down approach. We say, deploy a contract on our parachain that specifies these different generalizable functions, and then from there, information is passed from multiple different ecosystems to allow for exactly what the developer has specified to occur. And again, just a reiteration here, we are much more than just glue code in this point. We are now becoming the orchestration layer and framework for interoperability itself. So just diving a little bit deeper into how this actually works. So again, a user deploys an XCVM contract onto the Polkadot parachain. Thereafter, these instructions are curated by the routing layer, which are then propagated using IBC across multiple different ecosystems, and execution can now happen on multiple different chains. The beauty of this is now we can sort of abstract state transition functions and general functionality for DeFi across multiple different ecosystems, but have them sort of all be able to communicate and interact with one another in an asynchronous manner. So a perfect example of this is how does one build a leveraged yield farming application? Well, using other cross-chain solutions, you would basically have to write contracts on multiple chains and then essentially glue, contract A to contract C, contract A to contract B, and go through this sort of iterative process. For us, you instead specify, what are the components of leveraged yield farming, swap, lend, liquidity provide, and essentially allow for users to then be able to connect their wallet from any ecosystem to tap into this type of contract. Now, running through this very brief example, what this allows for is a user to deposit their funds into a contract, and an LP token is printed, resulting in a loan being taken out on another chain and then reprovisioned, and the whole cycle sort of continues. And again, a key sort of piece to highlight is that this is all happening at the contract level, as opposed to having to say, let me stitch A to B to C. So how far away are we from something like this? Obviously, if XCVM is to hit the market, then we could see, I think, obviously from my predictions, I firmly believe that something like XCVM would bring upon unprecedented aggregation of not only markets, but also brand new user experiences that are completely unseen in the crypto ecosystem today. Ideas such as I want to be able to LP and not have to select AVAX or some other chain or have to deal with any of that complexity. This really introduces a whole brand new paradigm for crypto as a whole. So July 1st, we will be demoing what this actually looks like at our first event, inaugural Unchained event in Berlin on July 1st. Thereafter, we will be deploying Cosm Wasm on our Picasso parachain, again, our Kusama parachain. From there, we're also going to be rolling out our bridge to the Cosmos ecosystem, again, bringing IBC to multiple ecosystems, starting with Polkadot, and thereafter rolling out XCVM. So just to recap, I think what I first said at the beginning of this presentation is crypto at this point is a very gated ecosystem. You need to understand MetaMask, you need to understand Kepler, multiple different wallet infrastructures, RPC providers, protocols, and you have to spend a lot of time doing research to actually understand what it is you'd like to accomplish and how you'd like to accomplish it. That world cannot continue. And today I'm saying that we essentially want to take the world of DeFi to the next level by saying now users can specify, hey, I'd like to accomplish X, and the rest is abstracted away through this infrastructure that we're building. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. It's an exciting time to be in Web3. It's an exciting time to be educating yourself about Web3. Many people are like, oh my gosh, I'm too late. Oh my gosh, I missed it. But no, not at all. Everything happens in a bell curve, right? And in this bell curve currently, we've already had those innovators. We had the people who created the technology. We've had the blockchain being created. We've had layer 2 solutions. We've had smart contracts and new utilizations of tokens formed in the uniqueness to be NFTs. We've had all of this stuff, but that's just the innovators. Now we're in the early adopters. So don't think for 1 second that you are behind. You are exactly on time, and you're in exactly the right place to learn about this. We are so lucky to be able to kick off this consensus week and for Dcentral to be a part of what can be a staple in Austin. I did say earlier that I believe that Miami is the crypto capital of Americas. I'm biased though because I am a Miami girl. Yet, I did once live in Austin, and I know that they're doing amazing things here in the city to really set forth the infrastructure to building out what it means to put a city and cryptocurrency together and to really build up the community around crypto. So it's been great to see all of that, especially when we have these Web 2 competitors that are right across the river over there where we can see them. We see you, Google. We see you coming for us, but we are decentralized and you can't take our throne. That's what I believe anyway. I am a dreamer, but I believe my dreams will come true, so it doesn't matter. I shouldn't sputter anymore. I love being up here and I love being able to be a host for you guys. I hope you're enjoying yourself. I hope you're soaking up the information. I hope if you haven't already, you've gotten some food to eat outside, and maybe if you're a little fun one and you like a little pizzazz, you've ridden the bull that's outside. Yes, we have a bull outside. If you haven't seen it, make sure you go and see it. That being said, let me introduce our next speaker who's going to talk about merged mining. How exciting. Let's see what he has to say. Mr. Nathan Hatzfeld. Give him a round of applause.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so today I want to talk about merged mining. Merge mining is something most people haven't heard of, but it was something Satoshi Nakamoto talked about in 2010 as a mechanism of mining multiple currencies on a single proof of work. So we spend all this time trying to find how to scale blockchain. And I would argue that the solution has been in front of our face this whole time. What we're essentially doing with merge mining is we're recycling hash rate and applying it to other chains, and it lets them essentially outsource their security to a stronger proof of work chain. The percentage of Bitcoin blocks is pretty steady. Most blocks are mining multiple coins at the same time. And proof of work, or all blockchains in general, one of the most important functions of a blockchain is to generate revenue. And in a proof of work chain and a proof of stake chain, revenue can be thought of as a function of security. The more revenue generated, the more difficult it is to attack a chain. And as you can see, the average market cap is increasing, annual security spend is increasing, but the percentage of market cap capitalization is falling in proportion. The block subsidy on Bitcoin is shrinking, halving every 4 years, and the fees are capped. And so Bitcoin's kind of approaching, it's not close, but it is in the future where there might not be enough revenue to justify energy expenditures on the network, and that's going to cause issues with security. And so you see there, the original blocks were 50. Today, blocks are 6.25. In 2 years from now, they're going to have even again. And then they become pretty minuscule after that in 2028. You need prices of Bitcoin in million plus to justify the revenue on chain and security. And so there are a few merged mine tokens. Some of them are pretty big, some of you probably heard of. Most of these merged mine tokens, they focus on extending smart contract capabilities on Bitcoin. UTXO is a pretty difficult environment to program in, so they are trying to make that easier. That's one of the things Ethereum did different, was that they created what was called the EVM, the Ethereum Virtual Machine, in Solidity, which is really similar to JavaScript. It's much easier to develop in, but it's not quite as secure. I'm with a group called Syscoin that has put the EVM on Bitcoin, essentially. We're dual chains. We have a UTXO and an EVM. The UTXO is merge mined. It has 30% of the global hash rate, and it applies that to the EVM. And then on top of that, we're running rollups. And the rollups are plugging into the layer 1. What's cool about rollups is that rollups inherit the security of the layer 1. So generally speaking, most chains are going to want to post proofs to a very secure layer 1. Everything else is moot if it's not secure. And for most people, that means Ethereum. But what Syscoin is doing is we are offering the ability to post rollups to Bitcoin. The proof of work, which is behind the value of Bitcoin, we open that up to the broader ecosystem. So like if you guys are an EVM machine or like EVM compatible, you can plug into Syscoin, which is directly connecting into that Bitcoin proof of work. And it creates a very secure environment to launch financial tools and rollups and any other kind of use case you could think of for blockchain. My time is running out. I think we have a very cool project. We're doing something very different. We have a lot of very cool tech to talk about. Please check us out at syscoin.org, and we have a booth on the second floor. Thank you.
Back again. Can't stay away too long because I just love it up here so much. It's just too good to be in front of you all. It's just too good to be introducing these innovators in the space. And as innovation is the name of the game in Web3, because we are burgeoning into a new space, because we are creating as we are speaking, that is just the name of the game for this next panel. So without further ado, so we can get a little bit more on schedule, let me introduce our next panel moderator for how to create innovation in Web3. Please put your hands together for Mr. Jonathan Blanco.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This has been such a fantastic event. Really big round of applause to the Dcentral team. Let's give them a round of applause, please. And I want to welcome up my panelists. Just come on up and we'll just get started. We got Alex, Stefan, Michael, and I. What's going on?
Let's go. Let's give this some energy here.
How's everybody doing? Is everybody having a good time? Yeah, nice. No, this has been a great event. I can't stress that enough. So we're talking about innovation. Innovation sometimes is an overused term, but it's pretty clear that there's a lot of innovation taking place in Web3. So let's get this started. I'll have my panelists introduce themselves, and we're going to get right into it. So why don't we start over with you, Stefan, and we'll come over this way.
Hey, everybody. I mean, I've had the privilege to speak twice now today, so you got to listen to me for a third time. Basically, I'm Stefan Roost. I am the founder of Laguna. Laguna is an inflation-protected DeFi ecosystem based on trueflation.com.
Wow, awesome. I'm Mike Krolivsky, second time speaking, almost as privileged as Stefan. Serial entrepreneur, serial investor, and I'm with NFT Pay here, CEO of NFT Pay. We're credit card payments for NFTs, no crypto wallet needed.
What's up? I'm Alex Kirchek, a serial entrepreneur, crypto native, yield farmer, and I'm the founder of Tender Finance, a generalized margin protocol for DeFi. So you can take margin, you can take under-collateralized loans on DeFi protocols.
Nice. And I'm Jonathan G. Blanco. I'm the founder of Niftmint. We build NFT commerce infrastructure for brands. So this is going to be a good conversation. We got NFT side, we got DeFi, all innovation. Let's just get right into it. When you hear, hey, the topic here, how to create innovation for Web3, are you actually creating innovation for Web3, or are you just creating innovation to solve a problem?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to jump in on that.
Go for it.
So I think a lot of Web3 right now is recreating Web 2, but without the downsides of Web 2. So without permission, without censorship. And it's very challenging because a DLT, a blockchain, is not built for most things. And so the problem is, how do you make that work? And so that applies to finance, that applies to social media, that applies to everything.
Yeah, I think the angle that we're going after with NFT Pay is we're seeing the crazy amount of innovation in Web3, but there's this giant gap from like the very technical side of Web3 and then the rest of the world, the masses, how things operate now. So we're maniacally focused on making things simple and easy to use so people can take advantage of Web3.
Yeah, I mean, I would take a slightly grander approach, and I think we are innovating, full stop. Whether it's for Web3 or not, we're providing alternatives to the systems that we have today. And the systems that we have today, be they the platforms, be they the institutions, are all running on their grounds, on their terms, in their rules, and in that legacy world. We're trying to build new worlds. What does that new world look like? How do we innovate in that world? And how do we change the dime? And how do we make it 10x better than what we're experienced to in the old system?
Yeah, just to echo on that, I love the fact that you're talking about we're just innovating, right? And it just so happens that Web3 is better in a lot of cases. Not in every case. Look, I'm a Web3 believer and I'm building a Web3 company, but we're at a phase right now where what is being built is actually better than the incumbent, than the alternative. You know, you have commercial banks basically saying that the Bitcoin network might be better than Swift. You know, DeFi guys, you want to jump in on this?
Yeah, absolutely. So my previous company was dietary supplements. We actually sold a lot of avant-garde things like kratom, hemp, etc. And payment services were a bitch. Banking was a bitch. It was incredibly challenging. And over time, we found that 20% of our customers were paying in crypto. People preferred crypto over standard payment channels. So I think that going forward, that'll continue to grow, increase, and even get easier to use.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think not only, we have to build alternatives, right? I just feel that the systems that we have in place today are so incumbent to anybody trying to innovate and disrupt. Innovation is about disruption. And disruption by nature is uncomfortable. People don't like disruption, especially not the establishment, and especially not existing institutions that already have their hold in an economy. And that's what we're about. So we're here to get some scars. We hustle, we beg, we borrow, we steal. We need to move the needle in ways that the incumbents don't find too comfortable, and that's what we got to do, and that's part of innovation in my view.
Right. You know, horse and buggy dealers weren't exactly excited about the car, right? So naturally they're going to be talking like, hey, don't use that thing. So, you know, on the payment side, right? So payments is hypercritical in Web3, in crypto. we want to start seeing adoption. We do have to make sure it's easy though, right? Like it can't just be like, go here, transfer this, do that. So, NFT Pay, it sounds like you're making it pretty simple for someone to just be able to acquire.
Yeah, you have NFTs, which are a mega advancement, in humanity. Now you have the ability to find permanent ownership on the blockchain, in which we trust in math and not people, to have ownership of something of value. And in order to purchase it, yeah, we came up with a way to purchase it, which is a 12-step multi-day process for someone new, which is like, you have to get a crypto wallet. You have to remember the seed phrase, otherwise you lose everything. You have to go to an exchange and wait for Coinbase to do their thing and upload selfies and bank account statements and then go buy cryptocurrency, then send it to your crypto wallet, then connect your crypto wallet to buy the NFT. Sure, there's ways you can do that, but that sounds awful, right? And so one of the many innovations that we really concentrate hard on is doing all that stuff in the back end, behind the scenes, so the customer doesn't have to do it. We're maniacally focused on impacting 1 billion people, bringing this NFT value that was created to the masses.
Definitely. Look, we all know that there's some broken steps in how you have to operate in Web3 right now. I always like to say Web3's one of the only innovations where we forgive really bad user experience, but that's going to fix and that's going to improve, over time.
Don't you think that has improved?
I mean, 1,000%.
Right?
1,000%.
1,000%, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's still bad, but 1,000% has improved.
Yeah, no. And I think largely we have innovated significantly for Web 3.0 in terms of the tooling that we have available, right? You're building tooling to make payments easier. We've had developer tools that have been created, oracles that are already pre-developed so people can plug and play and work with. So we are also trying to make it simpler for the developers to build and focus on user experience. And we need to attract more UX designers into the crypto that also have an understanding on how the blockchains work. Because it's a very different beast building on a sequential database that's in your room versus a sequential database that is spread across 50,000 nodes around the world, all with different networking and compute power, running different operating systems. It's a very different world to work in that, and how do you build the user experience for that?
Yeah, on that note, there's a lot of opcodes that are currently in development for Ethereum that will make the interface so much better. For example, a standard wallet, you have a private key. You have one source of failure, and you're screwed if you're compromised. Why not change that? So right now, Vitalik has a great article about social wallets. So with a social wallet, you have your friends as guardians. You elect other public addresses, and your transactions can go through. And if you lose your key, your guardians, your friends, can get your money back. So if you want to send your money out, to some random address, your friends have to approve that. Much more secure, much less vulnerable to being compromised, much better user interface. But that's a technical innovation that comes from additional operation codes.
When we start thinking, there's a lot of people in this room who are builders, who are active, who are working on these things. What are the things that you think, let's start with are going well, that people are innovating well, and then we'll answer that, and then we'll go what are some things that maybe we're over-engineering or we're over-innovating on? So let's start on the positive side first.
That's a tough question. I think, I don't know where we're over-engineering. I just feel, how do we find user experience individuals that understand these opcodes, that can convert that into a front-end, journey? How do I build for that? How do I reduce the number of clicks? How do I increase the engagement, the safety element, right? We are dealing with people's money. And whilst money has become a fast-moving consumer product, how do we work in that, right? We have monies in all sorts of form of tokens. We have, the Big Ten, we have NFTs that have value. How do we manage that at a better level to make sure that the holder of those funds actually feel it's protected, it's safe, I have access to it at any time, and I can find them at any time?
I think some highlights, some acknowledgments and recognition would be, blockchain being decentralized, just the core concept, where if the entire United States lost power, the blockchain is still preserved. So all these records are still kept intact across the world. I think that's something that's a major innovation that we should all be proud of. I think cryptocurrencies, another a form of money on the blockchain, where countries like El Salvador, cities like Miami are adapting it and giving people this new freedom of being able to use and spend and get pay in cryptocurrencies. And also, obviously, NFTs. I'm extremely bullish on NFTs. Think it's going to be a $10-trillion market. And I think these are something that's going to change the game in a lot of industries.
Yeah, I don't think that any thing is being over-engineered technically, but I think that things like governance feel a bit contrived. The truth is, early-stage ventures, they work better in a dictatorship. You just need quick executive decisions. We saw what happened with Luna. They couldn't make quick decisions because they had to go through their governance. There's many delays with that. So I think that is an area of maybe over-contrivedness.
Yeah, no, definitely. And look, Stefan, you've talked about this a couple times, of application layer, making it easier and so forth. I think for better or worse, so a lot of times when we talk about application layer, we are talking about centralize and centralization. I personally think decentralization gets overused. Most stuff is not, in my opinion, but most stuff is not decentralized. But it feels good to say that out loud. But I don't know that that's necessarily a bad thing either, right? So I'm a Bitcoin person. That's why I like Bitcoin, is because I do believe it's decentralized. But I don't necessarily think the other things have to be decentralized. So I'm curious, your all thoughts when we think about innovation. Does that matter? Are we really at the end of the day actually talking about ownership or ownership rights? And does that supersede essentially this notion for having to be decentralized?
I think what Alex said is so spot on, right? As a startup, you're launching a business, right? And I think you do need dictatorship in that environment. You need somebody that's going to make the final decisions, and in some cases, you need to make those decisions really quick based on very limited information that you have. And so, but the governance model, the decentralization happens over time, right? Bitcoin, when it first launched in 2008, wasn't decentralized. It didn't have that volume of nodes out there. It was managed by a couple of people that were maintaining that node. And then it just scaled up because everybody saw the reward mechanism and the gamification associated with that. And I think with every startup and any decentralized business, we all need to work. What is the time horizon for decentralization and decentralization of the governance as well?
Definitely. Yeah, not much to add to that, honestly. I think I completely agree. There's definitely a veneer of decentralization on things that are not. When you look at the layer 1 chains, all of them are highly centralized, except maybe Ethereum. And decentralization is a continuum, right? Is your node a Raspberry Pi like Bitcoin, or is your node a $500 laptop like Ethereum? Or is it a $30,000 server like Solana? And where's the line? So I think that all the alternative layer 1s, they're coming at this from a more centralized perspective so that they can be faster and more competitive than Ethereum. But the end goal of everybody is the same spot. Everyone wants to be fast and decentralized. They're just coming at it from different angles.
Let me push back on that. Do they want to be fast and decentralized, or do they want to be fast and have more ownership value?
How do you mean ownership value?
So I guess, if I have trouble reconciling with, well, it's different on a protocol or protocol layer, I guess, unless there is, call it, large founder pools or people who have large influence who are on the founder level. I have a hard time reconciling, that with decentralization because there's, of course, self-interest at play. So I guess again, like, not to call out any chains, and again, I'm not saying it's good or bad, but does it really matter if they're decentralized for what they're doing? And then does that also call it the coins that we do view to be actually decentralized, have that value for that very reason?
I think a lot of people don't care if it's decentralized right now. They're caring about what's the vision, what's the opportunity. Although in a bear market, people do care more, it seems like, because the assets where value is accruing is Ethereum and Bitcoin right now.
What's your view in terms of layer one space, right? You look at all the layer one chains, and some of the chains are holding up. We've had multiple forks because gas fees go up, price goes up for transactions. Do you feel that in a world where tokens take a bigger role in our lives, that the current, let's call it block space, will suffice? Do we need to innovate more and providing more blockchains? What's your view on that? I mean, I'm intrigued to find that out.
I think we need more innovation, for sure. Even when Ethereum 2.0 launches, it's not going to be fast enough. It's not going to have enough space. It's still going to be expensive. It's going to be better for the environment, maybe, kind of. That's arguable, because there's a lot of sources of energy that are not connected to the grid that are perfect for blockchains. But we definitely need more innovation in this regard, I believe.
I mean, maybe unpopular opinion, but I think there is a lot of value behind decentralization. I think a lot of companies and founders try to force it into something that doesn't need decentralization, but I think decentralization is something that makes the ownership very unique and valuable. Like I said, if there's been rumors that Russia can turn off our whole electrical grid in the United States, well, if all our records are paused or kind of go away for a bit, again, that's not going to happen on the blockchain. The blockchain is going to continue to move forward. So some chains like Flow, for example, which is a centralized chain, their business stops, and that's it. For other ones that are decentralized, it keeps going. So I think there is value behind it. I don't think every business needs it. I think it depends on the context of like the product or service.
Yeah, 100%.
Hybrid approaches are very interesting. Some of the most popular apps right now have a very hybrid approach to decentralization. OpenSea is a great example. DYDX is a great example. I think that's going to become more popular and more standard.
Yeah, and to clarify, I guess, to help the audience along too, like we're kind of talking about two different things at the same time. So my fault as the moderator for not doing that is that we're talking about protocols, and then we're also talking about companies. And so a protocol and a company are going to operate, of course, a lot differently. But when it comes to innovation, regardless of how you do it, at the end of the day, it's to build upon better than before. So if you're going to take certain elements of one thing and certain elements of another and certain elements of another, and now you got something better, at the end of the day, like that's what all code is. It's just like stuff on stuff on stuff and then rewritten over again. So we just have a handful of minutes here, and so where I would love to take the conversation is, how are you seeing from like a customer standpoint, like particularly on like this DeFi notion, right? We had DeFi summer, what was that, 2 years ago now? And DeFi is still here, but NFTs kind of took the limelight for a second. What are some of the latest things that are happening in DeFi that those of us who are not in the space might not be aware of right now?
I think there's a lot of innovation. Oh, were you going to go? I'm sorry. Yeah, I think there's a lot of innovation right now in derivatives. So options are a great example. Options are incredibly inefficient in DeFi because you have to like put up the asset for an option that you write. You have to cover the option. So I think there's going to be a lot of innovation in this regard. There's a lot of innovation in peer-to-pool. So I don't know if the audience is familiar with GMX, how familiar they are. GMX is excellent. It's peer-to-pool margin accounts. So I think there's going to be a lot of innovation in that regard. AMMs are a great example. Now you can be a market maker. You just need money. You can join a market making protocol. I think there's going to be a lot of that happening. A lot of democratizing or just popularizing these things that were only for the mathematical elite in the past.
Yeah, it's like, I think what you're, I'll just echo, we have innovated amazing in crypto, in Web3, right? I mean, look, Bitcoin alone was a combination of 3 different innovations in one. Boom. Smart contracts that allowed us to build so many different protocols. Bitcoin had it with colored coins, but then they decided to go another route, right? And so then all of a sudden, DeFi, AMMs, you talked about that. Automated AMMs is such a milestone for the whole DeFi summer. If we wouldn't have had that, we wouldn't have the DeFi summer that we had. NFTs, I mean, what an innovation is NFTs. I mean, look how much we've done in 10 years. I mean, that's huge. And I think the whole financial market, the whole industry, we saw earlier how big that is. That's, I mean, the options and derivatives market is quadrillions. I mean, nobody can picture that size. I don't know how big that is. I mean, it's bigger than this auditorium, that's for sure. But, you know, that's how big that industry is. NFT, the whole art industry, you know, the whole art industry wants to come in here. The whole music industry, right? All of these people want to enter into the NFT realms. What does that mean? What are the protocols we need? How do we build a user experience around that? I think that's really in front of us. That's still, I mean, we have a whole mountain to climb.
Yeah, we can't even see the iceberg yet. Right?
Yeah, about 1% of the world has crypto wallets.
Right.
And the rest does not.
I have a fun fact that supports your point, Stefan. So in the United States, financial assets are about 90% leverage. That means that there's about $9 borrowed for $1 of like actual equity. In DeFi, it's about 2% leverage. So 98% equity, 2% leverage. And that's growing, and that's going to probably reach parity with the traditional economy. So the decentralized economy is going to grow massively. It's going to undergo several massive booms.
I love that. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the advantage we have is we don't have leverage today. Yeah. There is no leverage here. The TradFi world is over-leveraged. When interests go up 0.25%, they're all panicking. The markets go down, panic breaks out, front page media, goes haywire. It's like, anyway, and so we have such an advantage.
I completely agree.
Yeah, and to that point, look, there's always going to be centralized systems, but those who understand decentralization, those who take the time to think through it, those who take the time to think through how they can bank themselves, doesn't mean you're not going to operate in call it your traditional markets, but just learning that gives you an advantage, overall.
But the most important thing, we need to be able to continue to innovate.
100%.
If we're held back, then we can't slow down. We have to continue to be fast, we have to be agile, and we have to push the needle all the time. And we can't let that drip.
So we're just about out of time. So all good. Hopefully everybody's been enjoying this. We could definitely do this for a lot longer. But what I want to do real quick is give us one last nugget and then tell us where people can keep in touch with you. So we'll just go down over. Give us a gem, and then where can people contact you?
Yeah, I don't have a gem. Sorry, I have the Aura ring. No. Look, you can reach me at srust99. I think I post lots of different gems or inputs. So yeah, follow me on Twitter, srust99. So that's it.
All right, founders, investors, builders, Mike, NFTpay.xyz. My one nugget is think about what innovations we are creating, where we're going, and figure out the bridges to get the masses there. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess my last note is that Web3, DeFi, it's rebuilding everything, but better, transparent, so you actually know the rules. You're not going to be lied to, misled, and that's what we're all participating in, and it's fucking awesome. So that's what we're doing at my company, Tender Finance. We're building a transparent system for lending, for under-collateralized loans. You can keep up with us at our website, tender.fi. So it's tender, like I'm going to hug you, tender. and .fi. And that's it. Thank you.
Cool. And then my last quick piece of advice is, and it's a general one, but I always like to, I think this really applies to the Web3 space, and that is your lack of understanding of something doesn't diminish its value. So take it upon yourself to really learn about these things and go about it overall. And then if you want to get in contact with me, you can find me on Twitter at JGProduct. Round of applause for my amazing panel here.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thanks everybody.
Thank you, Foo Styles.
I loved that. Your lack of understanding does not diminish your value. What a beautiful, beautiful parting statement. I think that reigns true for much things, but specifically for Web3, where there are not a lot of materials on how to educate yourself thus far. The majority of, if not all of the innovators on that bell curve I was speaking about earlier were self-taught or self-taught in the context of what they're creating now, right? Or they were the ones who created it. And then the next phase of people were the ones who had to teach themselves and then understand, okay, how can I innovate from here and build on top of it, right? Going from Bitcoin to Ethereum in this context of what I'm speaking about. So there's such an interesting time to say, hey, even though I have a lack of understanding, let's say this line right here is my lack of understanding, right? There's such an interesting time and a call where it says, yeah, it might take a little bit of effort for me to step over this. Yeah, I might not know what it feels like to step on the other side of this line, but let me just go ahead and do it anyway, right? And see what happens, because the only thing I could lose is nothing, really. Learning more about something that's absolutely going to be a part of your life in the future. Can you really lose? Creating relationships with people who are innovators in the space, can you really lose? That's why you've put yourself in such a beautiful position here, coming to Dcentral and taking the time out of your day, the time out of your schedule to learn and educate yourself, which is very valuable, and you should be very proud of yourselves, because guess what? I'm proud of you if you're not proud of you, so just know you have someone on your team. We've talked about metaverses today many times. We've talked about the infrastructure of metaverse. How do we create them? We've talked about what can you put inside a metaverse? What does an NFT look like inside of a metaverse? But let's talk about a new way of envisioning having ownership of something, but then putting a creative spin on it. And we're not just talking about your avatar, no, we're going one step further. Where's your avatar gonna even live? That's why I'm so excited to introduce to the stage Miss Tracy Hutton, who's gonna talk about designing your home in the metaverse, and her lovely guest. So please welcome them to the stage.
Thanks, everybody. Oh,
hello, hello.
You got your mic? You got your mic?
I do.
Sorry,
indeed.
I'm a late entrant. My name is Neil. I'm Tracy's tech guy.
Well,
I wasn't supposed to be
shy.
here because with all the weather and stuff like that. It's great to be here. I've got here just in time.
Just in time by the nick of, your hairy chin chin.
Austin is hot.
It is hot. Mm-hmm.
And so just in case you're not aware, Tracy Hudson is, there's two things you should know about her. She is, number one, from Austin.
Woo-hoo.
Everybody give us a thing. From
Hometown
Austin.
girl. I live
now,
in LA, but
now LA, but originally from Austin. Yes. And has been the host of a little show on ABC's, on ABC, was on ABC called Extreme Makeover Home Edition. Hopefully some of you have heard of that.
Story. Yeah, Picker Sisters. I had a show, Momtrage, on
So
Facebook.
we are talking about this, as far as interior designers go, we are talking about the real deal, Miss Hudson
right.
here. So
that's the real deal.
That was, so this, we have a legit expert on stage, and that's awesome. So Tracy, why don't you tell us a super little bit of background about how you got, how did you get from Austin to LA to be on Extreme Makeover
Oh, you want
Home
to
Edition.
go way back,
I mean,
do
that's-
you? Like an
I mean,
old
that's-
relic?
I mean, there might be some people in the crowd here that want to follow that that career path.
Yeah, I just, I was a brave, young, naive soul and decided to travel the world and ended up in Los Angeles. I started my interior design business very young. I started working with my grandmother and my aunt out of Beaumont, Texas, just on summers and holidays, and I knew that that's always what I wanted to do. So I was able to have a hybrid career where I was doing commercials and print work and
Right.
just merged the two and got cast for Extreme Makeover because I already had my business up and going in Los Angeles, and then
So
that
you
was
actually
10
have an
years.
entertainment background as well. I mean,
That's
have a
right. I'm
merger.
very entertaining now. I'm not sure if you know how entertaining.
Feel free to start whenever you're ready. No, just joking.
yeah. So yes, so a whole lifetime of being thrown into again a hybrid career of doing what I love the most, making people happy in their homes. It had a philanthropic aspect to it. I don't know who all's seen it out there, but it was absolute dream. It was a dream job. And
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I
It
was
really,
able to.
It was really heartwarming in many episodes, correct?
Yeah.
A lot of people. So just so you know, Tracy has also been engaged with a company called Verse. They're exhibiting here at the show upstairs, and they've been on the circuit for the past several years, and it's actually coming up upon a reveal that's scheduled after an upcoming event in New York. Let's not name any other names right now. Let's not talk about any competing shows, but there's going to be some news revealing at New York. So Tracy has been lending her talents to Verse for the past several years now, basically for 3 years, right?
It was before COVID, not that
Yeah,
any of us really
pre-COVID.
remember back before COVID.
Yeah.
And wait, I'm going to cut you off, Neil. You're being very shy and humble.
Uh-oh.
This is the founder of Verse, Neil Chandran.
Co-founder, yeah.
Co-founder.
Tech guy.
So tech guy, yes. And the relationship where I met you, we met at a conference in Los Angeles ages ago, and really just thought that there was something to gain from both of our expertise, you being in tech, me being in design, and you were creating
She's-
with your team.
She's kind of let the cat out of the bag. Yes, I will say that there was that fit, and I will and we will. So the relevance of the metaverse and design your home in the metaverse. And let me see if I can get this presentation that is absolutely stellar. I'm just kidding.
We have a presentation.
Don't hope for too much. Okay. Designing your home in the metaverse with Tracy Hudson.
I can see.
Okay, there we go. So, I guess as a designer, you have been in the metaverse for your entire career, because something like that, which is both an advertisement and sort of an illustration, is the type of world you have lived in before the metaverse even existed.
Right. So technology has definitely
Did
come
they
a
use
long
that at
ways.
ABC's makeover at all? Very much? No, not really. It was
We
more.
were, I mean, it was a while back. Like
Right.
technology has advanced so quickly. So we were using CAD or Google SketchUp, but the fact, and it was a completely different entity because we were there surprising people and we were able to just
Yeah.
create these homes without them being involved. But
But you
in
see
my-
them on HGTV shows and stuff like that.
Sure.
This is like
and
a-
right in my day-to-day
Day-
life
right.
doing restaurants or residential or offices, people want to see what their space is going to look like.
Right.
I think that people are becoming more accustomed to the fact of what a virtual walkthrough looks like. They really
Right.
want to see, touch, feel as much as they can without it being the real deal.
Right.
As close as you can get.
Yeah.
So with the new technologies
So this
coming
was
up-
not new. This was not new. You were not pulled into like a completely unknown realm with this type of technology. And so what I can share, let me see if the second slide works, because oh, here we go. Yeah. Oh, I mean, we got a nice little, a nice little illustration here. So Tracy has worked on. So what is going to be shared more publicly in the coming weeks and months is that Tracy has also worked on behalf of Verse on at least three projects that are company-owned projects. And the first was one, and they happen to be on the West Coast. Verse is based on the West Coast, and so is Tracy, although we have now expanded basically coast to coast with presentations or presences in Miami. We're opening in Austin actually right after this show, and then New York. So we are actually in that sort of physical growth mode. But there's been 3 properties that you've worked on physically. You want to give it a quick recap of the types of properties that they were?
The first property that I was able to work collectively with Verse was a beach house in Newport. And so we got the modelers together, the whole tech side, to really just create that virtual space in the meta version of this beach house.
And I just want to say that's step one in the design process. You need to create or recreate, or in Verse's case, V-create the actual space that you're going to be working with. And that was sort of step one of the process. And that's why that was a project. By the way, everybody, to illustrate this better, we invite you to come to our booth. Now today, the exhibition is closed after this, or maybe even for a little while longer. But tomorrow, you can actually experience what we're talking about on some of the proprietary devices we had. So yeah, go ahead. Beach House was number one.
Beach House was number one. And again, to your point, there were a lot of parallels. So before we were able to do these amazing virtual diagrams and modeling the entire house, it was more archaic. It was, more beta version, how I would typically translate to a client. But this was really a virtual walkthrough of just the architecture and just the structures. And then we were able to have the freedom, I say we, but I had the freedom of going through and suggesting certain sofas, different styles, different countertops, and really just give you options and versions of what the space could look like.
That is a huge other benefit and sort of differentiation of designing in the metaverse. Multiple options. You can have a home that looks like this today, that tomorrow, and something else on the third day. And you can cycle through them, or you can keep them, or what have you. And we'll get to that, the takeaway there in a second. The next project that I liked, Beverly House.
I loved, yes, there was a house
Beverly Hills, by the way.
Beverly Hills off of Coldwater Canyon. It was a beautiful space. We were able to, again, model what the interiors and the architecture look like, and then really have some freedom to play with what decor we were bringing in.
We had a couple of challenges with that one. Number one, we had some items that the client demanded be included, like a poker table, which is not the most, aesthetically pleasing thing.
I think my eyes were about to pop out of my head after we designed the entire space.
And then you have some physical constraints, like how big of a room you have to put like a sofa bed. But the place came out beautifully, both in real life and also in the metaverse, and which we invite you to check out as well. It was brilliant. It was really good.
And one of the most fascinating and innovative experiences I had with this particular house was that we were able to bring an artist in whom I absolutely love. Her name is Sahara. And she does beautiful installations. One in particular was a bunch of butterflies. So she made all of these tiny butterflies for us that went up and down the staircase, but we were able to turn it into one of the first NFTs.
Absolutely. That's a huge takeaway for those of you that are here at this conference as to why a metaverse home even matters. Because you can't display a traditional NFT in a physical, well, you can with different screens, but ultimately a better place to reach a larger audience, especially when NFTs are essentially a product you're trying to resell, is using a digital showroom. And these show homes that are being created are essentially a showroom or a shop where you would resell your NFT for the highest profit if that's something you want to do. So that's another big takeaway and differentiation as to why a metaverse home even matters. And lastly, our pièce de résistance, if that's how you say it, was a big
fancy, so
condo
French.
for the Four Seasons residences in LA.
Yes, the Four Seasons has residence behind the hotel off of Doheny, whoever's familiar with Los Angeles. It's a new building, absolutely stunning, but we were able to go in and use it as a space, as a workspace, hybrid workspace, living space, and model the architecture again and really bring in the decor.
We recreated it, yeah. And Tracy both designed it in the metaverse as well as fulfilled it in real life. The place is it's multifunctional, it's multi-purpose, and looks beautiful. But maybe we have. Oh, maybe that was it. Sorry, that was the extent of our slide. We have a commercial that runs here actually that has a bit more graphics on it, to really sort of, I guess, illustrate the importance of design, which both matters in real life. People's homes represent them. Am I correct?
I mean, it's everything.
Yeah.
It's an image of yourself, an extension of yourself. It's how you feel, it's how you live, it's how you want to reflect or bring in whatever it is into your environment. And being
And you
able,
play up to that, of course, being a designer.
I love to walk into a space.
Do people even care? I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's why they hire me, right? It's hard to articulate or to hone in on exactly what your style is sometimes. Sometimes you know exactly what you want, sometimes you don't. But to be able to share and create that universe virtually before you start pulling the trigger, because there are so many supply chain issues, budget, of course. So to really make that as real as possible before you purchase and move forward is huge.
So if it matters in real life, we can imagine and we can follow that it matters on the metaverse. It matters online just as much, if not more so, because only so many people are going to come into your physical home in real life. Whereas on the metaverse, hundreds, thousands, possibly millions. Like look, somebody like Snoop Dogg, for example, he designed a home in the metaverse, and I'm sure he's got, if he hasn't had millions of visitors, he's definitely had millions of people hear about it. That's for sure.
I want to go to Snoop's metaverse.
And
sure.
I did see another bit of news that was just released right before this show started. OpenSea, which is one of the big the biggest NFT marketplace, listed a $26.5 million New York building. I don't know if I think it was a commercial property, but it was sold for 26 million. Oh, it was listed for 26.5 million in Ethereum. So this does translate to the physical world. So I would say that what you're doing now for a designer is probably the scope has expanded even further.
And to be able to own something tangible in real time and own its digital version,
twin, yes.
So that you can have those experiences virtually with whomever you want to invite. It really just opens up the whole universe.
We've talked a lot around a subject, and we're basically for a reason, because we haven't done our release, but I really want to thank Tracy for coming on stage and giving this talk. And we urge every one of you to keep an eye on Verse and visit us upstairs at the booth. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you for your time.
Yes, yes, yes. I love everything they just spoke about, because genuinely this metaverse thing, it's not going anywhere, so why not deck it out in style? And additionally, they had mentioned that Snoop Dogg purchased real estate, a house in the metaverse. But interesting enough, the neighboring property in this metaverse went for $400,000 just to be his neighbor in the metaverse. They were spending almost $500,000. So these are real sums of money. And you may be thinking, well, what does that mean? Why would you buy it? It's not even real. Yes, yes, yes. But think about this, right? You have an event in your house, and you invite people to your house, and let's say the whole reason for that house or for that event is to sell something, right? Let's say you're in some sort of marketing company and you want to bring people into your house and you sell them something, right? Or you have a photograph on the wall and you're technically advertising that artist, right? In your home. Now, let's think about the fact that you can go into digital worlds where it's not limited to the amount of physical people that can fit inside your house, right? Because you can fit inside your house only so many people, but in a digital world, you can fit millions of people. It's limitless almost. So now you have a space in which you can curate as a home, in which you can have advertisement for products, for brands, for anything in which you desire. And that amount of eyes on that is limitless. And we all know that in order for anyone to know what it is that you're selling, they need to know it even exists. So that's why metaverse and buying land or buying products in the metaverse is going to be a huge economy in the future. And why not root it in something as understandable and as comfortable to recognize as a home? Because we already have a deep connection with homes. So learning about new technologies is absolutely essential, and so I'm so glad you're here today. But let me digress, because I could go on and on. I mean, if I have a microphone in my hand, you can never get me off the stage. But I have to do a job, so let me commence. I'm so excited to introduce these next people to the stage, and when I say that, I mean it truthfully. I had the privilege to have them on my stage, the Alpha stage at Dcentral Miami, and so I'm so excited to welcome them back. They're a rowdy bunch, they're a fun bunch. I can't wait to hear what they have to say, and specifically, we had the newest season of Better Call Saul out, which featured our premier guest, you know, our one to love, the one you have to think about, our man of few words, but of beautiful boots. So without further ado, let me introduce to the stage the Meme NFT crew and our very own Daniel Manclada from Better Call Saul. Please welcome to the stage these folks.
Hello, how's it going, everybody? This is it, the final panel of the evening. Yes, thanks a lot, guys.
Packed house.
Packed house. Everybody obviously big fans of Breaking Bad here, so that's good. So for this final panel, what we're doing is we've got the entire meme NFT team up here, and we're going to talk a little bit about how they started their journey here into Web3 and the founding of the company right now. So first of all, I'd like to have them introduce each other, each themselves, to the audience. So start here.
Hi, I'm Jonathan DeLucia, Fully Vox, the voice of crypto. I am the CEO of Meme NFT.
Hi, my name is Daniel Moncada, better known for Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, and I am the Chief Branding Officer of Meme NFT.
My name is Benjamin Schmidt, 4 out of 5, Degen Whale.
I'm Dan. Hello.
It's funny, these guys are super funny backstage, and now they're on stage sitting down, they're super calm, so let's try and bring back that energy. Okay, so Jonathan, let's start with you, the CEO of the company. Let's talk about how you and Daniel first met, and how did this whole company come about?
You guys want to know the truth? I met him in the corner, and I paid him with ETH.
True story, true story. No,
give it to him.
Actually, so me and Daniel met, I want to say, 10 months ago now?
Around there.
Yeah, we met about 9-10 months ago. I was working on a project as a CTO, and I was very new in the space, so I decided I want to go work on another project and really learn from the ground floor up of what crypto's about, because I came into here just with my experience and was a CTO right out of the gate, but I really didn't understand the industry. So I went on another project as a moderator, and I was like working my way up and doing VCs and stuff, and then he was promoting for the project? He was promoting for the project, and I was in there on a VC one night, and he just came in, and it was like the bro vibes were on. So that we vibed out, and he just kept coming back, and then eventually I reached out to him. I said, hey, I really enjoy our conversations. Like he was trying to talk to me like, hey, are you like getting paid for this? I wasn't getting paid. I was just learning, right? And he's like, you're talented. You got to get paid. And I was like, all right, I'll listen to you. So he kind of took me under his wing, and then him taking me under his wing ended up reversing it later, I asked him to come on board at Meme NFT, and he believed in the team and the project, and it was a no-brainer for him to come on board. So.
Daniel, to continue the story, like everybody here knows you from Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. How does that journey from being an actor come into meeting Jonathan and getting into this whole space?
I'm going to start from how I got into crypto. So I got into crypto in 2016, 17 through a friend. As everybody in this room, I got into a project. I didn't really do my research. It was like a referral from a referral, so I was like, oh, it's legit, you know? The guy that gave us a referral never burned my buddy, right? So he was cool. But I didn't do my research, and I started investing a lot. I was thinking like, oh yeah, but it's one of those things that was too good to be true, and I didn't see it that way. I just seen it like, oh yeah, it's legit, it's real. And next thing you know, I lost a lot of money. I could have put a down payment for a house, put it that way. So after that, I had a sour taste in my mouth. I left the space for a little bit, and I was like, fuck crypto, man, fuck that shit. And then one of my buddies, it reignited a fire in me. He started telling me about this project that he was trying to get into. Not a project, XRP. He said, oh yeah, XRP, the SEC. He started just naming the whole thing, and I was like, you know what? I started getting the itch. And I started doing more research on projects that I had get into before, so I started investing. And little by little, I started merging onto promotion, right? And that's where I met Jonathan, like few months down the line. And the fact that Jonathan, he would always go in there, we would talk. I was only getting compensated to go in there like every so often, but the fact that he was there, he was very funny. I was like, man, this guy has talent, And I would go in there and I would really enjoy the conversation. It was like just him and I talking, and we had like maybe like 100 people listening to us, and we were just talking and talking, making voices, like doing stupid shit, right? And then he started.
What kind of voices? What are you talking about?
Oh yeah.
We do that or we go.
In a world full of crypto, one project rose above them all. This summer, Meme NFT will send you on a wild adventure.
Oh yeah. See, this is like this all the time. We're always having fun. We're great friends. We're not just, we're not avatars. We're real people in real life. Like I'm seeing all you guys right now, and that's the thing. That's the space. What the space needs. Real people. When you invest in something, like you want to know who the face is, who that person is, not just an avatar, and hoping that you're gonna make a lot of money. But in reality, you probably gonna get rugged. And that has happened to me so many times. And in the BSC space, it became almost the norm that when you go in there, you get rugged. It's like, it's okay. I just go on to the next one. No consequences, no nothing. So I kind of lost my train of thought. But
who would rug you? Have they not seen the show before?
I gotta say, I got rid of a couple of people.
He's retired from the use of hydrofluoric acid.
Oh yeah.
Ben and Dan, maybe talk about how did you get involved in Meme NFT?
Yeah, so I was on a project before Meme with Jonathan, and there were some issues that came up as I onboarded, because before that, I was in a consultancy group where we would just go through projects and vet them. And I found this project, really liked it, and then I started vetting it, and then I found Jonathan, and we really synced, and then we started digging deeper together, realized like there were some issues.
We found each other.
We found each other. And yeah, so when we got the call about Meme, it was just like, it felt right, And I actually didn't intend to like invest as much as I did, but then I saw like a bot, like, CZ and his bots. So we saw a bot messing with the chart, so I bought the bot out. I was just like, there's only so much here, and I just started and Pickle's looking at me like, I bought the bot out. I ended up like 4% of the supply, and I was like, well, I guess I'm here, bro. I'm here, and it just turned into a beautiful like family thing. Like I love everybody on this team, and every time we hang out, it's like it's what it's supposed to be, you know. And I feel like we have an opportunity to do something like real, you know, in a world where, you know, the ivory tower is just making things because, oh, this is profitable. We can disrupt that and create a community that supports that and is, you know, you have what was it? I think like the valuation of OpenSea is like 13 billion, right? Our current valuation is like 2.1 million. And the way I see it is, even if we get like a fraction of the market and we create a robust enough community behind it, we'll actually do something real. And everyone will benefit, instead of just a handful of people that never show up to Telegram.
2 people.
Yeah, 2 people.
Ben.
Yeah, and for myself, I've been in crypto for 10 years, and when NFTs came out, I just now see NFTs as flipping crypto, really, because now you have utility, you have blockchain, you have ownership, and I was really looking to find a utility token that had NFTs written all over it, and to find meme NFT when I did back in November, December of last year, and to just start vetting them. And they didn't know that I was vetting them at the time, because I've been in the space a long time. I don't like the docs, I don't like the video, I don't like the chat, I don't like to do anything, because I'm old school, you know, pre-KYC, everything like that. So for myself to then come up with these guys and to see what they were doing and having a fun, good time in the spaces, and I'm like, yo, like, I can get with these guys. Like, they're kind of, you know, a little bit different. So I'm like, that's kind of that's my style. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna ride with these guys, and just started buying up the chart. And I reached out to these guys. I'm like, hey, yo, I'm one of your biggest whales. Like, can I put some input into this? And they literally just opened their arms and embraced me as a holder. And now all these guys are like family to me. I flew out yesterday. This guy moved here, and I just helped him unload a U-Haul in 105-degree heat. Yeah, right. And I was just sweating and dying. But I'm like, this is my brother. Like, I'll die in this truck just moving stuff, even though I could easily pay for somebody to move it, like, stuff. But I'm like, hey, like, we're here, let's knock it out. And it's just like, I would ride or die with any of these guys. And to find that in the community, you're only going to find it in NFTs. And to build the community, and with a marketplace coming behind it, I'm excited.
There's a lot of sounds on the stage here.
Yeah, you'll get that with us.
Daniel.
Am I on? Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Oh, I kind of went around the question when you asked me, but what did I join, right? Okay. So before, like I said, when I met Jonathan, I was promoting projects. I would do my research. I would on the project. I would go check the Twitter. I would go to the website, check the Telegram, check the white paper, check everything, check the developers, what they worked on, and all that good stuff, right? And even I did so much research, and I would be going in the voice chats and everything, try to listen to everything that was happening, keep on the updates and the roadmap. But the thing is, back then I was not in the rooms with what they were doing behind the scenes. It was just from the outside looking in. With Meme NFT, it's different though. I'm part of 5 executives. We're LLC, we signed everything, like we're all doxxed. I'm safe, you know, and they're all my brothers now, you know, and I got nothing but love for them, and I know that what we're trying to do is different than what, like, you know, Satoshi was saying about one company just making a lot of money and forgetting everybody else. It's like they're just becoming so rich. Like 2 guys, they were like youngest billionaires. It's like, I mean, we don't want that. I mean, would it be nice? Yeah, but that's not what we're aiming for. We're aiming for the traders to be able to have an option rather than just one option that it's literally broken, right? So yeah.
So after you guys meet and you connect and you do some voices together, how long does it take from that to actually, okay, we want to put together this new marketplace, we want to take on OpenSea, we're going to do this, this, and this, to the launch today? Like, walk us through that development. When did this team come together? You know, how does it all start to gel beyond just the idea?
So before I took over as CEO of the company, actually Pickles right here in the front row. Hey. It was his baby, actually. So he's one of the original founders of the project. And I was working on another project, so I was just kind of doing the voice stuff for them. Like, he was the homie from before, so all I was doing was voice stuff. And when my other obligation went away, I reached out and I had a more permanent role, just being on the team and more of a facet. And then after a little time went by, they said, hey, you know, we need a new CEO. We'd like to make you the CEO. And I was like, okay, I'll take it. So, but before that, Daniel was already there because I was there for a little while, and he expressed some interest. So it was kind of like, hey, bro, like you should do this with us. And then we just talked, conversations after conversation, talked with Pickles here in the front. And, you know, we just came to an agreement. He came on board for a while, and then I think 2 months ago now, we made it official, made him an executive on the team. So he was a part of it for a bit too before he became an executive role. We had like a original thought in the beginning, and like most things in this space, everything evolves to the next day. Like we're here a week. That's 2 months in crypto. You know what I mean? And so it's been a great journey. We've watched it come from an idea to our marketplace mainnet launch today after 6 months. We're super excited.
7 chains. 7 chains. 7 chains.
7 chains. Yeah.
7.
Daniel, how does
7.
Daniel, how do you bring your celebrity into the crypto space? Is it an easy transition? Do your fans follow you in? Because I heard you talking at another panel about using your celebrity and making sure that you stand behind the things that you're promoting. Talk a little bit about that, because I think a lot of people want to know, how does that happen? How do you just, your face is everywhere for these 2 shows. How does it move into this project?
See, I try to do it in a smart way, right? Because I don't like to just tweet stuff and have people that follow me for the acting look at me and be like, this guy's a sellout, and he's just promoting crypto. So I try to always mix both. Try to like a couple of posts of the show or whatever, acting and a little bit of crypto here. So I kind of dilute it a little bit, kind of mix it up, right? And I go on Spaces a lot. So there's times that fans go in there and I just talk to them. Like the other day, we were in the, which one was it? The Grandmas, right? We're in the Grandmas, and another project that that we have. The
Grandma Abe's
Dick Face. But so I get on that right now. But so we're in the Grandmas, and next thing you know, they're like 20 people just show up. They were from the Middle East, and they just showed up and started asking me questions. I kind of felt a little bad because it's like I don't want. We're talking about the project, and they were just trying to talk about about Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. So I was trying to be respectful and courteous, but at the same time, it's kind of like we're here talking about the project, Grandma's AI Spot Club, and so I always try to. Like I said, I gotta be smart and not be pushy to people, try to get into crypto. And I don't never tell people, oh, buy this, buy that, because I mean, if you're gonna buy it, it's because you want to. Do your research, right? But I always tell people, any project that I get into it's gotta be legit. I try to do the most research that I can. And like I said, when other projects that I worked on and the promoting, it was a lot different because I was not behind the scenes. I was not in the rooms that I'm in right now, overseeing what the developers are doing, anything that we're coming up with. Obviously, we keep it within ourselves. We can't just be telling people inside trading kind of shit, right? So we always have conversation like almost every day actually, like twice a day or sometimes once a day when we're super busy. But we conversate with each other. Mr. Pickles over here, Nico. Yeah, we talk every day, so we're very close friends, and I feel very, very, very comfortable where I'm at in the project and what the project is gonna do in the future, and I think we're gonna do a little disruption in the marketplace, and the NFT marketplaces.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about that. So, Jonathan, you guys launched 7 chains today. What's going to happen? We only have a couple minutes left, so let's do a lot of promotion on the actual platform itself. What's going to happen by the time, say, and Art Basel comes around in December, where's Meme going to be then?
So December timeframe, we should be nearing completion of the V2 portion of the platform, and we've got some really great innovation coming our way. We're talking about building a escrow exchange platform to where if me and Daniel wanted to trade an NFT to each other, instead of just sending it to each other's wallet, you would interact with the D app, and you send your NFT, it sends it, verifies them, and it would send them to each other. We have a profit sharing system that we have in place, like 50% of our fees. We have 2% fees, by the way, across every chain. So, but 50% of the fees goes into a buyback and a profit sharing structure. So in December timeframe, I would see that being very beneficial to our holders. And we should be at a good point in volume-wise where that's going to be paying off tremendously. As well as we really want to get into gamification in terms of the marketplace. So we've talked about doing account leveling, banners, to where if I was a whale on the platform, I could send you an NFT, and that NFT would automatically trigger a badge on your account that said like Meme NFT Whale, or whatever you want it to be, right? And also fooling around with 3D voxels, having characters, having an avatar on your profile. Like, you know, we're all here to have fun and make money at the same time, I think, at the end of the day. If you're here just to be serious, and I mean, I don't know what you're doing in this space, because I have fun making money every single day. And that's what it's all about, is getting into these communities. I'm in Twitter Spaces daily, talking with project owners, talking with investors. Like, I'm very active CEO in terms of like, okay, here's my product, come check us out. Don't take my word for it. Observe, join when the time's right. I'm not going to push somebody to join. I want you to want to join, because there's a need in this space. When I ask somebody at these conventions, I know we're running out of time, but when I ask somebody and I say, what marketplace to use, and I get results like Broken Sea and stuff like that, that's disheartening to me, because we're so close in the NFT space. You deserve to have a platform that you want to trade on, not that you have to trade on it. And that's what Meme NFT is all about, and that's what we're gonna do. We're the future. I'm talking total community-based. Like, we are about uplifting the smaller artists. We do small artist spotlights on there. Like, if you go into OpenSea, if you're a smaller project, you get crushed. Like, nobody knows who you are. You're off into the oblivion. Bye-bye, see you later. That's not what we want to foster at our marketplace. We want to elevate the little guy. We want to show people there's beautiful art out of there. We want one artist to shine. And definitely look out for us. We're going to be a force to reckon with.
Great. All right, that's all the time we have, but just say goodbye. Dan, in your funniest voice, say Meme NFT. And everybody do this. Let's do it. You're on the spot. Let's do it. Close us out. Okay, great. Ben.
So, boy, let me tell you what. Y'all better buy Meme NFT, because it's the best. You understand? Goddamn.
Meme NFT.
MemeNFT.com.
We'd have got it.
Great.
Oh, yeah.
A round of applause to this panel. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. The boys. We love to love them. Good job, team. Good job, team. What a spectacular day here on the main stage at Dcentral. It has been epic. We've talked about DAOs. We've talked about stablecoins. We've talked about DeFi. We've talked about metaverses. We've talked about investing in your future. So I'm so excited to introduce the co-founders of Dcentral. I'm so excited to introduce the people who brought this dream into reality. And let me say, it's been a pleasure. My name is Bianca Starr, and thank you so much for having me. But let me introduce co-founders Esther Ang, Justin Wu, and Michael Huynh. Give them a big round of applause. Woo!
Hello, hello,
Hey,
hello.
everyone.
Well, what a big stage. And what an epic day one. Ton of content, really hot, but hopefully it was super cool inside. But I want to say a big thank you for everybody that has joined us both here on the live stream. Shout out to Binance Live as well. There was 20,000 people watching as well. Hello, hello. Thank you for, hello, hello everybody. Yeah, I want to say thanks again for coming. You know, we're about building a community of Web3, combined Web3 from DeFi, NFTs, and more. That's really our goal, is to kind of expand out. For those that didn't know, we launched our first Dcentral event in Miami during Art Basel. We had over 5,000 people join us. Today, Dcentral Austin is our summer edition of events. And we had over 2,000 people join us, and many more coming tomorrow for day 2. We have a jam-packed schedule. But before I talk more about that too, you guys want to give a quick little words?
Hi everyone, I just want to thank everyone for coming and joining us. We love our community. We want you to come and learn as much as possible. We're all about education, so please join us when you can. All our talks and videos will be on our YouTube channel, so feel free to just learn everything. It's for free. Just go to our YouTube channel.
Yeah, and I hope everyone enjoyed all the technical talks today as well. We wanted to mix a little bit of technical with also, you know, real-world experiences with it. So if you guys are able to learn things, that's the kind of like the main focus of it, is to be able to educate, but also have a fun time with it as well. Because for us, you know, education doesn't have to be boring. You know, it doesn't have to be in a seminar. It can be at a conference, or even you guys that are live streaming in to you know, watch on Binance as well. You know, once again, thank you guys. And we do have a really packed schedule for tomorrow as well. And there's going to be a lot of, you know, a lot more great content that's going to be for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we got Kevin Smith, we got Charles Huskinson, we got a lot of other DAO talks, metaverse talks, NFTs as well. And that's what you can always expect with the Dcentral events. You know, we have over 20 plus protocols come in here, so this is a full multi-chain, cross-chain event, not a maxi event. Rubbing shoulders with NFT degens, JPEG life. You know, we're all about, some of us are crypto poor and JPEG rich, or we're just crypto poor, JPEG poor, and fiat poor all together as well. If you got ramen, hopefully, you know, you can just go put some water and cook it outside as well too. Eating the ramen diet as well. But, you know, we also like to share with you guys as well too that Dcentral Miami 2022 is coming again from November 28th and 29th for Art Basel. We're going to be doubling the production again as well, and anticipating more like 8,000 to 10,000 for that event, really leveling it up and taking it up another notch as well. So we'll be announcing that shortly after Dcentral Austin, after we get a little bit of rest, but it's back on the streets and hitting the pavement again.
We have a question?
Yeah, we got some after parties. The next after party is at the venue ATX, that's hosted by the Grifters. There's actually shuttles from 5 to 9 p.m. outside at the roundabout that you can take, and it'll take you to the after party, but it doesn't start till like 7. So you should go get some refreshments, go get some food, and then go head over there at the ATX, the venue ATX for the after party. And then tomorrow we also have a day 2 after party at Clive Bar as well too. So be sure to take a look at that. And there's a lot of other events as well too. And I think Secret Network and Kevin Smith is hosting their after party also at the venue tomorrow as well. We'll share those links as well. And there's so many other events happening out through Consensus Week as well too. So.
All right, we'll see you all back tomorrow, and you know, party on tonight.
Take care, guys.
Bye-bye.